You know, YouTube told me, they said make videos you want to see in the world. And I said I want to see a video of all my OCs. So let us get started with the Books of Avo, my very first babies. Yeah. So what is the Books of Avo? For one, it's a novel, but what else is it? I forget. Let's go. It's my first novel. Not the first I published, but the first one I ever wrote. I started writing it when I was 12 years old. All of the characters in it are either very recent or very ancient. Some of them have been around with me forever. So that's why I thought it was a good place to start. We're getting my OG OCs. So it is a story that is a fantasy story about dragons and stuff set in a 1920s inspired setting. Wasn't always in the 1920s setting. Used to be a more generic fantasy thing. It was like a Zelda ripoff, basically. But it has changed, and to move away from the Zelda ripoff stuff, I decided to make it into a 1920s thing. I think I did that when I was a teenager. I think it's been in the 20s for a while. There is tons of lore and tons of characters, so let's just get into it. So we're starting with the Pantheon. So the Pantheon is huge, so we're going to start at the beginning. We're going to start with the Great Goddess Avo. Great Goddess Avo created the world, because they're a great goddess. That's what they did. They split into 7 gods after that. You know, one of those kind of dealios. They exist in everything. So all my characters in Avo, you could say, are just the Great Goddess Avo. So in a way, it's only one character. Maybe it's only one character, or maybe the Great Goddess Avo doesn't even count as a character. I like to think that God is a character. It's also just a good place to start. So she split into the 7 gods that we will be getting into, and the 7 gods further divided into 10 spirits each, and that will be our pantheon. So we have a lot to get through. The first god created, Viren, god of time. He decided that he was going to write all of the laws of the universe into like physical books. This kind of happened after a bunch of the gods had already been created. They all like messed about. They were causing wars between each other. They were breaking each other's mountains, being a bunch of toddlers. And Viren says, hey, we're going to write down some rules that we are going to follow. So that's his thing. Very boring. Old man. How dare he? So yeah, very organized. He's a nice man. I bet I wrote he likes to knit. Yes, he likes to knit. I think that's the most important thing we need to know about Viren, is that he is a nice old man. He likes to knit. He had to lay down the law, but he's not like a strict dad. He's a sweet grandpa. So that's Viren, god of time. Next we got Atalo, god of shadow. As you can tell from his picture here, probably a great guy. He didn't like writing books. He thought they were boring and stupid. And he didn't want to be told what to do, because gods are toddler babies. So part of the deal with the Books of Avo and creating them was that the gods were going to write down all the rules, and then they were going to give up their powers so that no one would mess with the world anymore. They would build the Lego set and be done. And Atalo thought that was terrible, because he liked being an all-powerful god. And what did he do about that? He made the Mirren. What are the Mirren? The Mirren are a bunch of people made out of sand. So he made a secret world for himself that he had ultimate power over. And so he made his little secret world. He made the Mirren. They're a bunch of people that are like, in their hearts and souls, they must follow him and do as he pleases or whatever. And yeah, he made a bunch of other creatures. Like, there aren't cows in Avo, but there are sand cows that live in the Mirage, which is the land that Atalo created. I don't know why I wrote down the Mirren there instead of the Mirage, but you know. Anyways, so what happens? He gets sealed away, okay? You can't do that. You can't make a world where you are king and rule over everything and refuse to give up your powers. So all the other gods, they go like, hey, you're a bad boy. They spray him with water and they seal him away. And everything goes great from there. No, it doesn't. He breaks free. Basically, he didn't really get like an entire life sentence. He got put in gay baby jail for a while. I don't think he got sealed away forever. I think either they messed up or there was a planned release date and everyone was then like, I don't really think he should be released. I don't think he's learned his lesson. So he is set to break free at some point. They try to stop him, I think. Yeah, they try to, but they fail. And he kills all the elves. So they were probably right in thinking he shouldn't be locked away. But yeah, he breaks free, kills all the elves, whoopsie doopsie, and then he's sealed away again. Lessons learned. He's a huge jerk. The side note, if the whole plot of the book, the first book at least, revolves around the fact that he is trying to break free again. We'll probably get into some of that. I don't want to spoil everything, but that's the basics of Italo. All right, Kamiri, goddess of fire. So she is the third god to come into existence. She never liked Italo, thinks he's stinky. She lives in the mountain with the dragons, where she is a huge jerk. Let's just say they're really awful to the humans that live below them, okay? The dragons are huge. The side note, Kamiri is ginormous. Like, her eye, like, do you know what an eye is? An eye is this thing right here. My cursor right now is bigger than a human would be compared to her eye. She big lady, okay? So she lives with her dragon gal pals in the mountains. In Avo, all dragons are female. They have like one egg that they can lay, so their family trees are like incredibly linear. They just go forward, pushu. So that's a bit about dragons. I don't know why I'm going off about dragons. The point is that she lives in the mountains with the dragons. She kind of created them. And she's really sad. She's sad because Italo killed all the elves. And you know what? I did mention how like the dragon lineage is very linear. Well, they still need a male, because all dragons can turn into like a humanoid form where they can do the do. The dragons are all really sad because Italo killed all the elves, and the elves are very important in creating more dragons. Because there's other races, there's angels, which dragons don't really like, and there's humans who die. Yeah, so Kamiri is super depressed. She's like an angry depressed. She doesn't care about anything anymore. She just wants the world to end. She's like, heck it, I'm done, let it burn. Huge jerk. Speaking of huge jerks, we got Shivera, goddess of earth. Another depressed god. She lives in the forest with all of her spirits, and she used to live there with the elves until Italo burned it all down and killed a whole bunch of them. All of the elves are dead. Many of her spirits were killed. I'm sure we'll get into some of them. And yeah, she's just a grumpy goddess hiding in the woods, and she's a unicorn dog. Ursula wants her to be way more giant than she is. She is not a giant Princess Mononoke wolf. I am sorry. I failed you, my wife. Ashar, god of wind. I don't know what this picture is. It was just another like public domain image of a bird, and I thought it looked cool. He's not actually a bird. He's a little bit more of a be not afraid kind of creature. He's a mysterious windy guy. Not much is mentioned about him in the first book. He's very much a second book kind of character. He lives at the center of the star. We don't really go to the star. The star is a giant floating rock where all of the angels live. It's shiny. It's cool. It's kind of not cool. It's incredibly fascist up there. Moving on. He's not been seen in a while. So let's go. Another great, I love this image. I don't know what it is, but Marcel, the god of water, is a big snake in the ocean, and I found a snake that's really cool looking in like a fun way. It's like a weasel with a crown. I don't know what this is. He created the world and then immediately fell asleep. Like, same, bro, okay? But he sleeps in the ocean trench. The ocean trench is more so like molded around him over time because he's just been sleeping there at the bottom of the ocean. He hasn't woken up since finishing his books. He just goes zzz. He does, however, exist within his own dream realm. The Books of Avo, there's like a dream realm that exists, and there is a secondary dream realm called the Water God's Dream where he can exist and he communicates with people still. But in the reality, the real world, you can't really talk to him. And like, you can technically swim into his dream. Like, it's a physical space, but also not a physical space. It's very confusing. But you also wouldn't be able to. You remember that submarine that exploded? Like that submergible? Like, that's what would happen to you if you tried to reach it. You would die. But not, that's him sleeping. You'd be dead. So we can't reach the water god and we don't know much about him. All right, we got Maria, goddess of light. She's not a goose, but she is a fluffy dragon girl, and I couldn't really find that on Wikipedia. So this is what we have. So Maria is the youngest goddess. Yep, youngest gods. Youngest of the gods, yeah. She really wanted to be Atalo's friend. She calls him her big brother and followed him around and annoyed him. In response, he dragged her into his prison when he was imprisoned. They both got put in gay baby jail together. She is Kamiri's favorite goddess. Kamiri babied her because she was a little baby dragon, and Kamiri is a big dragon. So Kamiri took good care of Maria until Atalo dragged her to prison, and then Kamiri failed as a mother. So yeah, let's move on to the councils. So there are a few spirits that are like standout spirits. Let's just immediately get to him. I've written slides for each of them that are standout, or at least I think what I did is if I had pictures of them, I made my own panel page for them, so we'll get back to them later. So we will get back to Luo. We're also going to get back to Lenora, Spirit of Death. I think we're going to get back to Carvel, Spirit of Mind. Okay, Shadow Council is my favorite council, so we're going to get back to most of them. Serena, Spirit of the Moon. I don't think we're getting back to her. She is the grandmother of Tria, and she is the mother of Luna Deadwood, which we will get back to. She has 4 arms and 4 sets of wings. She's a blue lady. She's entirely blue because she's sad, but also because she's just like blue. Like, that's just what she looks like. And she's got golden blood and golden hair, and her eyes are completely golden, shiny, like moons. She's very cool. One day we'll get to see her, but for now she just exists on this sheet. We got Odar, Spirit of Decay. I love him. I hate him. I hate that I love him. He's the silver-winged angel of the star. He's a stinky boy. Half his face is rotting off. He belongs up with the angels, I think. You know, he just fits in with them. Next we have Visette, Spirit of Dreams. We will get back to Visette. Aurora, Spirit of Lust. We'll get back to her as well. Nikki, Confusion Spirit. Grim, we will not get back to. Grim was one of the last spirits that Atalo created. He is the spirit of despair, and he embodies it entirely, so much so that he couldn't get any writing done. He just sat in a corner and has just rocked back and forth so much that he wore an indent in the floor where he'd do that. He's just like me for real. The only time he moved was when Atalo punished them all. Yeah, I think it's when Atalo came and killed everyone. He clawed Grim's face open, and Grim went to the Spire of Mira Atala, which is a place within the Mirage where a few of the spirits hang out. And he has subsequently worn a hole into the floor of Mira Atala. So that's what Grim's up to. Lavelle, Spirit of the Night. Huge spoilers if I talk anything about Lavelle. Lavelle is my baby, though, and I want to feed him a whole turkey. Moving on, the Light Council. We're going to end up with another bunch of characters that I probably can't talk about. The basics around the Light Council was that Lul tricked all of them. I forget when this happened, but he tricked them all, and they became trapped within a prison that no one knows where it is, and they just haven't been able to get out. Everyone's forgotten their names, but, you know, we get to know them, even though within the story, no one knows anyone of these guys' names is. So, we got Allura, Spirit of Virtue. I think I'm going to talk about Allura a little bit at the end, because I kind of love her. We got Leah, Spirit of Life. She is the one light spirit who didn't get captured. We will talk about her. We got Ballad, Spirit of Soul. Ballad is a heron snake. She's like the head of a heron, I think, but like just a huge snake. And she lives in the River of Souls, or he does. I don't know what gender Ballad is right now. It's not coming to me. Arya, Spirit of the Sun. I believe that they are a hippogriff, like a phoenix hippogriff. Very cool, very brightly colored. We got Otun. She is, well, the thing about the Light Council is each one is opposite to one of the Shadow Council. So she's the opposite of Odar, and she is like an angel as well, but she's got kind of like brown tan gold wings. He doesn't like her. Other than that, I probably shouldn't get into it too much. Velsair, Spirit of Reality. Vaset's opposite. He is a little rabbit. He also has like an elven form he goes between, but yeah, he's a rabbit. Vaset confuses him deeply. Serval, Spirit of Purity, is a beautiful angel man. He's mentioned a bit throughout the book, but just because there's lots of architecture named after him, I don't necessarily know if people have put two and two together on that. He's the opposite of Aurora. We've got Crow, Spirit of Clarity, the crystal dragon, very shiny. Actually, one of the few male dragons that exist. I don't think he even has like an elven form, or does he? He probably does. The thing about spirits is, okay, you know what? The thing about the light spirits is that because they got sealed away before the end of the Books of Avo were created, they never truly settled on final forms, most of them. So it doesn't really matter. But yeah, he's like a crystal dragon, usually. We've got Dove, Spirit of Hope, Dovey, as I like to call them. Dovey is a fox snake, a giant serpent. There's lots of giant serpents. I like a snake, guys. You'll see that. Drinking game where you get drunk on snake mentions. Yeah, so they have like little like, I think they're white, but then they have like gray stains under their eyes because they're constantly crying since the creation of their opposite. Because the light spirits were created first and then their opposites were made. So when Grimm was made, Dovey started crying and hasn't stopped crying because it makes Dovey so sad. Because Dovey is an empath. Then we got Eleviv, who is an elf, and we don't talk about Eleviv, okay? All right, so who's on the Time Council? Orinar, Spirit of Fate. Orinar is one of the oldest spirits in existence. I think there's one more that is older than him, but he knows everything that is going to happen. He's not aware of what came before him, I don't think. He knows everything contained within the Books of Avo and everything that will like happen after they're written, because there's actually no free will in Avo. He knew it all, and he was kind of really boring to be around and a huge pessimist. Wonder why. Yeah, he was eventually killed during the Elven genocide. Yeah, his fate ended with the elves. As that approached, he got kind of dreary about it and kept talking about his untimely end. But this was like for thousands of years, because he's like a couple eons old. He's like older than a few of the gods as well. He's just always been like Viren's guy. And so he would be like, oh man, like 4,000 years and I'm dead. That's imminent, you know? Not fun at parties. Let's just say that. Fun at parties is Vankilla. She is the oldest spirit in existence. She is the spirit of ages, and she is the grandmother of Leo, Morel, and Miethriel. Doesn't mean anything yet to some people, but yeah, she is Aaron's great grandmother. She was the studious right hand to Viren. She was very sweet, liked to drink tea, loved writing her books, and wrote extensive notes about all the things. So that's Vankilla. She also died in the Elven genocide because she took the form of an elf. A lot of the time, Council did. I think most of them did. Next one is Vestrin, Spirit of Memories. Related to another character, this is Luna's father and Tria's grandfather. So he died. That's all I have written about him. Okay, he was a grandfather and he died. That's his story. We got Lyra, Spirit of Mortality. She took the form of a mortal and she slowly grew up. So she was a baby. Most of the spirits were just kind of created into existence as they were. They changed forms throughout, but she stuck it out. She started as a baby and she grew up very slow compared to a mortal, and she is now an old woman. She was a mother to an elf, but you know what happened to the elves, so she is not a mother anymore, but she is still alive, unlike most of her kin. Isha, Spirit of the Present. Isha lives as a nondescript mortal woman, so she keeps living different lives. She starts at the beginning, gets the end, and then restarts as different nondescript mortals. So she's just living life after life after life. She's still alive, still kicking, and she just keeps living new lives. That mortality grind with Lyra. Is it going to be Elisar? Yes, it's going to be Elisar, Spirit of Constance. Dead. He was an elf. He settled down in the forest with his family, and then it got burned down. Poor Elisar. Shion, Spirit of Cycles. Shion is one of the only time spirits to not have decided upon a mortal or elven form. She became a fox with telekinesis. She thought that would be cool. So she was like, I don't know if I want to live my life in mortal form. I'm going to be a telekinetic fox. And then a couple of years passed and she was like, you know what? I made a horrible decision, but she's stuck as a telekinetic fox. Fun fact, the Shion fox breed exists, and it's like a little curly furred fox, and it's named after her. She also is a business mogul. She's moved on with her life. She's not the only spirit with 4 legs and paws to become a creature of business. She owns a bunch of hotels. That's pretty cool. Eat the rich. Alwyn got turned into mist. He got exploded. He was best friends with Verinar. Do I have anything interesting to say about him? He collected a bunch of books. He made his own little library. Spirit of Constance. Wait, he's not Spirit of Constance. That's a mistake. He's Spirit of Chronology. Yeah, he's Spirit of Chronology. I messed that up. But he's Spirit of Chronology, and he keeps a bunch of books. Lived in a little library with his gay best friend, Verinar, who spent his time upstairs making paintings. And then Alwyn exploded and died. Glissa, Spirit of Scripture. We like to think of Glissa as the person at the office who, knows everybody's birthday and schedules like events and stuff. Like, that's what she did. Scripture is books about how the books work. And she was kind of just like HR for everyone and worked really hard to keep the teams together and making these books, scheduling little like exchanges and stuff. Afterwards, she went traveling around the world with her best friend, the Spirit of Journeys. Atalo hated her, despised her guts. As a book hater, She was such a book girl that he murdered her. Goodbye, Glissa. We'll miss you. Then we have Verinar. Mentioned before, he lived with Alwyn. He took a mortal form, and so he didn't get exploded. He's a little crazy. Right now, he is living in the sunlit city where he creates films. He is a surrealist filmmaker, and he just has a horrible time because he misses his friend Alwyn. That's the Time Council. Onward. The Fire Council. A bunch of losers. We don't like dragons, okay? Dragons are super cool, pretty ladies, but they're all terrible, and we will learn that. So let's start with Tia, Spirit of the Mountains. So Tia is one of the eldest spirits in existence. She was the right hand to the goddess Kamiri. She protected her lands from Metallo. She was killed one day by humans because she's a jerk, and she probably deserved it, okay? They hunted her down and stopped her brutal control of the land. She has an ancestor named Beryl, and her ancestor Beryl is now being raised in the Goddess's Hall. Rest in piss, Tia. Nalu, Spirit of Stone. Another dragon killed during the hunt, along with the rest of her line. There are no gray dragons left. She probably sucked. We got Draselva, Spirit of Treasures. She is alive. She is a dragon that is gold like coins, and her eyes are like multicolored gemstones. She's very pretty, horrible person. She lives in the Goddess's Hall with the goddess still, and has not had a single egg yet, and probably won't because the elves are all gone. Sucks to suck. Okay, Ulne, Spirit of Smoke, the charcoal dragon. She resides in the mountains. She was known for her flights, but has not been flying since all of the elves died. She just kind of sits in her hoard and, I don't know, listens to Evanescence probably. She's sometimes in the Goddess's Hall, but we haven't seen her around. Next we have Viole? I should really learn to pronounce the names of my characters. So Viole is the Spirit of Summer. She is a sunrise colored dragon with scales that are yellow or purple depending on like how the light hits them. Very pretty. She's a snoozy dragon most of the time, but is active during the summer. She usually hangs out in the Goddess's Hall when she's sleeping. A lot of the spirits hang out with the goddess, honestly. We got No, we don't have Keldras. We have Arva, Spirit of Flames. So Arva is a blue dragon with bright blue eyes. She's a bright blue dragon with indigo eyes. And all I have written is huge bitch, died in the hunt. So there's that. We got Odess, Spirit of Ash. Odess was a green dragon, mossy colored with eyes like honey. She was a dragon that was amicable with the Earth Council, but she broke up with her rider / mortal lover. I think she was dating one of the Earth spirits, but after the elves were all killed and the forest was burned, she broke up with the spirit she was with because it was just a lot to handle. That's what it is. And I think ash specifically refers to soil compositions, and it is the overlap between like land and life, because a lot of like the dragon stuff isn't entirely just fire. It has a lot to do with like the land. Like treasure has more to do with like minerals and crystal and stuff. But yeah, that's what happened to Odess. Fenkili, Spirit of Passion. She is a pink dragon. Cute. Another dragon killed for being awful. Her first rider was an angel, which is rare. And she has a daughter who is fluffy and pink, which is incredibly adorable. And I didn't know that. I forgot about that. I wish I was a fluffy pink dragon. That's so cool. She had a few riders since, but she's very hard to get along with. Shocking. Then we got Ralme, Spirit of Sight. Ralme is a white dragon with teal eyes. So she's like an icy white kind of dragon. She enjoyed flying with the Spirit of Smoke, and she's been in her horde. She's also having like a sad moment, being sad. So sorry, Ralme. And then we have Keldras, who I guess I wrote out of order. I guess I skipped over and then was like, what did I miss? Keldras is the spirit of heat, and they're an orange dragon, and their spikes are like a dark red, and their eyes are yellow. She was a menace to humans. Her line ended though, and some of her lineage still lives. So a line ends whenever like either an egg is broken or the youngest dragon in a line dies without having an egg. So there's no more dragons descendant from her, but some of them still live, right? She's very depressed and ends up in her horde a lot and is very sad because she lost her rider. So that's all the dragons. Oh my god. What a sad bunch. Let's go to the Earth Council. I'm sure they're happy. They're not. Everyone's depressed. So relatable. Okay, we got Kara, Spirit of Civilization. So Kara is a bear. She is a burr that is the color of like space. She's like a space bear, and she can travel through space and the sky. She's best friends with Leo. When she decided on her final form, she decided she didn't want to talk, so she's incapable of speech. She's a pretty important character, but I don't have any pictures of her despite that, so this is our only chance to talk about her. Ekato, we are going to talk about Ekato. We're going to talk about Amelia too, because I found a picture of her. Emery, I don't know. I don't think I made a card for Emery. So Emery is the right hand to the Earth Goddess. He is a tiger with petals dripping off of his fur. Very cool. I like him. He's kind of a huge jerk though, big grump. He's often referred to as the right paw of Kamiri, and the left paw is Ekato. We got Elune, Spirit of Forests. So Elune decided to be a tree. So if we went back, which we're not going to, if we went back to Shivera's page, she's sitting on a tree, that is Elune. Elune decided to turn into a tree at the end. So I guess she kind of gave up her voice as well. But yeah, Elune is a tree. Oh, also interesting fact about Elune, apparently. She did not burn during the obviously, she didn't burn during the Elven genocide, so a lot of other spirits hid within her roots for safety. Okay, we got Nyla, Spirit of Connection. I believe Nyla did pass away. Nyla is a whole flock of birds. She takes the shape of a flock of swift-like birds, and yeah, they were killed by Nikki, because Nikki's a huge jerk. We got Melrin, Spirit of Growth. Melrin is a gannet mixed with a flying squirrel, and she's got many tails, and she's got like pink eyes. So if you don't know what a gannet is, you're gonna have to look it up, because it's just a little guy. It's kind of like a civet looking thing. It's adorable. Try to imagine it. We're moving on. Okay, we got Atha, Spirit of Sustenance, and I am going to read out my note on what Atha looks like because it's pretty great. A bird with sharp teeth. Chomp chomp. Is that just a dinosaur? So true. Now I can't imagine Atha as anything but a dinosaur. So there we go. Nikki killed her. Onward. Rala, Spirit of Kin. Rala was a forest antelope, and she has like little deer fangs, because I love when deer have fangs. She was killed by Luna. That's neat. That's different. When they were searching for the remaining elves, Rala was slain. And then we got Rena. Rena was a badger. Is a badger. Yes, Rena is a badger that is covered in mushrooms. Badger, 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 mushroom, not intended. Yes, she was able to escape Nikki burning the forest because she dug really deep, as badgers do. Onward to the Water Council. We got Samina, Spirit of the Wellspring. We're not going to talk about Samina. We got Cerulia, Spirit of Metamorphosis. Okay, Cerulia. Okay, we can talk a little bit about Somina. My note on Somina is gay, 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 gay. Moving on. Back to Cerulia. Cerulia is one of few spirits that didn't have didn't have a set form that she created. So she is a shapeshifter, but she always shapeshifts into something very snake-like, and she has no control over her shapeshifting. So her shapeshifting, her body will naturally protect her and shapeshift into like the most optimum thing, but she has no control over it. Sometimes she's chit-chatting away and then suddenly she's a snake that can't talk. That's just her life. We love Cerulean. Currently she's on the star and she's stuck there because she can't fly down. Like in theory, I guess if she jumped, she'd probably grow wings, but you know, let's not test that. Then we got Viseldra, Spirit of Storms. So she is a purple dragon, and she's kind of like jellyfish themed. I love her. She speaks in like an old-timey way, which makes no sense because I don't know why there'd be like an old-timey language in Avo when I'm like writing scenes from the past and I don't talk in it. But verily she does talketh that way, I guess. Ran out of steam there to do it. She is in love with the spirit of the sky, and they fly around together and are best friends and smooch. We got Lyric, Spirit of Rivers. He's a long-ass otter, snake-like, some might say, and he's got like his little black beady eyes down all of his body. So like he takes up the entire river. It's kind of like a, you know, it's a spirit. He can do what he wants. And he's got kind of like bluish tinged fur up top, and then his belly's more like the like substrate color. He's very cool. And he was best friends with Ballad before she got captured. Hemlin's Spirit of Blood is kind of like an axolotl dragon with like these red gills. Very cool. You can find her swimming through the ocean, just being herself. We got Ulra, Spirit of the Ocean. Ulra's a big whale, just being a swimmy friend. Let's go. Ona, Spirit of the Depths. I don't really want to talk about Ona. Ona scares me. We got Question Mark, Spirit of Emotion. Now, you might think that this is like some sort of really important character that I'm hiding from you. It's not. If they're really important, you wouldn't be able to tell. I just didn't come up with a name for this guy. The only notes I have, okay, so they're a glass sea dragon. So they're like an amphibious kind of dragon, like those glass frogs, and they're just swimming around. There's a lot of water council that are just kind of swimming around, and like I've not really figured out what I want to do with them. We got Kellyan, Spirit of Frost. I think Kellyan's a big ass turtle. Am I right? Am I right about this? Yes, he's an ice turtle, and he's just swimming around. He's big rock. He's like a glacier turtle. I think there's a Pokemon that looks like him. And then we got Question Mark, Spirit of Winter, who is a fluffy seal amphitheater. You know, it's like a snake with wings, but a seal. So that's the Water Council. And now we got the Wind Council, which I think is even less fleshed out. So we got Lynn, Spirit of Sky, one of the few male dragons. I think there's like two. There's like two male dragons, and this is one of them. He's like a very long blue dragon, snake-like. Even. He is best friends with Viseldra. He's one of the oldest spirits in existence. He was super lonely. They used to call the sky the lonely canvas until the storms came to be. And then he found the love of his life, and they're just so sweet together. I love Viseldra and Lind, and he is the one with the floppy dong that Ursula is so excited to draw. Good job, Ursula. Thea, Spirit of Autumn. So she is a barn owl creature. She's like a four-legged barn owl creature that speaks in third person and travels on a chilling wind of death that kills crops. She's very cool. I like her. She screams while she talks. Like she simultaneously screams and talks, and we love her. She's like a horror nightmare creature. Idra, Spirit of Breath. What is Idra's deal? Nothing. I have nothing written about Idra whatsoever. Sorry, Idra. Anathel, Spirit of Breath. Nope, you're not. You're not. Anathel is Spirit of Journeys. Anathel is an angel that can turn into a bird. Wow. She got married to that one elf until they all died, right? Or he did. Is Anathel a guy? Sorry, Anathel, if you're a guy. I think Anathel might be a guy. That or they're lesbians. Both are pretty valid, though, honestly. Visha, Spirit of Song. We love Visha. Okay, Visha is a mortal man. He's currently living under the alias of Victor Wolf, and he is in the upper echelon of criminal enterprise, like some other characters, and he's very sympathetic to exiles. He doesn't really like hanging out with angels. Like most of the wind spirits have nothing to do with angels. Like the thing with the wind spirits is they all kind of like never wanted to hang out with each other. Like they're just like all over the place. So yeah, he's doing his own thing. In early life, he used to take the form of like a wolf, I think. He's kind of like a mix between a gray fox and a wolf, which I guess is kind of, he's like a wolf that can climb trees, and he could make the sounds of every animal in existence, and he just was screaming and having a good time. I got Spirit of Flight, and all I have written here is something goose. So they're a goose, I think. That's cool. We got Alaris, Spirit of Sound. Alaris is interesting. She was killed in the Elven genocide because she hid within the sounds of... She kind of existed as sounds of the trees, like sounds of the forest. So when the forest burned down, she died with it. So, sorry, Alaris. We got Spirit of Celebration. Do I have anything written? They live on an orchard, and they have a cottagecore life. That's cool. That's really cool for you. We love that. We got Dalra, Spirit of Motion. So they're kind of similar to Illyris, whereas Illyris was like a sound. Dalra is just kind of like motion, so like things just move, and she is the movement. The Wind Council's weird. They're a bunch of weirdos. And then we got Tenorar, the least weird of them. Tenorar is like an elf man, and he is Aaron's grandpa. He created the star. There's a lot of like, the angels pretend that he was an angel, and like when they make statues of him, they make him an angel, which kind of upsets his wife, who's like, he was not an angel. He didn't really care for the angels at all. He kind of got sick of you guys and left. And then he died because he was an elf, but okay, whatever. And that's Tenorar. We'll probably get a little more into the angels as we actually get into the angels. Onward. Let's get to the main cast, guys. We are out of the Pantheon. We have the setup done. Now we can talk about the story. It's like a really poorly written webcomic where we start with like a bunch of in-depth world building about the gods, and then we go to like what the actual story is about. I say poorly written. This is the best version of Avo that exists, is this right now. Okay, so main cast, the gays. Juliet Wellen, number one gay. Lesbian. What else? Human. She is those two things. She doesn't know about the first one though. She's not aware of that. She's not. She will fight you, God, and anyone else. That is true. She's a fighty human lesbian. So Juliet is the daughter of the wealthy Wellen family. She's so freaking wealthy. Her parents own the railway. Her parents are playing railroad tycoon. Her dad is. Let's be real. She's their only daughter. They weren't able to have another heir, so they're very, very set on getting her married. She went to college for a little bit, which was just kind of a way for her parents to get her to meet more wealthy men. They didn't really expect her to get a degree. She dropped out anyways. And then she started managing some of her dad's real estate. So she got an apartment that she took care of. She's hiding away from her parents, going on dates with all the men, and not enjoying herself with that. She just kind of likes her business. So she has her apartment that she gets all nice and ready for like clients and stuff, and then she finds the last elf in the world, and she's like, holy shit, that's so cool. I'm gonna rent my apartment out to this elf. And the elf subsequently decimates the whole apartment. It is filled with trees. It is unlivable, condemned, terrible building. So everything's going poorly, and then her parents kick her out. Juliet's living in the big city away from them. They're like, enough of this. You're going to settle down and get married. So they evict her from her apartment. They tell her that they are destroying the building that she's been renting out. Her life is ruined until a dragon appears. And that is where the story kind of begins, is a dragon appears in town with a proposal of marriage. No, of the proposal that they save the world together. That's the story. So Dragon, Faria, our second main character. Sage of Fire. So what are the sages? They're just coming up, right? So the sages are 6 people with the power to use magic. And magic is the power to ignore the rules of any set of Avo's books. So the fire spirits, they wrote their books. Water spirits wrote their books, whatever. So Faria doesn't have to listen to the rules of fire, so she can just set fires and move stone and alter any aspects that they have written. There are 6 of them because there is not a time sage, because ignoring the power of time would be OP, so we don't do that. When the 7 sages when the 6 sages get together, they can rewrite the laws of the universe. So in order to seal a tallow away, they have to rewrite the laws of the universe. So the 6 sages have to gather, as well as a scribe who represents the time sage but has no power. They have to sacrifice. That's a huge spoiler for people who haven't read. So but yeah, 6 sages get together, they can rewrite the laws of the universe, whatever. Super powerful lady. And she's Angie. She's a very Angie lady, but she's also really fun. But Angie. Let's continue. So what's Faria's deal? She's 700 years old. I'm rounding down. I think she's 726. Old lady. She stopped the God of Shadows returning once. So when he first woke up that one time to kill all the elves, Faria was around, and she was the Sage of Fire who helped stop that. Very cool for her. She had a huge crush on Luna Deadwood. Luna Deadwood was the Earth Sage at the time, and Faria thought she was super heckin' poggers. She was like, damn. Then she got betrayed by Luna. Yeah, Luna was actually working with the Tallow, and Luna wrote a bunch of BS into the books to stop him, that he was actually going to return in 300 years and no one was going to know about it, except they found out. And when she found out that she was being betrayed by Luna, she didn't know. Okay, she found out about the betrayal way before she found out that Luna had changed the books to suit a Tallow. All she knew was that Luna ended up helping a Tallow kill all the elves. So Faria murdered her, and it made Faria very sad. So Faria, after killing her crush, just spends her life kind of messing around with humans, having flings with them. She doesn't really care about their feelings all that much because they die. It's been 300 years. Any human she would love, they're going to die, so she cuts herself off emotionally from them. So yeah, that's Faria's deal. But she does find out that Tallow is returning, and she brings Juliet with her to try and stop things. So let's move on to Aaron. Speaking of sages, Aaron's an exiled angel. We've heard a little bit about angels. Angels, they live on the star. They are elves with wings, and they're very sparkly, shiny. Their light comes from their wings, and if they lose their wings, they don't replenish light. So he needs to get light from crystals that come from the star. The star is actually a big floating crystal, and it's been hollowed out so that people live inside of it, and all the bits that came out from hollowing it out, those are the crystals that Aaron wears on his little fingies to keep him having light, because if he runs out of light, he will become a monster and eat people. A fallen angel. It's not fun being in exile. He has a lot of anxiety. Relatable. And he likes tea. He loves tea. Tea is his favorite. He was exiled as a little guy, so he does not really remember his exiling much. He has flashbacks to it. It happened when he was 6 years old, which is very young for an immortal. He was just a little baby boy, and they cut off his wings. That was that. It was because his dad was a rabble rouser. His dad was executed, but Aaron was not. Aaron got to grow up on a farm. Aaron got sent down to live with his uncle Leo on a farm where they raised deer. So he grew up on there, and then he was summoned eventually 3 years before the story starts to meet at Vera Libra. So Viren, the god of time, is like, Aaron, come meet my friend. And Aaron's like, oh, okay, god of time, panic attack. I'll go. And he goes and he meets Tria, who we will talk about. And then Tria's like, you need to become a butler and spy on Master Whiteheart. And Aaron's like, oh, okay. And he does that. Aaron's also trans. And he gets caught. He gets caught by Master Whiteheart. Actually, Master Whiteheart knew the whole time he was being spied on. He just thought Aaron was so silly. And he also has always wanted an angel to be his servant. So, good times. Okay, let's get into Tria. So, Tria Deadwood. We've already mentioned her a little bit. She is the last elf in the world. Yep, she is the only one that survived. Why is that? We don't know. I didn't answer it. She is a very dazed person. She can't really follow a train of thought. So relatable. And she's also, there we go. She's the daughter of the shadow god. Yes, Atalo is her dad. Luna is her mom. That's why she was not killed. So she grew up in the Mirage. She grew up in Atalo's Forbidden Realm place. It's been a while since we mentioned that. And because of that, because she's kind of the Mirage, trapped in his world, she's partly him and he's trapped or whatever. She's very dazed outside of it, and outside the dream world where Atalo still is able to be about. When she was young, like a little preteen, I think, Faria took her. She flew into she murdered her mom and then flew into the Mirage and took her and brought her back to Vera Libra. She grew up in Vera Libra with Viren, and eventually one day Viren was like, Aaron, come meet her. There's something important you gotta do. So they met. Aaron got her set up in an apartment. You gotta think that it must have been Aaron, right? Like, she was like, we're moving to the city, and she had no plan. And Aaron was like, okay, you need to get an apartment, and probably like set her up with one. Like that's my headcanon. As an author, I'm allowed to have headcanons. They don't have to be canon, okay? But yeah, she moved into Juliet's apartment, and she wants to stop her dad from returning, in theory, right? She got the information, and she's the one that gathers the sages together to stop him. But we have our doubts. Next, we have Princess Alexandria III. Astute viewers, readers of Avo, know about that picture, and I don't know why I chose it, because that is, Anyways, Princess Alex, edgy, Sage of Shadow, in jail for treason. Need I say more? She's very edgy. She used to be way, way more edgy when I first wrote her. Oh, we don't have for some reason, I forgot to do the bullet points, so we're just gonna have to deal with them all being on screen. So her parents died. I wonder how. Well, she did not kill her father, okay? Her father died when she was a toddler, but her mother died somewhat recently, and sort of within the same time frame as her brother's attempted murder from her, where she was caught and unable to kill him. I picked the worst pictures for Alex. I have way better pictures. I don't know why I did this. I'm sorry, girl. Yeah, so she attempted to murder her brother, got caught, and now she is awaiting execution for treason, because her brother is the king, and you can't kill the king unless... No. Anyways, King Asler, another great picture I chose. I chose this one on purpose. Baby has a pet fox. Sage of Light. Yeah, so Asler is kind of a dork. He's sad about his parents dying, unlike his sister, who is not sad about their parents dying at all. He became the Light Sage when he was a toddler. It needs to be remarked that being king in the Books of Avo isn't like being like the ruler of the kingdom. Like, at least within the kingdom of light and shadow, it's not that kind of role. It's more of an ambassador role between humanity and the immortals, because immortals are dumb, and immortals be like, they're all humans are the same. I'm not dealing with multiple governments. There's just one of you guys, and I'm only going to talk to the sages. The light sage and the shadow sage are like the people that the immortals will speak to about immortal matters. So it's not as big of a position. Like in the past, being like king and queen like meant something, and it does still now. Like it's not an elected position or whatever, but like, yeah. And he became the ambassador between immortals and such when he was a toddler, so that's scary, because his dad died. He sucks at his power. Despite being sage for so long, he's been terrified to use his power, because his mother was the shadow sage before him, and he was always meant to match her power, because like the dark and light are supposed to kind of like balance each other out, and he was always intimidated, and he's still intimidated now that his sociopathic sister is also in power. So that's assy. Oh yeah, he's scared of his sister and scared of his responsibilities. I didn't expect there to be so many points. Let's move on to Selene. So Selene is a badass. We like Selene. Selene kicks butt. She's big Anki. Maybe a little too Anki. She's got the dragon Ankies sometimes. And she is engaged to Asler. She is going to marry that boy. She grew up in Tia. Tia is the city at the foot of the dragon's dens. So she has had to deal with the dragons all of her life, and the dragons have like enslaved her people because the dragons suck. Yeah, like her brother lives in the mountain. Basically, the dragons have taken all of the males from her village and put them to work within their hordes. And like they keep them there because they don't have elves anymore, and they're like, well, if we ever want to have eggs, we'll need males, so give us all of your males. Because they're dragons, like there's only so much negotiation that can be done for the humans. And there was like, in the past, like humans and dragons came to like understandings, and humans stopped slaying all of the dragons and learning to kill them, but the dragons have just gone back on all of the treaties because dragons suck. Except Faria. Okay, Faria honestly kind of sucks. she has a lot of growing to do. Yeah, it's rightfully so. Selene hates dragons. She escaped from the mountain and got engaged. I don't know if she necessarily escaped. I think her mom really pressured her and really tried to get her into a relationship with the king so that she would have no reason to go back. And when you think about it, like Selene is the daughter of like the dragon ambassador. So she's like an ambassador between like Tia and she's a Tia being the town. She's an ambassador between the town and the dragons. So like she's got like a pretty important role among immortals, and Asler also has a pretty important role among immortals. Like I was saying that the Shadow Sage and Light Sage are very important to immortals in general, but I think right now it's a lot more like with the angels especially, because the angels keep their prisons beneath the castle, so that is definitely something that Asler has to deal with, is the angel government. So a union between the ambassador's daughter and him is pretty cool. But anyways, Selene just wants her to marry the king because she doesn't want her daughter to grow up to become the dragon ambassador, because it sucks. Talking to the dragon sucks, and their town is falling apart, and it sucks. And yeah, so Selene loves Asler, and she was the one who uncovered Alex's plot to kill him, because Selene's pretty smart, and Asler's a bit of a naive boy. And yeah, so she stopped the murder plot. I keep calling them like boy and kid and stuff. They're like 18. I can't believe they're teenagers. Can you believe that Selene and Asler are like teens? Selene does not act like a teenager. She grew up fast. Oh my god, it's Lul. He's shirtless. Hi. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. No, it's on YouTube. He's shirtless. He's just shirtless. He's wearing little shorts, okay? So this is Lul. We talked about... we mentioned Lul before. He's a spirit of sin, but he's pretending to be a mortal man. So what did I say about Lul? He's my son. Yes. I adore him. He's the reason I wake up in the morning. Yeah, those are all true. We have some Luls. I just love him so much. My God. Unfortunately, I can't talk about all my favorite parts about Lul because it's all spoilers. So we're just getting the basics about Lul here. Yeah, because he's Talo's right-hand spirit. He's in love with the spirit of death, Lenora. He's been sad because she died. So basically what happened was when Atalo woke for the first... Atalo's woke. When Atalo woke for the first time, he was stopped, but Luna was able to get him an out, and that's why the book happens. But when he was stopped, he got really mad because he was betrayed by Luna. No, Lenora. He was betrayed by Lenora, guys. She betrayed him, so he killed her. And he scarred all of his other spirits in anger. And that's why Lul has the scar on his face, because Lenora betrayed him. And so Lul, who is dating Lenora, is very sad that she died. He's basically been dating her since she was created. I think he followed her around for like 1,000 years or so before... Okay, that sounds weird, but like he pined for her for like 1,000 years or so before they got together, but then they've been together for at least like 12,000 years, or I guess 10,000 years, probably like 10,000 years together. So he's been very sad about her death for the past 300 years. He's been just drinking away his sadness. So he presents himself as a human, pretends to be a human. He goes by Master Whiteheart. He gets into like the illegal booze market and selling his spirits and stuff, and he loves to drink. Okay, maybe he doesn't love to drink. He's an alcoholic, and that's how he gets through his pain of losing the one he loves. But he hasn't lost the one that loves him. He never will, because that's me. Yeah, he gets drunk and causes trouble. He's Aaron's master. He's the one that Aaron is working for. Aaron was supposed to be spying on him, but Aaron didn't even realize that he was a spirit. Like, Aaron did a horrible job. Yeah, so that's Lul. We have to move on. That's all our main characters, so let's talk about humans. Okay, here's some random humans. Mortal little dudes. So we got Don Danes. Don Danes is human. Yeah. He was set up on a date with Juliet by Juliet's mother, and he very quickly realized that she's a lesbian, way before she did. He is an ally, and we love Don. He works for a cat. A cat is his boss. I think that's neat. His mom's a gambler. I know that too. And his name is not Don, but that's all spoilers. Edith Wellen. We've mentioned Edith a little bit. I only have her here because I have her picture. She's Juliet's mom. She's awful. She's an awful lady. She's very controlling. Eat the rich, you know? She's the rich. That's it. I just had a picture of her, and I wanted to be like, oh, look, Edith. Okay, other humans. Okay, we're going to go down the list and see if any of these are important. Bernard Wellen. Juliet's dad. He has way too much money. Celea. She is Selene's mom. She's the ambassador between humans and dragons. She's very cool. I like her. Yeah, 10 out of 10. We like Celea. Nora. Nora is who is Nora? Nora is a girl that lives in Tia. She lives with her sister Jana. That's it. There's not much to them. We got Durin. Durin is Celea's son. He lives in the mountain. He's Selene's brother. Selene hasn't really met him often. He's very shy, traumatized child. We got Maud Morningstar of the Morning Star. I fucking love Maud. Okay, shit. Swearing for Maud, but like I love Maud. Maud is amazing. She's a newsie. No, not a newsie. She's a news reporter, and I love her. We got Lottie. She makes dresses. We got Miriam. Miriam is a teenager that was living in the capital of Shadow and Light in book 1. Doesn't really show up until book 2. We got Vera, Miriam's friend. We got Lenora. Lenora is not her name. She's a goth child who goes by the name Lenora. We got Clyde, and we got Stanley. You know, my favorite Avo character, Stanley. All right, let's go to Angels, mostly exiles or Aaron's family. So Angels, what do we got? We got Mirelle, Aaron's grandma. She's super cute. We love Mirelle. She's under house arrest for reasons not specified in the book as of yet, so we'll just say for reasons. She secretly gave up her powers as the Wind Sage. She completed the reunion that Luna and Feria initially went to. They went to it together, and then afterwards, Mirelle was put under house arrest for reasons, and she secretly gave up her powers to Aaron so that he could have them. And she married a spirit. She was married to the spirit of the star, Tenorar, as I mentioned before, but he died. So sorry, she's now a widow. And she loves her grandson, and she writes him letters. She writes him all the letters. She loves him. They're 10 out of 10. We got Leo Truind. Leo is her brother. He is much older than her, and he is older than he's older than a few spirits, and he is older than the Books of Avo. But yeah, he's old. I think he's like 8,000 years old or something like that. Anyways, he's Aaron's great uncle and Mirelle's brother. He's older than some spirits, as I have mentioned. He raised Aaron after his exile. So after Aaron was exiled, he was brought to Leo, and Leo raised him up on the farm. He also raised Sindrith. Who is Sindrith? We'll get to Sindrith, but that's Aaron's cousin. He raised him as well after he was kind of exiled. And Leo doesn't have wings, but he isn't an exile technically. In everything, he's basically an exile, but he's not really an exile because he gave up his wings because he didn't like the angels. He gave them up in protest. He went to the gods and had them turn his wings to dust. The Books of Avo weren't complete at the time, so you could kind of do whatever. So he just went to a god and was like, I don't want to be an angel. I give up my light. And they're like, okay, you can give up your light, but like that won't make you an elf. And he was like, it's fine. I want none of it. And so he gave up his wings. Yeah, because the angels are elves that ascended when given the light of the star. Like they chose it, and he is like the descendant of the first angels, so the elves that chose to have the light. And he was like, this is gay and weird, so screw that. I'm sorry, I use gay all the time. It's because I'm gay. But yeah, he gave up his wings because like he didn't want to be with the angels. He was like, ew, gross. No thank you. And honestly, seeing the way the angels are, I get it. Sindrith, Aaron's cousin, half human, half angel. His mother was a human, his father was an angel, and he was born. And we love him. He had his wings removed when he was a baby so that he could be in hiding. So he was given to Leo for his safety, and he's lived his entire life on the farm where no one can find him because being a half angel is not allowed. The angels are very protective of their bloodlines. Gross. Oh, and Sindrith is a very loud character, despite being hidden. He just talks and talks and talks. He's never had social interaction, so he just like talks to all of the deer and stuff. But yeah, so that's Sindrith. Next, we have the other angels. So we got Miethriel Truind, who is the other sibling of Leo and Morel. She lives on the star. She is the great-grandmother of Sindrith, but she is unaware that he is alive, which is good because she is a blood purist. Tiam. We're not going to talk about Tiam. Soriel, that is Aaron's mother. She still exists. I didn't write his dad down. His dad's dead, but he still exists. Arth. We mentioned Aaron's dad. Arch-Councilman Ire. So he is basically the leader of the... What is that read? He is the leader of the Angels. Awful person. Yeah, fascist. And then we have Miss Birdie. I love Miss Birdie. Miss Birdie is a drag queen exile living in the capital of Light and Shadow. She is dating Victor Wolf. On to spirits. I guess back around to spirits. So these are some of the spirits that we missed while I was running through them. So here's some ones with pictures. We got Lenora, Spirit of Death. So she looks cool. She dated Lul. And she died for betraying Italo. She died for betraying Italo, guys. That's all there is to her, honestly. I kind of hate Lenora, I'll be real. She's the worst. She just looks cool. Ugh, I hate her. I can't even get into it. We got Carvel, Spirit of Mind. I kind of like Carvel. She is a resident of Mira Atala, so she lived in the Mirage, and she lives in the Atalo Spire, and she's like a mom. She mommed Tria. When Tria was a little girl, she grew up without her dad because her dad was trapped away, and she could only see him in her dreams, and her mom was murdered or in hiding. But Carvel was her mom, and she mommed all over her. And she can read minds. That's cool. We got Vasette, Spirit of Dreams. I love Vasette. He's missing half of his face because, you know, he got his half of his face bashed in because of Atalo's anger, because he struck all of his spirits, and Vasette is one of his spirits. And Vasette is the Spirit of Dreams, and his face like cracked kind of like a pot. So he wears a mask to cover it because he's very embarrassed, and all sorts of like things just come out of his face, like snakes and cats and stuff. It's just kind of like surrealness coming out of it unless he puts his mask on. He lives in the Mirage with Carvel and Grim, and he can enter the real world, but he only does so as a coyote. And he can enter people's dreams as anything he likes. And he's really confused by causality. He doesn't like being in the real world. He prefers the Mirage and dreams. He just, in the real world, he is a coyote and he just whines. We got Aurora, Spirit of Lust. We already saw her feet. They were on Lul's neck in that one picture. She's a baby, and Lul's friend. That's kind of it. She's a sweetums. She's part of the baddie team, but she has her doubts. And she just wants all of her friends to be happy. And she lost her eye because of, Atalo's anger. Everyone loves Aurora. Aurora's great. Then we got Spirit of Life. So, as I mentioned, this is the only light spirit that escaped the prison that Lul put them in. She is a dragon hunter. Her dress is made up of dragon scale that's like crushed up. She hates life. Yeah, she hates what she created. And she betrayed her god and sucked up to Atalo, kissed his little Atalo feet, and was like, I'll fight for you. Like, I don't want to be trapped. And that's how she got into it. And that's why she is not trapped, because she is on Atalo's side. This is Ekoto. He's a little guy. I want to pinch his little cheeks. He owns a speakeasy. It used to be a pub called the Hawk's Paw Pub, but now he owns a speakeasy called the Cat's Fancy. He serves booze to other immortals and humans. He's way more chill with mortals than a lot of other spirits because he created all of the beasts, and beasts live even shorter than like humans. So he's got a soft spot for it. He collects a lot of artifacts. He's a bit of a hoarder. He just sees things that are like special from old times, and he keeps them in his building. And he's nice to talk with because he is a bartender. Well, I guess he doesn't really tend the bar much. He kind of just sleeps on the bar and has other people do it, but he has the bartender talky part down. Next we have Nikki, Spirit of Confusion. I don't know why we're going back to the Dark Council, but here she is. She was the one that burned down the goddess's forest. She is super gung-ho to be friends with Atalo and stuff. Despite her being on Atalo's council, she wasn't scarred because she is a shapeshifter. There was no scar that he could leave upon her. so she doesn't have one. She was the black dragon. She is the only black dragon. Anything she turns into, she usually picks kind of like a black color palette because she's edgy and we love her. She's crazy. I love Nikki. Everyone's right to love Nikki. She's a villain, but she slays. In like, you know, I guess a lot of villains slay. Like Italo slayed. Anyways, moving on. Got Amelia. Look at this picture of Amelia I found. She's fluffy. She lives in the Goddess's Grove, so she's spirit of spring. She's younger than Leo. She's younger than Leo. I know that. She's one of the youngest spirits. She's very optimistic, and while her god is like, oh, the world is over, the elves are dead, she's like, I don't think so. I think there's lots of good things in the world. And, you know, good for you, Amelia. Good for you. She is the youngest earth spirit, as I just mentioned. Anyways, I think this is our last one. Our last, but certainly least, Allura, spirit of virtue. She is the opposite of Lul. Like I said, all the light spirits are like, they have their shadows, because the light spirits came first. So Allura came first. Ursula drew her hair the wrong color. It's supposed to be black, but she's an elf, and I can't talk about her, but I absolutely adore her. Yeah, exactly. Can't talk about her much. I love her. She's just trying her best. She's just falling apart. She's not staying together. She reminds me of Aaron, honestly. I guess they serve similar roles or whatever. Nah, Aaron's way less together. Anyways, that is Avo. No, it's not. Frick. She's not the last. There's still more Avo. We have Luna Deadwood. Misk is just elves. Okay, it's just going to be elves, guys. So she is the 8th daughter of the moon spirit. That's why there's a moon there, because I couldn't find a picture of Luna. I'm surprised Ursula's never drawn Luna. She's an elf. So she's the 8th daughter of Serena. She betrayed the elves for Italo, as I mentioned. She fooled the sages so that Italo could return. And she had a daughter with Italo, who is Tria, who we already met. And she was killed by Feria and Rain. We didn't mention Rain. Rain is dead. Rain is the water sage. She died in her fight with Luna. Oh wait, it's not all elves. We got Fidget, who is a fox. It's not actually a fennec fox. This is a picture of a fennec fox. I don't have any pictures of Fidget either. Like, how dare Ursula have not drawn Fidget? They're like a toy, like in Avo, like the foxes are like our equivalent of cats, because they don't really have cats. They have Ekato, but he's like a guy and not a cat. They've got like miniature foxes that use like litter boxes and stuff, and they're like domestic. They're not like our foxes, obviously. So she's like a little pink kind of leucistic fox. I'm getting way too into this. They're called a Carolyn fox, so that's what she is. And she was a present from Selene to Astler, and then she went missing. Where did she go? And then we have Rennie. Rennie has no brain. I bet this dog that I'm using here also has no brain. Okay. Bark. Sindrith in dog form. Yeah, loud bark, no brain. But also, on a symbolic level, Rennie is a lot like Sindrith, because Rennie is a mix between a herding dog and a fancy angel breed of dog, a Tenerar hound. So some angel brought their dog to town, and their dog went to town on like a mutt, and then they had puppies. Yeah, Rennie's mom was drowned for it, but Leo saved one of the puppies because he found them all dead, except Rennie, and they raised up Rennie, and we love Rennie. It's a metaphor. Other characters. Okay, this is probably the last slide. So, Drac, we can't talk about him. He's an elf. Chroma, also an elf. They're both dead. I can assure you of that. They're both dead because they're elves. But they were in the past. There's some past characters. Cress, also an elf. Ailey, not an elf. She is a Mirren. She is a Mirren girl who lives in one of the villages, because Mirren representation. I only have one Mirren character. Rain, we know who Rain was. She was an elf. She was the Sage of Water. And now on to Sovereign, the most amazing comic ever. That's like an actual subheading. Can you believe Sovereign came out originally August 14th, 2012? That's when my first webcomic came out. My very first webcomic. Yep, that's what Sovereign is. First one me and Ursula ever made together. Ursula technically has more webcomics than me because she started with her own comics on Smack Jeeves. Yes, I'm calling her out. It started as an RP between me and Ursula when we were in high school. That's very cool. A roleplay. There was one other person in the Sovereign roleplay who was a friend of ours. Never forget Jen, the secret third member of McKay and Gray. Many of the characters actually got cut from the story. We're gonna try and I went through the annals to try and find a bunch of characters that went missing, and that mainly occurred because Sovereign was way bigger than I wanted it to be. At like 500 pages, I didn't want to do 500 more, so I just rushed the ending. So that's the secret about Sovereign. It's a very silly story about pirates, about sky pirates specifically, and I'm sure we'll get into it with the very first character, Elias. Elias is a mage. He is the ambassador to the Dark Kingdom, of the Dark Kingdom, not to the Dark Kingdom. He is from the Dark Kingdom. He is an ambassador. And what an ambassador is not an ambassador between nations, but an ambassador between humanity and the gods. So basically, the ambassadors are meant to communicate with the gods and bring their divine message to the world, but no one's done that in forever. The ambassadors are all mages. I don't know if I bring that up in my points at all, but they are all mages, and they have these really cool tattoos that were super great decisions on our part for a comic where you had to repeatedly draw them. Elias's parents died when he was very little, but that's kind of his defining feature. Though I guess I don't know if it's a super defining feature considering other aspects of the story where everyone's parents are dead, but you know, that's the little part about him. He was raised by his advisor, Olivia. She has crazy long hair. That's her defining feature. And Elias was captured by pirates. He ends up captured by pirates at the very beginning of the story. He's celebrating his 16th birthday. He's going to be coronated and get the final tattoo. Like, they get tattoos throughout their life. They slowly get more and more because mages basically are full of magic and they need the tattoos in order to let the magic out of their body. He's getting his last one because he is 16 and his parents are dead and he's the only ambassador left in his kingdom. So get a move on, buddy. Time to be coronated. But not actually, because you get captured by pirates. But it is fine that he is captured by pirates, you see, because it was actually a good thing. We'll get into that in a bit. This is Raelle. Raelle is the pirate queen of the pirates, self-proclaimed. Doesn't actually really mean anything, but she is a pirate and she wants to be liked by the kingdom. And what better way to be liked by the kingdom than to capture the ambassador, right? Well, no, like she kind of has a plan, but like actually she doesn't, because plans are stupid. She hates plans. She is all about gumption. She gets it in her little head that she's going to capture the ambassador and it's a good thing to do so, and she hecking does it. Yes, she captures Elias to save him because there's a plot to murder Elias, and in order to save him, she swoops in on her flying airship and saves Elias. And she hates women. Bit of a non sequitur, but it is a very big part about Raelle's personality. I must admit, she is a big woman hater. She is not like other girls. Yeah, Raelle was made by our friend Jen. She was like Jen's character. Ursula's character was Elias, and my character was the amazing Zoltar. Zoltar is the most amazing man alive to have ever existed. I really like these characters, don't I, that are like self-centered, self-aggrandizing. I don't know why, because Zoltar was definitely one of my favorite characters. He used to have like a Lul position in my heart. Not so much anymore. I still love him, but he doesn't resonate the way that Lul does. I think it's just because Lul is like a deeper character than Zoltar. He eats candles. Yeah, he's a magician, and one of his tricks is where he eats candles. I don't really know what the trick is. If there was one, I forgot it long ago, but yeah, he He's a magician who eats candles. He ran away to join the circus when he was just a little guy. He didn't like the life that he had, so he ran away to go eat candles at the circus. And the life that he ran away from is the life of an ambassador. I know, spoilers, a big major plot turn in the story, but it's been long enough. This came out in 2012. If you haven't read Sovereign, that's probably because I haven't put it up in a while. But yes, Zoltar is the lost heir of the Fire Kingdom. There's actually 2 of each kingdom, confusingly. They each had their own special names, and they would like the ambassadors from one nation would marry the ambassadors from another nation. Like, that was kind of how it worked. So yeah, Zoltar is from one of the Fire Kingdoms. It's actually the first Fire Kingdom that they visit on their journey. And that's why he's nervous when he's there, but it's never brought up because I wasn't great at writing when it first came out. He was cursed by a witch also. That's a very important thing. What never gets brought up in the comic is how his curse works. The curse was supposed to affect Zoltar's emotions, okay? Because, like, he has his assistant Eris, spoilers, like who feels pain whenever he's separated from Zoltar. He starts bleeding out his ears and stuff. Like, it's awful. And Zoltar is supposed to feel the emotions. So Zoltar was supposed to very quickly be cured of this curse. But Zoltar is so obstinate that he didn't get cured, because instead of being like, oh, I won't leave because a child will be hurt if I leave, he just kidnapped the child. He was 16 at the time. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. It probably makes it better, but it's still not a great situation. Anyways, here's Eris. So Eris is Zoltar's assistant. He is a little goober who was kidnapped by Zoltar. Instead of breaking their curse, Zoltar just took him on an adventure with him, and the adventure never ended. Yeah, so like I said, cursed by a witch, and he just wants to go home. He's a very grumpy guy. Yeah, he's just a super grumpy little dude. I would be too if I was kidnapped by some smelly teenager. I think he was like 10 or 12 when he was kidnapped. He hasn't been home since. And he's like 16 now. Yeah, because he's the same age as Elias. Moving on, here's Basil. Basil is the first mate of the pirate crew. He's very annoyed by Arael all the time. She really gets his goat. She never plans, and he is all about plans, and they cannot strike a balance. He grew up with Rael. They've known each other a very long time, and he has a huge crush on her. He blushes all the time when he thinks about Rael. The next is Percy. Percy is a soldier that works for the Dark Kingdom, Elias's kingdom specifically, because as I mentioned, there are 2 Dark Kingdoms. And his mother died in what is known as the Seaside Shipwreck, or the Seaside Kingdom Shipwreck. I forget what it is specifically, but it's also where Elias's parents died. Yes, it was a big shipwreck that happened. Bandits took over the ship and crashed it, and Percy's mom tried to stop it, but she was shot dead. And yeah, that sucks for Percy. He hates pirates. I wonder why. And he has uncle issues. We might get into them. Next, we have Edvard. He is gay. Very gay. He used to be a soldier like Percy was. You might notice that there's a lot of blondes and stuff here, and that's because they're all living in like the Light and Dark Kingdom area. Like all of like the people in the Dark Kingdom are like, they have like white hair, and they're very pale because they only go out at night. And like, I think that was kind of the deal with all of the dark mages. Being a mage like affected like your different like proclivities or whatever. We never got into that in the story. And then there's like non-mages who kind of blur the lines or whatever. I don't think mages are supposed to like date outside of like their type of mage. Like you can date like any human, like any non-mage you want, but you're not supposed to date other mages, and there's like taboo. It's taboo. You're not supposed to do that. But anyways, I got off track. This is Edvard, and he's a gay ex-soldier, and he wants to get Percy to see his side of things, because he doesn't think that all pirates are bad, and he thinks that the soldiers are kind of bad. And he likes his snazzy pirate clothes. So that's Edvard. The next we have is Albert, another pirate. RRR. He talks like a pirate, like way too much. He says like R every other word. It's a lot, but we still love him. We love Albert. He mistakes Eris for Elias. So when they're kidnapping Elias, Albert mistakenly grabs Eris. That's how Zoltar and Eris end up on this adventure to begin with, is when Albert is like, oh, that must be Elias, and captures the other pasty boy. Yeah, so that's that. He's the ship's cook. He also does like dishes and cleaning. He's like a mom pirate, and he is accident prone, as you can tell from his missing eye. Edvard has an eye patch, but he's not missing an eye. He just uses it to see in the dark. It's like a strategy from being part of like being from the Dark Kingdom or whatever. But Albert is missing an eye, he's missing a leg, and he's missing a hand. So, you know, accidents. This is Olivia. We mentioned Olivia before. She is Elias's mom figure, not his actual mom because his parents died, but she raised Elias in their stead when they died. She thinks Elias is a super hecking weenie. She doesn't care for him much, and she berates him and is a bad mom. Not all mom figures are good moms. The main reason why she dislikes Elias is she was promised Elias's spot on the throne before he was born. So basically the way that it works is you're supposed to marry... How does it work? You're supposed to marry one of the other mages from the other kingdom. So like there's 2 dark kingdoms, so you're supposed to marry one of you will move into that kingdom, and then your other sibling is supposed to move. 2 of the ambassadors switch over and marry each other's sibling, and if they are both the same gender, if it lines up like they're both the same gender, they still have to get married, and then they have a child with one of their advisors. But because Elias's parents weren't able to have a child, Olivia ended up promised the space instead because she was like a high-ranking advisor. But Elias then happened to be born because of reasons, and she got really pissed at that. She's the meanie. We're moving on. This is Gracie. Gracie is Rael's rival. She is a bandit. She's the bandit leader and not a pirate. The difference between a pirate and a bandit is whether or not you have a pirate ship. It's a very simple world. She has a little girl gang. They're all great. A great counterpoint to Rael's boy gang. Gracie is for the girls. This is Crazy Jim. He was a doctor on the seaside shipwreck. He ended up stranded on a desert island, and he went crazy, hence the name Crazy Jim. He lives in a barrel, and the barrel is his wife. Okay, Crazy Jim is a confusing character that is not my brainchild, okay? He came from the RP, and this was before I knew how to trim things from the RP, and I don't know if I would trim Crazy Jim from the RP. That said, there's a lot I do not understand about Jim. He is not truly my OC. I just adopted him, and his wife is his barrel. I believe that his actual wife died, and he was hallucinating when he was stranded, and it was like a Wilson type scenario, and he named the barrel his wife and treated her as his wife, and now he just lives in a barrel, I think. The pirates were not my doing. He's a weirdo. He's a little freak. Anyways, this is Layson. Speaking of little freaks, he is Percy's uncle. He hates Percy. He is Olivia's bootlicker. He doesn't like Percy because Percy reminds him of his sister who died. This is Crossian. Crossian is Elias's buddy. They're buddies. He is the Light Kingdom ambassador. He's kind of stupid. There's not much. He's like a huge jock, and he loves the ladies, despite the fact that he is engaged because he is an ambassador and he has to marry a specific lady. He's not above flirting with everyone he meets until he gets married. Yeah, arranged marriage, like I said. This is Bennett. Speaking of arranged marriages, She is the fire ambassador, and she is married to Robert, Ambassador Robert. And she was supposed to marry Zoltar, actually, but he ran away. She ripped his book. He was a big, avid book reader, and she ripped his book, and he bit her, and he ran away from home, and no one's ever seen him since. We can't blame Bennett, but also don't rip people's books, guys. This is Girl Robert. Her real name is Annabelle the Extraordinary. Okay, I guess that's not her real name. Her real name is Annabelle, and she is extraordinary. She ran away to join the circus, another circus freak. Sorry. She ran away to join the circus because her mom was dying, and she didn't want to be there when her mom died. She was really scared of that, so she ran away to the circus, and her brother doesn't want her to come back because he was really upset by her abandoning them, even though she was kind of like a kid when this happened. She's in love with Zoltar because Zoltar and her ran away to the same circus, and she became infatuated with him, and he nicknamed her Robert. This is Rabbit Robert. She is a bunny. She's Zoltar's pet, and she lives in his pockets. He has a whole bunch of pockets on his coat, and she lives in them. In the real world, you shouldn't shove bunnies in your pocket, and it probably wouldn't be a good life, but this is a magical fantasy world, you know? So Rabbit Robert, we love her. This is Boy Robert. He's the fire ambassador. Zoltar calls like everybody Robert. All of his friends were Robert because he missed his brother, basically, is the story behind that. Because he did like his brother. And Robert ended up marrying Bennett instead of Zoltar. He's a sweet little guy. This is Freya. Freya is a witch, which means she uses magic without being a mage. She helped Elias be born by helping her master. Okay, she had a master who used his witch powers to help Elias be born because they were having trouble having a child. And witch magic has a lot to do with like prayers to the gods and stuff, which is like a theme throughout a lot of my work, and definitely the least fleshed out within Sovereign. Yes, so she's a witch. She is the one who cursed Zoltar. She is flabbergasted when she meets them again that he is still cursed, because she thought this curse would last like an hour. But Zoltar is just so obstinate and a doofus that it has been going on for 6 years, and he has yet to put himself above another person. She is the keeper of the Dark God's amulet. So long time ago, all of the gods left behind artifacts with like immense powers and stuff. And some gods were a lot more stingy than others. So the Dark God left like a single amulet behind. And Freya was able to obtain this amulet through her master and like her studies or whatever. Whereas the Wind God left like a whole bunch of artifacts, and those cores are used to make flying ships. Ambassadors. Okay, so I was looking through the annals, as I mentioned, and I found a list of every single ambassador, and we're going to go through them, and I'm going to see if I remember anything about these people, because this is just a list of names, and there's so much lore to Sovereign that just got lost to history. So let's see. Ishka. Ishka is a wind ambassador. He was the wind ambassador, and he is arranged to be married soon. The interesting fact about the wind kingdoms is that one is in like a dry, hot desert, and the other is in a freezing desert. So Ishka is living in the hot desert, I believe, and yeah, I think that's the case. Ulrich is also a windy boy. I think Ishka is leaving, whereas Ulrich is staying behind. Ulrich is going to get married within the hot desert. Ishka has to move to the cold one. That doesn't make sense, actually. I'm not sure. Moving on. Anari is Ishka's wife. Anari has to marry Ishka. I just thought, for some reason, I thought that Anari moved and she wasn't dealing with the heat well from being from like the cold kingdom. Something like that is sticking out in my head, but I don't I don't know for sure, because these are just names, and I'm trying to remember something I wrote like over a decade ago. But yeah, that's a Nari. Dern, I have no clue who this guy is. I think he's a water. I think he's a water ambassador. Letta, yeah, I think he's a water ambassador, and Letta is his sister. Verna. Wait, maybe they're Earth ambassadors. Wait, one more. If Faye. Okay, I think Dern and Letta were water ambassadors. I think Verna and Faye are Earth ambassadors. Gilda, I have no clue who this is. Kijin, she shows up in the very first section of Sovereign. She has like short hair and she's in green. So she's like the Earth ambassador. Dillian, no idea. Faye, we already had that. I wrote that twice. Evelyn, I think Evelyn is the younger sister of Crossian's fiance. Leticia? She is Crossian's fiance. Oliver is interesting because Oliver is Zoltar's other brother. He has a second brother because after Zoltar disappeared, they had another kid to replace him, and that is Oliver. So Robert ended up needing to marry Bennett, and then Oliver ended up marrying the girl that Robert was initially betrothed to. Yeah, that's Meredith. Meredith is the girl that Oliver has to marry. Sella, no idea. Merle, wait. Fausto. Okay. Sella is the girl that Elias has to marry. Merle is her brother, because there's supposed to be two ambassadors, but Elias is alone. Fausto is... oh my god. I think Fausto is Crossian's brother. Soterios is Ishka's brother, so he is a wind ambassador. He's like a little guy, and he's supposed to marry Ulrich, and they were like gay married. I remember that. Kia is a water ambassador, and that's it. Okay. I tried my best. We're moving on to Old Man Elias. So this is the only picture I have of Old Man Elias. He was Freya's master. He is Elias's namesake because he helped them out. He helped Elias's parents have Elias in the first place, and they named him after him. This is Elias's mom. She's dead. She seems nice. Moving on. This is Elias's dad. He also seems nice. He is also dead. This is Percy's mom. She's Lason's sister, and she's dead. This is Rael's dad. He was the king of the pirates. He worked for the Dark Kingdom, really inspired Rael. He was a bit of a womanizer, lots of ladies, but he ended up taking care of Rael when her mom died. Well, he at least tried to. After a while, he found that he just wasn't stable enough to be a dad, so he left Rael with Basil's family so that they could take care of him. But then he died. Yeah, he went away one day and he died. Moving on, this is Basil's parents. They are alive. This is Honeydew. He exists. I think he's married to a mage. He is like an admiral, I believe, but he's not really aware of Olivia's plot to murder Elias. This is Chester. He's a Dark Kingdom soldier. He ends up touching the Dark God's amulet, and yeah, that doesn't go well for him. Other characters. We got the bandits. We got the bandit gang. They were all unique characters at some point, but I have since forgotten. All of the pirates I also forgot. There's like a whole other like band of... well, there's the entire crew that exists. I believe they were all named after like different spices, but again, like I've forgotten. I've got Eris's family, which is kind of interesting. Eris has 4 brothers. One set of twins, one older brother who's moved away and has started a family, and then another brother who's like slightly younger than that brother. And their dad is dead, I believe. And his mom is the one that knitted his scarf, which is very sweet. Anyways, let's go on to Pretty Mouth. So Pretty Mouth, what is Pretty Mouth? Oh god, what is Pretty Mouth? Pretty Mouth is a BL horror comic. It goes off the rails very quickly. I guess we're going right into it. So this is Evan. What can be said about Evan? He is a homophobe. Yeah, that's true. He ends up having a one-night stand with a guy named Rizzo. Evan's like the main character. He's our homophobic gay. He has a one-night stand with Rizzo. He thinks Rizzo's a freak because Rizzo is a monster. Meanwhile, Evan has 3 mouths. He has one mouth on his neck, he has his regular mouth, and then he has a horrifying mouth on his chest. But Rizzo's the freak, not Evan. He was cursed by a guy named Ira. We will get into that eventually. So this is Rizzo. Rizzo is a monster. He is also his sweetheart. He is the son of Eldritch Goop. Yeah, so Rizzo, one night stand with Evan, and he just wants to help Evan. You know, Evan acts like a complete ass to him, and all Rizzo wants to do is help. You know, like, Rizzo has terrible self-esteem because he was bullied as a child. I think people have a natural distrust for him because of being a goop monster. In the Pretty Mouth world, people are not aware that monsters exist at all. I think, like, Rizzo is just kissing Evan or whatever, learns that he has extra mouths, and is like, oh cool, another monster, finally someone who gets me. But then Evan behaves awful to him and treats him like trash. So Ramona is cursed to be a mouth on Evan's neck. Like, her body is like unconscious somewhere and her mouth is on Evan's neck, and that's where her consciousness resides. She is a babe, and she is really nice to Rizzo. She's very thankful for his help. I think it's easier to be the bigger person when you are the one that doesn't have a body. She is Ira's ex, actually. So the guy that cursed him, yeah, that's her ex. Next we have Alicia. She is Evan's childhood friend. They're co-workers, they work at a grocery store together, and she doesn't know anything about monsters. She just knows that her friend's been acting weird lately, and she's trying to, like, not pry too much, but also kind of wants to pry, and, like, yeah, things are awkward between them. But she always supports her little buddy. The next character is Silver. Silver can see everything. Like, that's her big thing. She's like, I can see everything. And the reason she can see everything is she got attacked by Goop. And when she was attacked by Goop, she acquired a whole bunch of eyes. The reason that she's wearing the bag on her head is that her face is horrific. It is body horror. There are eyes everywhere. And some of those eyes are magical and allow her to see the unseeable. Yeah, and she's being followed around by a witch. The reason that the witch is following her is because Silver is the only one that's able to see her. After acquiring these magical eyes, she is able to see the witch, and the witch is trying to use Silver for her own gain. Oh. So Ira is Ramona's ex. Ira's also Evan's ex. Yeah, he cursed both of them. He was cheating on both of them with each other, and then he cursed them and merged them together. He is a witch, and he is a witch of Hal the Trickster, which we will get into. And I think we'll get into a little more about Ira's backstory. Yes. So this is Ira's mother. She is also a witch. Well, they weren't really... I guess you could say they were both witches at the same time. She tortured her daughter to please her god Hal, because Hal is attracted to human suffering, and it grants its power to those that align with it, I suppose. She turned her daughter into soup, and she groomed Ira into being the next witch. And that's why Ira is such a messed up little guy. He has always been in the position of becoming the witch of the trickster god, and it really messed him up. Eventually, she dies. She exits the mortal coil of her own accord because she does not want to be stuck as a witch, because it actually kind of sucks to be a witch. This is Ira's dad. He helped his mom in the worshipping of Hal. He was just like kind of an assistant in all of this. and he ends up dead as well. You know, you can read. This is Ira's little sister. She grew up in a cage in the basement. I'm going through this so fast, but oh my god. When I was collecting all this info, I was like, oh my god, I forgot about Ira's whole backstory. What the hell is this? But yeah, so she grew up in a cage in the basement. She was stuck with Hal. Hal lived in the basement with her. You can see like the bites on her arm or whatever. She was just kind of tormented and used as a pawn to gain more power from Hal. Eventually, she was put out of her misery, and she was turned into soup and fed to her brother. This is Evan's mom. Okay, away from the Ira family. Whew, we escaped it. Evan, I can't believe you dated that man. And oh my god, no wonder you got cursed. Anyways, Evan's mom, I'm sure she's nice. No, she's a homophobe. she's not good. She kicked Evan out when he was a teenager, and he went right to Ira. Ira found him after he had just been kicked out, and he took Evan in, and Evan lived with him, and then Evan ended up cursed. So thanks, Mom. She now thinks Evan's doing great and has a girlfriend and everything's all better. He is like, oh yeah, I have a girlfriend named Ramona, but he doesn't. He just has a mouth on his neck. This is Ethan. He's Silver's brother. Looks kind of familiar. I don't know. This is Alice. She's Silver's sister. After her sister dies, did I mention that Silver dies? You should have assumed, I guess. So yeah, Silver being followed around by that witch or whatever, like, starts to do its bidding. Doesn't end well for her. She ends up dead. And after her sister dies, Alice just starts drawing eldritch abominations all the time. She's a very important character. This is Hal, the trickster. Like a portion of his mouth. He is an eldritch monster. He is attracted to sadism. He is a sadistic god made of flesh. He's kind of based on like a spider. He's like a flesh spider, and he exchanges his power for torture. This is the witch. We have mentioned her. She is Hal's original witch. She's the OG. She is the one that corrupted Hal with her own sadistic desires. So the way that monsters work in this world is that monsters like inherently don't have their own desires. They just slowly get infected by the humans, the witches. Witches are kind of like, witches are humans, and humans will infect monsters with their desires and like change them. So Hal slowly became corrupted by her own like sadism, and that's why he is what he is, and like she remains an influence on him, and that's why he ended up with the desires that he had, and why he only shares his power in the way that he does, is he is corrupted by this witch, and she used to be a human herself. Eventually, she was sacrificed to the consumption, so she's very old, and she was in a village, and she was capturing girls and tormenting them, and eventually they figured out that she was the one that was doing it. She was like disfiguring people, and so she gets caught, and they drag her to the Consumption, who is another monster. He is the goop monster, actually. We mentioned him before. He's the one that gave Silver all the eyes. So they take her and they threw her into the goop. And in the process, she lost her face. The goop took her face, took her eyes from her, and banished her from existence. And that's why no one's able to see her until Silver gets the magical eyes. Yeah, like Silver's the only one that's able to see her. Her plan is to kill the Consumption and regain her connection to Hal. Like, she's been following Ira's family around, and just, she's been like distanced from Hal, and she wants her power back. Like, that's her whole deal. R.I.P. Silver. This is the Consumption. He's a goop. He's a goop dude. He's an eldritch being. He's liquefied corpses. He's just like a whole bunch of dead together. Bleh. He is an embodiment of humanity's insatiable greed. And like when he starts eating something, he wants more and more and more. It's a little spirited away now that I think about it. But yeah, that's kind of what he's like. And he's actually Rizzo's dad, which is cool. Like, he has chilled out so much since becoming a dad. Rizzo is just such a sweetie, and like that has just affected him, and he's not as much of a insatiable monster thing anymore. He's kind of chilled. He's kind of a cool guy. He loves his son. We love Monster Dad. Did we do it? Yes. Oh my god. Oh, okay. We made it through Pretty Mouth, guys. We're on to the Magpie. So this is the Magpie. And I actually really like this comic. I'm still working on it right now. The Magpie is a prequel to Pretty Mouth, so a lot of what we just talked about does apply to this. Monster Dad is in it. He's in the prologue. He has some effects on the story, so remember Monster Dad. You better, because I put him at the end on purpose. And yeah, I just really like it. I'm still working on it. This is as spoiler-free as I can make it. So this is Amanda. She is trapped in a town called Pinewood, which is like a northern Ontario city, very cold, freezing. She's noticed that if she tries to leave, she ends up right back in Pinewood again. It's very cold. Oh wait, no, I think that's about her personality. She's a very cold person, very guarded, very to herself. And she's being courted by an elder god. She doesn't know it at the beginning of the story, but very quickly, an elder god starts making the moves on her. This is Trixie, our other main character. She's the new girl in town. Her mom recently died, unfortunately. It's very sad. She's a lesbian, which is very fortunate for her. She's an optimist. She is here to help Amanda solve mysteries. She very quickly takes a liking to Amanda, who is also a lesbian. It just works out that way, and they work together to unravel the mysteries of Pinewood. And then she kisses Amanda. I didn't realize there would be another point there, but yes, they start dating. This is Dennis Sharp. Dennis is Amanda's dad. He knows about elder gods. He is a witch of the consumption. So the Goop Dad, Monster Dad, he's one of Monster Dad's witches. And he wants to protect his daughter because he knows about elder gods. And he knows that there is an elder god in the town. He became a witch of the consumption when he was very, very young. I think he was 6 years old. He was a tiny man at the time. And he is blind. Yeah, Dennis is blind. It's has to do with how his brain works. It's like I don't know the term right off the top of my head right now, but it's more like a cognition thing. So his eyes can take in information, but his brain can't really process it. So his ability to see is very much affected by like stress levels and things. He has seizures, and it's just not a great time for him. He also he has trouble like mapping things in his head. Like that part is damaged as well. So he fumbles around a bit, and he needs help doing things, which is fine. We all need help sometimes. This is Margie. She is Amanda's mom. She doesn't want to talk about monsters. She has heard mention of it from Dennis, and she has silenced the topic. She's like, no, I'm never hearing this. There's no such thing as monsters. I'm not trapped in a town with an elder god. That's a lie. She teaches grade 2, because this is a Canadian story. It's not second grade, it's grade 2. She's a grade 2 teacher. She is an immigrant. She came to Canada at some point as an adult, I would believe. The story is set in the 80s, and when I first started writing this, I didn't realize how much history research you need to make things make sense, but yeah, she immigrated from India, I believe, and what is on her face is a wine stain, which is like a birthmark. Some people think it's vitiligo, especially when they were first reading when people were first reading the comic and it was like all black and white. People thought it was vitiligo, but no, it is a port wine stain. This is the Magpie. We've alluded to her enough. She is the elder god that traps everyone in Pinewood, ? I mean, it's not confirmed, I don't think, but maybe it is. She has fallen in love with Amanda, and she is a stupid bird. She likes to kind of pontificate. She speaks very flowery. She has very, very flowery language. She wants what she wants. This is Finch. Everyone loves Finch's design, and I agree. It's great design. She is Magpie's current witch. She hides away in the Horde. So the Magpie is a magpie, like a magpie-based thing, and she hoards things. So underneath Pinewood, there's just like a horde of all sorts of stuff and corpses, and that is where Finch lives. She's a very angry, I don't know if you can tell or not yet, but she's a pretty angry lady. She's Chris's little sister. We have not mentioned Chris yet, but we will get into Chris's description very shortly, and she's also Dylan's mom, which we will also get into. This is Chris, Christopher Avery. He is Finch's big brother, and he is Dylan's dad. He's not actually his dad. It's a bit confusing, but they are siblings. They are siblings. He's not Dylan's actual dad. Dylan just calls him his dad. He's actually Dylan's uncle. He kisses Dennis. He is cheating with Dennis. Dennis is cheating on Margie with Chris, because, I don't know, morality is a gray thing, isn't it? Yeah, and he's very overwhelmed. Everyone hates the Averys. They just got bad vibes to them, and Chris is kind of left to his own devices. Dennis is like kind of the first person that doesn't hate Chris for no reason, and I think it's because Dennis, I'm just speculating, I don't know if this is confirmed or not, but I think it's because Dennis is aware of all the monster stuff. That seems to be a bit of an antidote to this whole thinking the Averys are bad for no reason. Speaking of Averys, more Averys, this is Dylan. Dylan is also called Pickle because he's a dill pickle. That's adorable. He's Finch's son. He wants to have a happy family, but the fact that I'm writing that he wants to have a happy family means he doesn't. His mom hates him. His mom yells at him and mistreats him. Amanda takes care of him a lot of the time. She's his babysitter, and she worries about him because obviously he's being neglected and treated poorly. And yeah, he lives in the Horde with his mom. He gets to escape and go to school sometimes, but there's no escape from Pinewood. This is Tammy. Tammy is a girl in Amanda's school. She's a bit of a bully. She's best friends with Amy, and she has a really bad home life. She also thinks Amanda's a bit of a bitch, but, you know, Amanda is a little bit sometimes. This is Amy. Amy is Tammy's BFF. They might be more than BFFs, according to Ursula, but, you know, whatever. Her dad shot her in her face. That's why she looks like that. I think she's still cool, because, like, being disabled doesn't make you a freak. That's just like a side note. Like, some people are, like, so freaked out by Amy and, like, can't get over her. Like, by some people, I mean, like, readers. They're like, why aren't people more freaked out by Amy? Like, well, the reason is that they've known Amy since she was in grade 2 when she got shot. So, like, they've always known Amy, and this is just what Amy looks like. She doesn't really hate Amanda. Amanda feels like she does because, you know, like, Tammy's loud and going bop, bop, bop. But, like, Amy doesn't have anything bad to say about her. She usually communicates through, like, writing things down. Yeah, and this is Samantha. She is Amy's twin sister. Her dad killed her, and she was the more charismatic of the two, but she is gone now. This is Walter Day. He is dating Amy. He got stabbed by a pencil. Wait, that was a while ago. Okay, so basically what happened was that he was making fun of Amy for her sister being dead, and she turned around and stabbed him with a pencil, and then they started dating. That's the order of events. The world of Pinewood is a cruel one, where people just are, like, mean for no reason sometimes. So, spoilers. Do you guys want the spoilers? Like, it does exist within the comic. Like, if you've read book 3, volume 3, you know the spoilers. What do you think? Walter doesn't exist, okay? That's the spoiler. Walter is actually a corpse, because, like, a lot of Pinewood is actually, like, a hallucination created by the Elder God, and Walter is just one of those hallucinations. So he's actually just a corpse that Amy, like, is holding and bringing around with her, and not a real person. This is Hannah Giles. Hannah is Trixie's grandmother. She is a psychologist. She was originally brought to Pinewood because all of the teenagers were going insane. They were going crazy. They called it a snow madness, where they would just go crazy and then they would disappear into the forest and never come back. And all of the teens that disappeared were pregnant teen girls. So yeah, that's why she was here. And she is a member of Book Club. Book Club is a club that Margie is in, and a lot of them are in Book Club. Yeah, so that's her deal. This is Bernadette Giles. She's Trixie's mom. She ran away from home. One day she was with child, and she disappeared into the forest. And she was a bit of a party girl. Hannah just didn't know what to do with her. She is the last teenager to have gone missing in Pinewood. After Bernadette went missing, the snow crazy went away. And she is now dead. This is Deborah McBride. She has a perfect life. She is the mother of Susie, and she is a member of book club. There's not much to be said about Deborah. This is James McBride. I don't have a picture of him because he's never appeared in the comic. He's Debbie's husband. I'm not even sure his name is James. I worry that I just picked up James because it's Silent Hill, but I think he was always named James. Now I'll never know. This is Susan McBride. She's Debbie's daughter. She's in school with Dylan, and Dylan bit her. Here we have Sandra Summers. She's Tammy's mom. She's being abused by her husband, as you can see by her neck. And she is a member of book club. This is Doyle Summers. This is Tammy's dad, Sandra's wife. He abuses her, and he is going crazy. I don't know if you can tell or not. Oh no. Here we have Anna Park. She is Amy and Sammy's mom. She survived her husband's breakdown attack thing, unlike Sammy. And now she is a single mom to Amy. She's also a member of book club. Brett Park, he is Amy's husband. He was a nature photographer, and he moved to Pinewood and just snapped one day and, you know, was talking about needing to get everyone safe. And yeah, then he killed Sammy, and then he also killed himself. Sorry, Brett. Here we have Nana. He's Amanda's grandpa and Margie's dad. He's a nice old man. He's super supportive of his daughter, and he super loves his granddaughter, and he died of hypothermia. Him and Amanda were on a trip to go to a cottage up north, and they never made it. They decided to challenge a snowstorm, and they lost. Here we have Dada. He's Dennis's dad. I have a lot on Dada for no reason. He was an indentured servant when he was a kid. He came to Canada at the age of 7 and was indentured. He was an indentured servant. He worked on a farm. He eventually escaped that by signing up to go into the war effort in World War I. While he was in the trenches, he saw God and went crazy. He saw an elder god, the god. His life has been terrible ever since, filled with like relationships that don't go anywhere. Eventually he kidnaps Dennis, his son, when Dennis is like 4 years old or so. He runs off with him to make him the Witch of the Consumption, because Dada's life is all about trying to find the god that he glimpsed, but he wasn't made a witch by that god. It's very complicated. Regardless, he goes to the Consumption to get information about this, and he forces Dennis to become the Consumption's witch. Then Dennis doesn't like this life, and he asks the Consumption to please let him go. And the Consumption, this is Consumption's arc, you know, like this is the beginning of the Consumption's character arc, where he's like, I don't really want to just like keep a sad little boy trapped here, whatever. So he releases Dennis from the forest or whatever, and this makes Dada freaking pissed. So Dada beats the living shit out of Dennis and subsequently causes his blindness. And then there's a lot of other stuff that happens that would be like spoilers for stuff that I haven't even reached in the comic. So we are going to move on to the Star Eater. We have very little to say about the Star Eater. It is a big god in the sky. It eats stars. Onward. This is Bill. Well, it's actually Dennis sitting beside Bill. Bill was Dennis's first boyfriend. He was a witch to the Star Eater. Bill thought that he went blind one day, but he didn't actually go blind. He just saw everything, connected to the Star Eater, and gained a vision beyond comprehension. And now he can see through time and space. And he breaks up with Dennis because he knows that he's always destined to break it up with Dennis at this moment. And yeah, we feel bad for Bill. I think that's it. Yeah, other than Redacted and Redacted, they're very important characters. I can't talk about them. The Scourge of Ninepoint. Alright, so what is there to say about Ninepoint? It is a very, very big comic. Cats are jerks. And other animals also exist. The basis for it is that it is a story about cat knights where calicos are oppressed. Pointed cats have different powers and stuff. I have lots of videos on it, and I'm sure I'll get into some things. So let's start with the main characters. So we have Marble Blackpaw. He is an Arctic raccoon. He's actually not an Arctic raccoon at all. He is a rare male calico. He is being bullied by all the other raccoons in his village, and he's not really aware that he is actually a cat. Other than that, he's just a little guy. We have Mitzi Duckslayer. She is a young page training to be a knight. She is a propaganda enjoyer. She is so down to murder the calicos and so excited to one day do so. She is applying to be a squire. She got that job application grind, but it has not been going well for her until she finally receives a callback from a knight. And that's kind of where she is in the story. We got Princess Lace. She is a blue-eyed white cat, meaning that she is deaf, and she is in tune with the spirit world. It's based on the fact that blue-eyed white cats tend to be deaf in real life, but basically her soul resides within the spiritual world, and she can enter a spiritual body, and she is unable to hear and fully connect with the real world. Because of this, she is supposed to go to the Temple of White. Young white cats are awoken in the spirit world for their protection, but her parents didn't want to do that because the spirit world is actually kind of a dangerous place, and they wanted to protect her and not allow her to fully awaken in the spirit world for a long time, and she's been kept away in the castle, the Catzel, for her protection. But as of the beginning of the story, she is finally moving to the Temple of White. They can't stop her from awakening. She actually ends up awakening before they realize that she does. We'll get into that a bit later when we discuss other characters. And then our final main character is Princess Ice. She is Lace's little sister. She loves her sister and really doesn't want her to be sent away, and she was not well prepared for this to happen. She's also very fighty, especially with her dad. We're gonna go over characters that have designs. Their relevance will completely vary throughout all of this. Everything is going to vary in level of importance. Don't assume anyone's important. I sometimes flesh out the most random characters. So this is Penny Blackpaw. Okay, she's kind of important. She is the raccoon that adopted Marble. Her life revolves around caring for him. She lives in a village where all the female raccoons live, and the men aren't allowed to enter. Young raccoons, however, are allowed to be in the village, obviously, because they're being raised by their mothers. She is lying to him. She's the one who's told him that he is actually an Arctic raccoon. She just doesn't want to hurt his little heart and tell him that he's actually a cat. She's just kept that to herself, and she thinks this will help him with the whole being bullied and feeling ostracized thing. She's like, no, you're actually a raccoon, I swear. This is Ember Longsocks. He is Marble's stepdad, so he got with Penny after Penny had already adopted Marble. That's why he's his stepdad. He wants Marble to join his gang to become a real raccoon. He knows that he's not a real raccoon. He knows that he's a cat, but Ember sees that in his spirit, in his soul, he's a raccoon, and he wants him to join his gang because raccoons of a certain age, the boys specifically, will join a gang and cause mischief. He is the fiery, passionate leader at the heart of his gang as well. This is Puff. Nothing bad happens to Puff. He is the first member to join Ember's gang. You could almost say it's Puff and his gang, but no, it's Ember's gang, and Puff joined it. He grew up in Penny's village. Yeah, he grew up in the same village as Penny before he went out on his own, whereas Ember is from a distant raccoon village. He's the reasonable one of the group. He keeps things grounded. This is Sprout. He is the youngest member of Ember's gang. He is scared of women, and he is trying his best. He's new to this, and he's doing the best he can. I can't believe this is the only close-up I have of Sprout. Anyways, this is Matches. Matches is also a member of Ember's gang. Puff didn't really want him to join because he's kind of weird, but Ember saw the potential in Matches and invited him in. He finds that Matches is just a great sounding board, and Matches is a nonverbal raccoon. We stand. This is Mrs. Twig. She is an elder in the raccoon village. She has glasses. After fighting Ursula about a 9-point not having glasses, I just realized that she has glasses. She is a master at arguing with boars being male raccoons, and she is a no-nonsense lady. This is Dusty. He is a coyote that is always up to mischief and schemes. He found Marble when he was a kitten, and he was planning to eat him, but instead he sold him to Penny, and Penny went and raised him. He ditched town a little while ago, and just no one has seen him since. This is Sir Feathercatcher the Blue. He is an older knight that accepted to meet with Mitzi, so he is her callback. He spends his life kind of focusing on paperwork. He does the census, where he keeps track of all of like the recent like births and stuff, because like the only calicos that really exist are like children or whatever, so he keeps track of anyone who's having a kitten in certain villages within his like region, and he makes sure that no calicos are born. That's like his thing. He's a paperwork guy. The banality of evil. He's a traumatized cat too. That's why he doesn't get up to much mischief. This is Lady Larkbane. She spends her time hunting calicos that eluded the 9-Point Empire. She busts underground networks of calico traffickers, which sounds like a good thing, but no, she stops people from rescuing baby calicos and sending them to safety. You know, like how Marble was a baby and ended up in a little bundle. She finds people who traffic those bundles and shows them justice. She has no chill. Well, I guess she kind of has chill. His name is Sir Peaches the Cream. He is Larkbane's buddy. He keeps Larkbane from going feral, but he also kills calicos. So why he have to be so cute, guys? This is King Mittens. He is the king of the 9-Point Empire, which sounds super prestigious, but he's not actually in charge. The king is based on descendant lineage, but the queen is chosen by the king to rule the kingdom. There's always been like a female ruler of 9-Point. It's just like the tradition. So he's kind of second in command of 9-Point. And he has a lot of trouble with his daughter Ice. She's just such a rapscallion, and he gets so mad at her. This is Queen Snow. She was selected by Mittens to be the queen. She is a stern kitty and a very strong lady, and she worries about her baby daughters, like maybe a little bit too much. Yeah, she kind of regrets her decision to shield Lace from the spirit world, which has kind of like stunted her development and ability to communicate with the world. But yeah, she's very conflicted on it because she just really doesn't want her daughter having to live in the spirit world. This is Brother Flossie. Speaking of the spirit world, he is a high-ranking member of the Temple of White, the Order of White Cats. He's an odd-eyed cat, so he can communicate with both the physical and spiritual world. Yeah, he's like a go-between. He's a very high-ranking official. He oversees all of the high society white kittens. He looks after them, and he is a very nice man. He's genuinely a nice cat, and one of the first cats we're seeing that doesn't do murder. This is Mr. Buttons. He is a servant of Sir Feathercatcher, and he manages the manor. He keeps all of the servants in line. He is a very, very busy man. No nonsense. You can't get anything past him. He's known Feathercatcher since he was a baby, and he has just always looked after the Feathercatcher manor and will for a good time to come. This is Pepper. Pepper is a page studying to be a knight. He's Mitzi's best friend. He looks like a bidoof, and he's probably not going to make it as a knight. He is put into it because he's a noble kitten of noble birth, but seal points are very common. They don't need knights as much as they used to anymore, so he's probably not going to make it. He's just too sweet, too bidoof. This is Valerian, getting back to when Lace first awoke in the spirit world. She is a calico soul that is in the spirit world. She discovers Lace before the Order does, and spoilers that I'm not actually going to spoil. I just can't. This is Ghost. He's a lilac point, or she is, I forget their gender. They're a lilac point. They're a page, they're cute. They'll be around more. This is Smudge. Smudge was supposed to have a little white smudge on their lip. I don't know what Ursula was doing. They're another page that will be important later, and they're friends with Ghost and Pep, which is such a great pairing of names. Then we have Lady Current, the lilac. She is a teacher. She teaches all of the pages. She focuses a lot on theory. She's like less about the practical skills than like I imagine the other teachers are who do like swordsmanship and stuff. And she is frequently annoyed by Mitzi. Mitzi is always on her. Mitzi is the star student and is always ready to answer questions, even though the teacher doesn't need the answer to the question. She's asking the class, obviously, but I digress. So we're moving on to characters where I don't have pictures for them, but I did find pictures for a lot of them. So let's get into some Aristocats. Nya's evilly. So we got Sir Bearclaw the Black. He is one of the very few black cats that managed to become a knight. He's scrappy. He is an intense kitty. He focuses on his conspiracies. He's very intense and very focused on his conspiracies. And he rescued a noble as a kitten, and that's how he became a knight. He showed his prowess. That is how this scrappy boy became a knight. Next we have Lady Pretzels the Flame. She is a regal cat that is training Squire Quick Whiskers. I realize I didn't get a picture of the scrungly boy. Anyways, so Lady Pretzels is like a relaxed teacher compared to the other knights. The other knights are like way too uptight, and she's just kind of chill. Sir Strudel the Seal, he is a friend of Sir Feathercatcher. He likes food, doesn't do much battle these days. Himalayan. Him not a walkin' much these days. Next we have Lady Macron the Seal. She's a seal point, sent to do investigations. Yeah, that's it. We got Lady Madeline the Blue. She works on the census, much like Sir Feathercatcher does. However, she is a calico sympathizer. Disgusting. She still will kill, however, just to keep her cover and not be like uncovered by the 9-Point Empire, but she helps in smuggling calicos. Now we have Lord Baguette. Lord Baguette owns a slave mine. He imprisons wildlanders, and he's not a pointed cat, so he has no special powers. He's just a very fancy man. Next we have Lady Sparrowheart, the Seal. She's a member of the Royal Guard. She's used to things being peacetimes, and surely nothing bad will happen, because this comic is going to be set during peace times. Lady Sparrowheart will be fine. Lord Lemonloaf the Lynx. He was killed by a polar bear. He is Sir Feathercatcher's boyfriend. Well, he was Sir Feathercatcher's boyfriend. Yeah, but he died and he probably deserved it. Next we have the Temple of White. So I didn't get pictures for this because they're all just white cats. So we're just going to go through them real quick. So we got the kittens, we got Angel. She's a blue-eyed cat. Taffeta, she's like the oldest of the team. I think she's also a blue-eyed cat. Flurry is an odd-eyed kitten. Crystal is a blue-eyed kitten, and then Pearl is a green-eyed kitten. That's it. There's not much extra to it. Brothers and sisters, we have Sister Sugar. I don't remember what her deal is. Brother Cotton is kind of like a lower-end member, I think. Sister Azure is kind of the same. Sister Frost? Oh wait, no, Sister Sugar is high-ranking. Yeah, Sister Sugar is like a high-ranking cat. Up there with Brother Flossie, and she's very strict, and she's close to the queen. Brother Cotton's lower in the rank. Sister Azure as well. I don't remember Sister Floss. I don't remember Brother Swift, I'll be real with you. And Brother Ivory is like a big tough guy. He's like a tough priest. He's like priest but thick. Anyways, other cats. We got Lapis. We got Autumn. We got Mrs. Apricot. We got Patches, Lucky, Minerva, Belle, Cricket, Marmalade, Dot, Radish, Winter, Tulip, Jinx, Beatrice, Storm, Jasmine, Bijou, Saffron, Pumpkin, Hemlock, Mrs. Ash, Mrs. Dover, Mr. Dover, and Ginger. Alright, let's move to canines. Bow wow. We got Dew. Dew is a wolf. Her mother was killed by cats, so basically the cats have been killing caniforms and doing colonialism. So yeah, her mother was killed in a fire. Her mother is actually a coyote, and she is like a coy wolf, and she's super religious. A lot of the canines are super hecking religious. It's something that will come up a lot with them. We got Ruby. Look at that big nose. Ruby is a prisoner at Lord Baguette's mine. She came from the Jaw in the Rock, which is a huge settlement of wolves. It's like as big as the 9-Point Empire, basically. It's pretty huge, and yeah, she was a very important member. She was Alpha's Jaw, which is a warrior. I think she's like a prisoner of war, honestly. But yeah, that's Ruby. Next we have Rust. Rust is a non-binary coy wolf. Sorry, I just love the look of just this page right now. Coy wolves and 9-Point, like I know like scientifically it's not just like, oh, wolf and coyote got together, but in 9-Point that's what it is. We're just going with that. So Rust is a non-binary coy wolf. They're super cool, and they are dating a rebel cat. That's just like relationship goals. Now we have Slate. He is Ruby's cousin. He is also a prisoner at the mine, and he is a religious zealot. Then we have Ivy. She is a member of a small woodland pack. So like there's all sorts of different wolf groups. There's like one dominant religion that most wolves follow, with different sects of it, obviously, and there's like a huge stronghold of wolves in the prairies, but then there's like smaller groups. So she's from a very small woodland pack. It's basically just her and her family. It's like a family pack. So yeah, that's her deal, and she's the brains of her siblings. Speaking of her siblings, we have Rocky. He's Ivy's brother. He doesn't think things through, and he would eat a puppy. I don't know why a puppy specifically, but he would do that. Moving onward, we have Mila. She is the mother of Ivy and Rocky. She has a bunch of ravens that she uses to help find her prey, and she is very wise. She is knowledgeable of the scriptures and such. Now we're going to move on to some other wolves, and mostly coyotes because they kind of look the same, or I don't really know. Like, I don't know who Nova is. I don't really remember. I'll be real with you guys. I think they are like a small group of wolves that is close by to the Jaw in the Rocks, but isn't actually part of it. I think Sienna is the same. Then we have Wren, who is a coyote living in the prairies. We have Chickadee, who's like a young coyote. We have Swan, Barrow, and Meadowlark. Those are all coyotes. Now we have Thistle. He is a gray fox, and his family was killed by cats. He has horrible burn scars. He's rocking kind of a Prince Zuko look, and he is on a revenge quest. Let's go Thistle. Next we have Soot's Smolderclaw. They are the teenage daughter of the Smolderclaw pack. They're a little red fox. They're very curious, and they make their parents worried because they live really close to the Jaw in the Rocks, and the wolves don't really care for any canines other than wolves. Like, we can feel bad about Ruby and Slate being imprisoned at the mine, but do not make a mistake that wolves are also oppressors, and wolves are also super nasty in 9-Point. They're basically as bad as the cats, okay? So they live in Soot lives in a little den with her family, and she likes to explore and stuff, but her parents are worried that she will be hate crimed. Ash Smolderclaw is Soot's younger brother. He is a baby, like a literal baby, like a little toddler, and he likes to copy his sister, which is not good because she is up to trouble. And then we have Rose. She also lives in the prairies. She is the mother of a pack of swift foxes, and she lives in fear of the wolves, much like the red foxes that are her neighbors. And yeah, the Smolderclaw pack is her neighbors. Now we're gonna move on to bats. Peep, peep, peep. Okay, so we have Squeak. Squeak is a hoary bat who roosts with the little brown bats for the winter. She's much larger than they are, but she is much more independent. She is tough. She lives a solitary life, whereas the little brown bats live together year round. She just goes with the little brown bats during the winter to hibernate and keep warm. Then we have some little brown bats. We have Melody. She's like an older bat that lives in the bat caves. We have Octavia. That's one of her spouses. They're polyamorous, all of the bats. Piper is like a young bat, and Treble is another young bat. They're best friends. And now we're going to move on to miscellaneous animals. So we got Birch and Bark. They are a pair of beavers. They live together. They don't like cats. Anything else would be spoilers. Next we have Snap. He is an otter living next to the raccoon village. He dislikes everyone. We have Clover. She is an adventurous little mouse, and she is not afraid of cats. I'm just describing their relationship to cats, because I don't have much else to tell you. We have Saber. Saber is a wolverine. She lost one of her paws, her like hand paws, to an infected bite. She had to lop off her arm to stop the infection. She's a scavenger. She wanders the winter and will find people who are trapped in avalanches, and if they're alive, she is like, okay, I help you survive, and if they're dead, they become her meal. It's like win-win. She either saves you or she gets a snack, you know? That's Saber. And her dad is a whaler, and they like to hang out on winter holidays. This is Brine. Brine bit Saber. He's the one who did it. She was doing some fishing when he attacked her and pulled her under the water, but when he was pulled under the water, he didn't notice like an orca. I forget the details, but basically Saber saves his life from the orca despite him biting her, and he learns his lesson from that, and he treats Saber really well. And now that he has a whole bunch of lady sea lions, like a troop of his own, he is always nice to Saber. Then we have Morel. They're just like a tiny little guy, and they're doing their best. I couldn't find a picture of a pygmy shrew, but he's like tiny. He's like hamster sized. He's like a hamster sized guy. And this is Huckleberry. She feels bad because she eats a lot and sleeps too much, and she's constantly apologizing for hibernating. And then we have Pinecone. Pinecone is a lookout for his village. He is tough. Don't mess with Pinecone. And that is it. That is all of the 9-point characters. I couldn't go super in depth with them, but there was so many of them. It's time to talk about Honey Walls. So what is Honey Walls? Like I said, it is a novel, and it is the first one that I ever published. I think I published it in 2019. It's a cozy story. It's probably one of my coziest stories in existence. I don't write cozy often. And we're gonna have some spoilers in this presentation here. I don't want to go full spoilers into it. I'm gonna go spoilers into the RPs because you can't read them anywhere, so I might as well give you the satisfaction of knowing the story. However, with Honey Walls, because it is a book you can purchase and read, yeah, I will try to be as spoiler free as possible. We're gonna just talk generally about the characters. The first character, so we have Rogue Garou Jr. He is a very serious man. He is a no-nonsense kind of fella, and he doesn't believe in magic, which is not what you would expect for a point about someone. Like, why is this an important point about Roe? It's because Honey Walls is a pretty magical story, actually. He doesn't believe in any of it. He is in a constant state of denial about all the magical nonsense that we'll hear to unfold as we delve into other characters. Roe is trans. That's important. It's an important note that he is trans. Yeah, I don't know how to get into it further than that. And he has no emotions. He's a very blunted man. He doesn't experience emotion for some reason. He hasn't since he was a small child. And yeah, that's Ro. That's our main character. Very boring potato man. Then we have Chrysocolla Piper. She is Ro's girlfriend, and she is a psychic medium. See what I'm saying about not believing in magic? Ro doesn't believe in any of this psychic nonsense. Chrysocolla believes that she can talk to the dead through seances, and she goes to like a spiritualist church. But yeah, Ro doesn't believe in any of that. And she is just a ray of sunshine. She's a happy character. She's, very opposite to Ro, and they kind of bounce off each other. Then we have Zelda Piper, and she is Chris's mother. She cannot stand Ro. She hates him, and she makes a point that she hates him not because he is trans, but because he is him, and he is a boring potato man who has evil in his heart. She tries to set Chris up with someone else who is trans, but Chris likes Ro, so yeah. And she's short. She's very short. She's a petite little woman who lives above a coffee shop, I believe. Yeah, she's very magical, very whimsical. We love Zelda. She's very strong lady. Strong, short lady, and we love her. Then we have Fox Mackenzie. Speaking of trans, Fox is a Z-Zer hottie. Z is who Zelda tries to set Ro up with, but they end up just being friends with Zer. Z is a healer at the church, and yeah, this is based on my own experiences growing up. I went to a spiritualist church as a child, and there were healings and spirit mediums and all that fun stuff. So yeah, Z is into that. Chris is teaching Zer to be a healer. That is a thing. They are friends with Chris. All right, then we have Reverend Samantha. That's just a picture of an angel. I didn't have much to go off of with Reverend Samantha here. She's a reverend at the church that Chris goes to and Fox goes to. Seems nice. I don't know. She's not really a huge character in the story, honestly. Just a nice lady. Then we have Rose Garreau. That is Ro's mother, and she is a writer. She is a writer of children's stories. She writes a character called Oxnard. He's a little hedgehog, goes on adventures, and she dies. Not Oxnard. Oxnard doesn't die. Rose dies. She dies at the beginning of the book. It's kind of the inciting incident for everything. Yeah, that's Rose. Then we have Claire Waters. So Claire is a huge fan of Rose's writing, and that's because Claire kind of wants to be a writer, but she's scared of doing so. She lives in a bookstore. Call her Book Girl. She wants to write books, but she's in a small town and doesn't believe in herself fully. And also, she's gay. She's very, very gay. Might have a bit of a crush on Rose, honestly. And actually, she dated Ro before he transitioned way back in the day, because they all lived in a small town together called Cherrywood, and Ro eventually moved out of there, where he now lives in the city with like Chris, Zelda, and all of those people. Oh, I forgot to mention, so like there's little bits of like little art on the side, the little gray, black and white things. That's all images from the book, because I had an illustrator do all the illustrations for Honeywells, just so you know. But this is just a dandelion. So Dandelion Fletcher, or Dan, as he's known, is Claire's best friend forever. They've been thick as thieves. It used to be him, Claire, and Ro, and they were just all best friends, and they didn't all want to be writers. Ro wanted to be an illustrator, but yeah, they all were best friends. His parents end up dying, not during the story. This was way back. They passed away. He ended up being raised by his grandmother, and He is the writer of the local newsletter. He doesn't have huge aspirations outside of Cherrywood these days. He just wants to vibe. He might end up taking over the bakery that his grandmother runs. Claire's not too into that idea. Claire dreams of more. Dan's pretty cool with what he's got. We have Mrs. Fletcher. She wants Dan and Claire to marry. She ships it. She's a bit of a phobe, huge phobe, honestly. She's super transphobic to Ro when he comes back to town for his mother's funeral, and she is not into the idea of Claire being a lesbian. What's kind of funny to note is that I was writing Magpie and Honeywalls around the same time, and I find that Honeywalls is just a very cozy magpie if you take time to think about it, and Cherrywood is so much like Pinewood. It's crazy. So she is a baker. She bakes for all of Cherrywood, the small town, like that's her thing. And yeah, like I said, Dan is maybe considering being a baker. He does deliveries for the bakery nowadays. Next we have Heath Waters. Heath is Claire's dad. He was close with Rose before she passed away. Actually, for a long time. Leading up to, her being sick and whatnot. But yeah, he was very close with Rose, and he used to babysit Ro, and yeah, that's Heath. He's all right. We got Mrs. Waters. I don't know her name. It's not mentioned in the book. I might have it in my notes, but I didn't find it. But yeah, she's Claire's mom. She owns the bookstore with Heath, and she's a very uptight lady. She also probably wants Claire to marry Dan, but that's kind of Honeywalls for you, Cherrywood, I guess. We have Azalea Blackthorn. Azalea Blackthorn is the funeral director in Cherrywood. So her family, all the Blackthorns, have worked in the funeral home for, generations. That's kind of how Honeywalls works. Well, I guess that's how Cherrywood works. Like, everyone just kind of stays in the family business. So that's what she does. She's a small town goth. She's very cool. I like Azalea. She doesn't really show up much, but yeah, she's friends with Claire and she's cool, but she's not one of like the main group of buddies or whatever. Next we have Grandma Betty. I'm sorry to make you suffer with more food if you're hungry. Grandma Betty collects bells. She is known for her collection of bells. She owns the B&B. She runs it, operates it, or whatever. The bed and breakfast. Ro ends up staying there during the funeral, and she is Barry's grandma. She's not like a huge character. We're kind of into like some of the side characters of Cherrywood right now. So then there's Barry Cobbler. I love the name so much in Honeywalls. So he's Barry. His name is Barry. He's a teen, I think, or 20s or something. I think he's a teen. I think Claire and Ro used to babysit him as a lad, and yeah, he works at the B&B for his grandma Betty. Next we have Mrs. Poppy. I have very little to say about Mrs. Poppy. She lives in Cherrywood. She is the one who plans the memorial service after the funeral. Ro doesn't get invited to it, side note. And she's old. That's kind of all I know about Miss Poppy. All right, so let's get into some of the fantastical elements of Honeywalls. So we have Craft Feather Crow, and she is a crow made of craft feathers, but only Ro can see her as a crow made of craft feathers. Everyone else in the world sees her as just a crow. She comes flying into the city, and Chrysicola sees her as a crow, but Ro can see her as a little craft creature, and she can talk to him, and no one else can hear her talk, but Ro can. And he thinks this is ridiculous. So yeah, like I said, she shows up in town one day to deliver an invitation to Rose's funeral. So she shows up and gives that to Ro. He freaks out about this because he has cut off contact with all of his family and all of this magical nonsense. Like I was saying at the beginning, Ro does not believe in magic. Magic isn't real. Go away. Bird, stop. But yeah, after a whole bunch of nonsense, he eventually agrees and goes back to Cherrywood for the funeral. But yeah, that's Craft Feather Crow. She harasses him. She is a very wise creature. Among the fantasy creatures in Honeywell, she's seen as very knowledgeable, and she's also very greedy. And she won't give away advice without you giving her something shiny or interesting in return. Next, we have Tissue Dove. Tissue Dove is Crow's friend. It's hard to tell. Crow doesn't really like her, but they hang out. She's not very greedy. She's very kind. She likes to help. And she's glittery. I mean, they're both glittery. Like Craft Feather Crow, I think, has like purple glitter. And Tissue Dove has like silver glitter. They're cool. We like them. Birds are good. Then we have Lace Mouse. So Lace Mouse lives outside of Honeywalls, and I realize at this point that I've not mentioned Honeywalls at all. And Honeywalls is the name of the house that Rose Garreau owns and lives in. Yeah, so she lives just outside Rose's house, and she has to move because Ro can't cook. Because after his mom passes away, the house is going to be given to him. It's in his name. And she knows that Ro is a terrible cook and needs to move and start a new life. She's marrying a field mouse, and they're going to live under an apple tree together. So that's Lace Mouse for you. Now we have Oxnard. I mentioned Oxnard a little bit. And yes, he is an old stuffed toy hedgehog of Rose, who is also a book character in Rose's book. He can talk. He's got a little backpack where he keeps his juice box in, and he's just a little guy. We love Oxnard. He goes on an adventure, and he's looking for a place called Sky World. So that's where he is looking for. That's where Oxnard left. He's very brave. We love Oxnard. We have Righty Gray Sock Cat. Righty is a cat that lives in Honeywalls. He is made of socks, actually, but most people see him as a fat gray cat who just kind of flops everywhere. We love him. He's very sleepy, but he's also very wise and has a lot of insightful advice, as most cats do. Then we have Otter. He's a pirate. He speaks with a very thick pirate accent. He lived on the island of Lost Socks. He's a little sock otter. And he befriends Oxnard when Oxnard is on his adventure. Oxnard rolls up to Sock Island, and him and Otter thinks like maybe they could eat him like a sea urchin, but they decide not to because Oxnard is like, what if I taught you guys to read? Because Oxnard is working on his memoir at the time. This is Weasel. He is Otter's friend. He also considers eating Oxnard. He's a pirate also, kind of. He goes on an adventure with Otter and Oxnard because eventually Oxnard convinces Otter to go on an adventure with him, and they head out to Skyworld together. And he is up to trouble. You can just tell. Just look at him. He looks like he's up to trouble. He's got sneaky little eyebrows. This is Chester. Chester is a gambler. This is probably how you guys would perceive Chester, whereas he is actually made of socks. He is a gambler, though. He meets Ro when Ro is thrown into laundry prison. There's a whole thing where Ro goes on an adventure in this story, but eventually Ro does end up in laundry prison, and his cellmate is Chester, the gambling ferret. I believe that Chester was sent to jail because he was gambling with children or something. He was gambling with young ferrets. I don't know. Chester is up to crimes, basically. Yeah, that's Chester. I kind of love Chester. He's sly. He's scheming. We love him. Then we have Pillow Bear. Pillow Bear is a judge of sock crimes. She is a well-respected member of the Sock Island. She's kind of in charge. She's an authoritative voice for socks and crimes relating to them. She is made of pillows and scribbles, and we love Pillow Bear. Then we have Lefty Gray Sock Fox. Fun fact, I made a Sock Fox Lefty Gray for Ursula. I could have taken a picture of the actual Lefty Gray, but instead we have this little gray fox to look at instead. Lefty is a defense attorney. She is not very good at it, but she is trying her best. She's never won a case yet, but she tries. And she volunteers to defend Ro because Ro has to have a legal battle, because Honeywells is actually about a huge legal battle of Ro being accused of being a bad friend, and Lefty must defend him. He must defend against Mrs. Dress Socks, the pungent prosecutor. She is a skunk and a prosecutor. That's that. She's very fancy, and you don't mess with Miss Dress Socks, you know? Like, she is going to put you away for forever for your crimes against socks. We've got Righty Rainbow Scribble Ferret. He is a witness for Ro's crimes. He used to be friends with Ro, and Ro ditched him. You see, what Ro is being charged with is being a bad friend, right? So Righty Rainbow Scribble Ferret, or Scribble, I believe, is what he's called. He attests to the fact that Ro did, in fact, abandon all of his friends. This is Yellow. Yellow is also a witness. Yellow stole a letter from Ro's pocket. Specifically, he steals... It's a letter that Ro's mom wrote to him about her passing away, and it paints Ro in a bad light. So that's Yellow's thing, and Yellow's very nervous to be on the stand. Here is Ro's dad, Aster Garreau, and he left to work when Ro was really little. So Ro's mom got sick, and Aster left to go make money in the big city. So yeah, he lives in Skyworld, which is what the big city is called, and also the place that Oxnard is looking for. So yeah, that's Aster. And then we have Sundew Garreau, the villain. So Sundew is Ro's twin sister. They look very alike. They're identical twins, but Ro's trans, remember? Ursula sometimes forgets this. I kind of love Sundew. I haven't thought about Sundew in a while. She stole his heart when he was little. So way back at the beginning of the Honeywells PowerPoint section, I talked about how Ro doesn't have emotion. That is because his sister is magical, and when he was a child, reached into his chest and took out his heart. And that has made it so that he can't have emotions anymore. Yeah, so she took out his heart. I think she ate it, if I'm remembering correctly. It was like a rose she pulled out of his chest. Yeah, so she pulls out his heart and eats it. It's destroyed, whatever, and he no longer has emotions because of it. And nobody likes Sundew. Not Claire, not Dan, not nobody. She's just got bad vibes, and yeah, that's Sundew. So that, I believe, is everything about Honeywells. So yeah, if you're interested in Honeywells and want to know all of the details, you can read the book. You can go on itch.io. I think it's like $5. All right, guys. So that means we are moving on to the RP section of this presentation. So we've gone through all of the comics and all of my novels, minus one glaring exception. So we're going to move into the RPs, and the RPs are going to be hopefully more in detail because there's nowhere else for you to learn about them other than here. I didn't include every single one of the RPs that I have done. I have just included the ones from my current era of RPing. I have old videos going into some of my older characters. It's just very hard to find information on all of my old RPs because I didn't do them all in Discord. I made them in like MSN and like Messenger and Hangouts and all sorts of other defunct platforms, and some of it was done out loud. So we're only going to be doing all the ones on Discord. All right, so the Science Voyage. What is this RP about? It is inspired by the Voyage of the SS Beagle and Darwin and all of like the explorer times. It is about researchers that run into a creature called an Obscura. So Obscura is like the genus name. So there's all sorts of different types of Obscuras. And they're like a magical creature that's kind of thought to be extinct, but actually it uses magic to hide itself. The researchers, the main character researchers in this, they come across an Obscura when they're doing a dig for like artifacts and stuff. Like one of them is very into magic and studying magic, and they find it and they all get attacked, and then they wake up and it feels like it was all just a dream, and they go back to the same place and the same thing happens, but then they wake up in their homes even further away, and like their family were like, oh, you were in like such a daze or whatever. So like the Obscura like can change it so that reality becomes dream, like they can really affect memory and stuff. Like that's how they have like hidden from society. Yeah, so they're researching all sorts of different things, but one of them is researching like magic specifically, and a lot of this RP has to do with the Obscura. They all end up stranded on a desert island together because of shenanigans that happen due to their curses. Their boat crashes and they end up on this island, but this island actually is hidden and overseen by the Obscura Paradisa, the Paradise Obscura. Yeah, it's a big spooky thing that we will get into. So yeah, also there's curses. So the what you'll find with most of these RPs is we do lots of curses because, like I've said, RPs are where I just do like whatever I want to do, and we just want to do curses. So there's plenty of curses, and when they are attacked by the Obscura initially, a curse is laid on all of them to stop them from doing their research, basically. So we have Victoria. So she is the magical researcher that I mentioned. She is the one who locates the Obscura initially. She's very astute. She's very autistic. She hyper focuses on all of her work. She has tons of her notes. She doesn't always want to eat because she's focused. And I love Victoria. And she ends up cursed to become an owl. She slowly starts turning into an owl over the course of the story, I believe. I don't know for certain because Ursula never revealed to me what the curse was, and when I asked her, she said, I forgot. So I'm making the executive decision to say Victoria was turning into an owl. We have Ernest. Speaking of owls, I just found this cute little owl thing. He doesn't get turned into an owl, but this is Victoria's husband, and he is super nervous worrywart, and she doesn't really tell him how long she's going to be away on this voyage. Spoiler, it was supposed to be several years, but she didn't know how to tell him, so they have a little bit of friction between them when she's leaving, and he's just really sad to see her go because his life revolves around her, and you know, she keeps him calm and he keeps her fed and makes sure that she takes care of herself. So obviously he's just very upset and worried when she's gone. We didn't end up RPing a lot about Ernest. We didn't end up doing a lot with this RP in general. It kind of floundered out. Next we have Margaret. As you can see, we also didn't do this RP during a time where we were drawing characters a lot. We have a Victoria drawn and like that's it. So Margaret is a geologist and she thinks that magic is dumb and fake and not a real science. She is very annoyed when Victoria goes and tries to find this rift. When they're looking for the Obscura, they never really see or remember the monster. It's like erased from their mind and made to feel like a dream. So like they find this rift and it's just like a rip through like space-time or whatever where the Obscura is hidden, because the Obscuras live within rifts. But yeah, she locates one and is fascinated by it or whatever, but Margaret like thinks this is fake. It's all just dream stuff. Yeah, Margaret's kind of young. She still lives with like her mother and her sisters. And yeah, she eventually sinks to the bottom of the ocean. So that's kind of her fate. So what happens to Margaret, they head out on their voyage after they are done with like research or whatever. Like they were doing like local research and they found the Obscura and they got cursed, and then they go on their voyage. And while on their voyage, she starts coming down with like a fever, and then eventually the fever gets so hot that if they like touch her face, like it burns their fingers. She becomes like molten hot, and eventually she's like so heavy too, like rock, like molten rock, that she can barely like lift herself up or move. And then she becomes so hot that she starts burning the ship, and she burns a hole into the ship and then ends up in the ammunition area below, and the ship explodes. So thanks, Margaret. Margaret explodes the ship, and then she sinks into the water, and the water cools her down, and her body starts turning to like rock, and she becomes like a golem creature at the bottom of the ocean, and a bunch of like fish and creatures start living on her and inside of her crevices. That sounds awful. Rock crevices. Like, yeah, so that's what happens to Margaret. And then she meets a mermaid. There's a mermaid down there. So yeah, this mermaid discovers Margaret at the bottom of the ocean. She was a marine biologist, this mermaid, originally. I forget her name, unfortunately. So she crashed on the same island a long time ago. I think it was 10 years ago. And when she crashed, she started like studying like the shallows, and then she starts doing some snorkeling, and then eventually she starts having like gills and struggles to exit the water. Yeah, over time she is cursed to go deeper and deeper in the ocean. Like her body keeps adapting to deeper into the ocean. So she is like a regular kind of mermaid, and now she's like a deep sea mermaid, and now she's feeling a calling to go even deeper into the trenches below. So that's the mermaid. We have Lucille. Lucille was a botanist. So yeah, Lucille was part of the main gang. She was hanging with Victoria and Margaret, and she starts turning into a carnivorous plant when everything happens. So initially she and her husband are on like the carriage headed over there, and like flies are swarming around her, and she's like, go away. But yeah, eventually she ends up on the island, and she's like desperate for water, and then she just puts her hands in the water, and she's like, what am I doing? And then more bugs are harassing her, and eventually like her horrible description from Ursula that her skin unfurls open and grabs the bug and then closes around it. So she's turning into some sort of weird carnivorous plant thing. We never really got through the whole thing, but yeah, that's Lucille. She cries. She's very upset about this. Hugh is getting represented by a default image of a frog. If you see this frog, if you've seen this frog before, this is just the default image. I forgot to change it. Hugh is Lucille's husband. Like I was saying, he goes in the carriage with her, and is harassed by bugs. He's very stoic. He's very of his time, stoic gentleman. And he is left to watch over the children while she's gone. And that's Hugh. So Emma is Lucille's youngest. She is scared of this dog that visits their house all the time. There's like this big scary dog that they call a wolf. Like her and her sibling, they call it a big wolf, big scary wolf. And she really doesn't want her mom to leave. And yeah, that's Emma. So Florence is Lucille's oldest sister, I believe. And so there's this dog, right, that harasses them. And when their mom leaves one day, I think it's before their dad comes home, they hear their mom in the woods calling to them. And Florence is like, what the hell? And Emma's like, nope, we're not going there. Then they see the big old wolf that's there, and it is looking unwell. And so they go to check on it, and they find that it's just like an injured like wolf dog thing, right? And it's got like old wounds, like bullets, because their dad has shot at it before, and other injuries that have like healed poorly, and like it's just not doing well right now. And so Florence is really brave, and he goes to the dog. He's nice to it, and they bring it into the house. So the dog, on its collar, it says its name is Blight, and Blight is the dog that lives in the woods, like I said, and it's actually their oldest sister. So yeah, she was captured a long time ago by an Obscura, and they forgot about her because that's what Obscuras do. So they were playing one day, and then they got called by a creature in the forest, the Obscura, and it takes, I believe Blight's name is actually Lily. So Lily gets taken by it, and she is forced to I believe it's like a witch. It takes the form of like a fairy tale type witchy creature, and it makes her take care of its house. It says like, if you ever leave, like something horrible will happen to you. And she eventually is just like, nope, I'm leaving. So she leaves, and in leaving she turns into like a wolf, and her dad, just sees like a wolf trying to get to the kids and like shoots at it and stuff, and her family never accepts her back. That's Blight's story. Isn't it delightful? Yeah, so yeah, like I said, she got cursed for trying to escape. But she wants to protect her siblings from the Obscura, so that's what's calling them. That's the one that's using their mom's voice is. And Blight is trying to protect them and keep them away. This is Jack. Jack was a sailor. He was on the crew with Victoria, Margaret, and Lucille. He used to be a rich guy. He used to be hot with the ladies. Everyone loved Jack, but he fell on some tough times, did a bit of gambling, messed up his life, ended up a sailor. And he ends up on the island and is in the wreckage, and he has this dream of this beautiful lady, and he's back in his rich posh house, and she's like, what is it you want, Jack? And he's like, I don't know. And exactly like that. He gets a little kiss, and then he starts feeling horrible pain, and then he looks up, and she's actually a giant octopus creature, and he's being held by all these little tentacles, I guess. It's a tentacle monster. And he wakes up on the beach. So that was the Obscura Paradisa, the Cthulhu creature that rules the island that they've landed on. So like all the other main cast were cursed by like that other Obscura, but he is cursed by this Paradisa thing. So that's the same thing that ended up cursing the mermaid, is the one that curses Jack, and he wants to be loved by all the ladies, so she turns him into a bird. I think he's turned into either like a peacock or a bowerbird, but I couldn't find a bowerbird. Either way, all the ladies, he will get all the ladies if he is a bird. And all of like the little sucker marks, he wakes up with all of those injuries, and that's where like the feathers start coming out. Yeah, so he's kind of a huge jerk. The ladies are all trying to like figure things out, and he's just being an ass to all of them. So then we have Amelia. I think this is our last character. So Amelia got stranded while she was doing research. So she is also on the island when they first get there. She was part of the crew with the mermaid, and she can only speak in bird song. Jack is like walking down, and he starts hearing this bird song that like every single bird in the forest is making in this area, and then she starts talking to him, and only birdsong comes out. She also like talks to him like through writing in her little notebook, but it's like getting so full of pages. It's so full after all this time stranded. So she ran into like this other type of Obscura. So like in this island, there's all sorts of like other types of Obscura that are a lot lesser to the Obscura Paradisa, because that is like a big major one that's protecting the whole island, whereas like there used to be a whole bunch of more like magical diversity of species, but they've all been like hunted and exploited by humans to the point where like you can't find it anymore. So the squid, the Cthulhu creature, has been like taking care of this island, and so there's these like cuckoo birds that what they do is, instead of like repeating other bird songs, they make everything repeat their song to show off how like cool they are. So her voice ended up being erased and taken by this cuckoo bird. I think the cuckoo bird can like use her voice or something. I forget entirely, but yeah, something like that. And so Amelia, through her writing, reveals that many ships have crashed on this island because of the Obscura Paradisa. She has been stranded here for 10 years, and we learned about some of her other crew, like the mermaid and whatnot, and we were gonna explore more characters, but we stopped doing this RP. This one's gonna be hard. So this RP went on forever, Familiar in which, unlike the last one, the Science Voyage RP, this one went on forever and not much happened in it. This RP, like I said, went completely off the rails. Not only did it go on forever, it went off the rails. It is so random. And it is about capitalism, I guess. I guess if there is one guiding theme to the familiar and witch RP, it would be that capitalism sucks, okay? Let's start with Sybil. So Sybil is a witch, okay? Sybil is a witch, and she is also a barista. She's a witch and a barista. She lives in a very modern world. It's like our world. They canonically have Twilight and have watched it. And yeah, it's one of those worlds where magic is hidden, right? So she's a witch, but she can't say anything about that. She learned to be a witch by looking into Wicca and like witchcraft, you know, like in the same way that like teens tend to experiment with that. Not knocking Wicca, but then she found out that she has actual magical powers. So that's kind of her deal. And so she has a huge crush on one of her customers named Melody. Like, she's super in love with this woman, and she's never been able to talk to her at all. And so she has this great idea to create a friendship spell. Ignore that, a friendship spell, so that they can become closer together. So she makes that, and she puts it into Melody's drink orders. Sybil is a bad person. So, Melody. Melody is an accountant. She is an accountant who is super swamped all the time, incredibly busy, and she, in all of her busyness, gets proposed to by her online boyfriend. She's never met this man in her life, but she is in love with him, and he sends her a ring in the mail, and she says yes immediately. She is in love with this guy. And she is the one that is given love spells in her teeth. And it's not actually a love spell. Sybil messed up. When she was looking up spells, she completely messed up. And what actually happens is that Sybil turns Melody into her familiar. So she becomes addicted to the magical tea brew, and it drives her crazy. It makes her life terrible, and it turns her into a little fox creature with bat wings and a horn. She starts by just liking the tea or whatever, but then it slowly starts changing her, and she becomes addicted to it, and she can't stop drinking the tea, and she tries to stop, but she can't. And there's a whole bunch of back and forth about what to do about it. And eventually, her and Sybil have to actually talk. I think I'll get into that with other characters, though. So I think if we move forward, yes, Olivia. So we have Olivia, and she is Melody's super supportive sister. And she is super worried about her sister because she's been dating this guy online, and she's never met him in real life. And so as the transformation is happening to Melody, she eventually reaches out to her sister. I think she does this after Sybil and her start talking, and Sybil fesses up that it is magic and that she just needs to sit and let the magic happen, and then we'll figure it out and we'll undo it and everything will be fine. Except Sybil doesn't know what the hell she's doing. Sybil doesn't want all the magic stuff getting out or whatever, but Melody is eventually no, I'm going to tell my sister. So she emails her sister because she's also starting to have trouble speaking because she's turning into a little fox creature, little gremlin, little familiar. And so she reaches out to her sister and is like, listen, I am turning into a tiny little fox. I need your help. And so I think Olivia shows up, and she ends up taking care of her sister and helping her as bills pile up and her interest in accounting dwindles. Yeah, everything just sucks. Melody becomes very feral. She's a little feral monster. She gets in fights with Olivia's dog. She chews the furniture. She's just a poorly behaved little gremlin. And so we have Josh. I love this picture. Josh ends up house sitting for Olivia when she's helping Melody. So she's off helping Melody, so Josh house sits for her and all of her plants. And while he's plant sitting, taking care of the plants, they all go crazy. The plants grow wild. They go feral. So she shows up back at her house, and her plants are looking like a goddamn rainforest. And she's like, what the hell is happening here, Josh? And Josh is like, nothing. But actually he's a witch. So eventually, it becomes clear that Josh is also magical, and he is a little witch. And he helps them learn a bit about familiars and magic. So this is Peaches, Josh's familiar. So we'll talk a little bit about familiars here, right? So they share a soul. So when familiars bond to their witch, their souls meld together. They become one. They have two souls that are just like all mixed together, right? And so what's happening with Melody and Sybil is their souls are melding, because eventually after Melody fully transforms, Sybil also goes through like a transformation that she needs to figure out to use like glamour to cover up. Eventually, while Olivia's watching after Melody starts like trying to escape, and eventually she runs away and she ends up at Sybil's house, and Sybil's like, oh god, because let's be real, Olivia wants to murder Sybil after what Sybil has done to her sister. Olivia is contacted by Sybil, and so she's like, I have your sister, I don't know how she got here, like please take her back. And so she gets her sister back, and then she takes her home, and then Melody immediately appears back at Sybil's house because they are like connected by the soul, and they can communicate telepathically with each other. So like Sybil can no longer, like Melody can no longer like talk human, and she stops being able to write out how she's feeling. She started using like emojis to communicate, but now she can like psychically communicate with Sybil. Yeah, Josh basically confirms that their souls are like fused together and the magic cannot be undone. And with Josh, back to Josh and Peaches, they share a single soul because his family was killed by a demon. A demon showed up at Josh's house, and Josh had his soul eaten. His parents were deaded, and he lost his soul, but he had Peaches, his familiar, his grandma's bird. Because his soul was so entangled with Peach's soul, they have a soul to share between them. So like when you don't have a soul, it affects like your emotions, of course, very Honeywells. It affects your emotions, it affects your ability to create and have memories. You just are very disconnected from the world, you're very blank slate. So he has to stay connected with Peaches in order to be like expressive and fun, and he is a cutie. Him and Peaches are cute, I'll be real. And Peaches knows that Josh has like a huge crush on Olivia and is really trying to get them to like get together and is really gunning for this. And so she, because of their shared soul, she like, what is it? She makes him say stupid things. You know, she can take control of like what they say and speak through him, and then he will be like, he'll be so embarrassed by what Peaches is saying and like cut her off magically, and then he has no soul and he goes blank slate. But thankfully Liv also has like a huge crush on Josh, so things do work out. They were like one of the main ships in this story. Next we have Lou. I love this pick. I don't know what it is. So Lou is a half-demon sorcerer. So I think it's time to get into sorcery and demons. So demons kind of came out of nowhere in this story, I'll be real. But the basics are that there is a magical world that is unknown to our world. And within the magical world, there are demons and sorcerers and witches. And witches are basically just the poor, okay? There's no real distinction between sorcerers and witches other than one has capital. So we'll get into all of this, but basically Lou comes from a rich family and he is half demon, and he needs to eat souls because he is half demon. He can't fully sustain himself on food alone. And so in order to make money, in order to get souls are expensive, mind you. He catfishes women on the internet. Well, there's a magical internet called Scrying, but on the magic internet, he sells his relationships to women, to sorcerers and other people. So like, let's say you're like a sorcerer who is also in the human world and you don't want to waste time making relationships in the human world, you can just buy one and then he will transfer the relationship over with magic and she won't even know that you are not the same Lou that she was dating. You just transfer over. Yeah, he eventually becomes friends with Sybil because Sybil's a great person. But like when Sybil is hanging out with Melody, she eventually notices like an arcane tattoo on the back of Melody's neck because Melody starts putting her hair up to cover the fact that she's growing a horn, I think, or like maybe her ears are furry or something. I don't really remember. But she sees the magical arcane tattoo and she looks it up and she finds Lou's arcane relationship selling business. And yeah, so that's how they meet. And Lou knows a lot about the magical world, so he's able to help Sybil start navigating that, and that's how they kind of become friends. So let's talk about Lou's four mothers, four characters. So Lou has four moms. His first mom is a sorcerer lawyer. She's not biologically related to him, but they are like close. I believe he calls her mother. She's like the most supportive of him. So yeah, so they're not related. Then he has his mom, who is the partner of the sorcerer lawyer, and she's like a new partner who doesn't like Lou tons because of how Lou came to be. And that's because Lou's mom, his biological mom, is the sorcerer's ex-partner. The second, mom number 2, is the sorcerer's new partner, whereas mom number 3 was her old partner, and that is Lou's biological mother. And Lou's last mother is a transgender succubus who cheated on his first mom with his third mom. So she was a transgender succubus, so she fathered him in like a biological sense, but she is also a mom. So those are mom 3 and 4. I hope you're getting this. Mom 3 and 4 are his biological parents. Mom 1 is like the mom that he likes the most and feels the most pressure to like impress, I guess. And mom number 4 is kind of like all fun all the time, treats him like a sibling, like another cool demon friend, but like they're not close on like a parent child kind of way. So that's Lou's backstory. He's got his 4 moms. And so Seraphine. When I say that this RP went off the rails, this is kind of where it went off the rails. So Lou struggles a lot. Like he's in an unsavory business. Like we don't love Lou for that, but Lou needs to get souls. And eventually, Seraphine shows up and start outbidding on every soul that Lou is trying to buy and eat. Oh, I forgot to mention that Lou is asexual. He's an asexual half-demon incubus, and he also doesn't want to steal people's souls, so he has to buy them on the internet. One day he's finding that like every soul he's trying to buy is outbid, and he needs money, and he's been working on this relationship with Melody and is hoping to sell it really soon to make the money. He goes and he buys the soul for like an expensive price from Seraphine specifically, because it's like the cheapest one on offer. And so he buys that without having the money, and he is ready to sell his relationship with Melody, but it backfires on him because Sybil turns Melody into a little fox, so he's no longer able to sell the relationship, and he ends up trapped in a debt contract with Seraphine. So Seraphine starts employing him like on commission, so like she has him like hunting souls for her, and he's really bad at it. Like he wants to just do like his normal business, but they don't think it's good enough. And eventually he fails completely at this, and she has him sign up with her company. She doesn't own it. She's like a worker in it, a high-ranking member of this company. And he gets signed into a contract where he will work at this demon company. And that's where you meet Sarah, Gav, Lil, and Sleepy, all demons. So they're fellow employees that are trapped in a contract at this company. It is a debt hell, and they almost praise the founder. So basically, he shows up at this corporate building, has to sign a demonic contract that he can't read, and then he goes into training, and they won't let him sleep, even though he needs to sleep because he's half human. Yeah, he has a horrible time of it. They make him delete all of like his contacts from his phones. He says goodbye to like Melody, and he says goodbye to Sybil, and he wants to keep some of his contacts, and they get mad at him, and they say if he like, you know, like if they want to contact him, they will, and if he doesn't contact them, he's like getting blocked out of like contact with anyone. So I believe he deletes all of his contacts because he's really hoping like his mom will get in contact with him, even though he's got like a horrible relationship with all his moms. And then he just suffers in debt hell because we never finished this part of the RP. I'm sorry. I have a feeling it was going to have something to do with the fact that his mom was special or something. Anyways, so that's the demon side of things. Let's get back to the witches. Okay, we have Nisa. So Nisa is a dog owner and a witch, and she meets Sybil because Sybil has to start buying dog stuff and chew toys because Melody is a ravenous little creature who's like chewing her apartment to bits and just making a mess of things. So she meets Nisa, and they start becoming friends. Nisa teaches her all about dogs, and they start dating. They learn that they're like both witches, and they're like, that's so cool. Nisa used to live in the magical world, and her ex is a sorcerer. And sorcerers are super hecking homophobic. And so Nisa was like in a horrible abusive relationship because like sorcerers are also like horrible to witches. And so like Nisa was going to marry her ex, but then her ex just went and married some guy, and it was like for status, and she just kind of wanted to keep Nisa on the side. She wanted to like have her cake and eat it too, basically. And Nisa eventually escapes the magical world and just tries to live her life and get back into things. But she can't because she is cursed. And the curse is basically that her ex didn't want her getting with anyone else after her. So as soon as Nisa starts dating someone else, a curse starts unfolding, and the curse is that mushrooms, I believe, start growing out of her horrifically, and they spread spores. I think they spread like a magical spore that is used in love potions. I think we'll get into potions in a bit, but yeah, like she starts rotting and turning into like a wooden golem thing. So yeah, everything's horrible for Nisa. We don't stand her ex. So as the curse becomes clearly a curse and not like a medical issue, Sybil starts looking into magic and wants to get in contact with a witch coven. And she eventually finds one on Facebook that turns out to be the real deal. And she meets Willow, who is an old witch who lives in the woods. But yeah, so she meets Willow, and Willow has a coven where they live in the woods, and they meet on nights of the full moon to create like a barrier so that sorcerers can't like listen in. So no one can listen in, and they can get to their business. It's basically a haven for witches, and it is comprised of people who escaped the magical world. And yeah, so that's where she meets Sybil. And she's like a nice old lady, and she is, yeah. So one of the members of the coven is Melinda, and Melinda is a little teenage witch, and she escaped from the magical world where she was living with a foster family. And she is covered in warts because her foster family had her collecting magical toads in the grounds. So basically the deal with sorcerers is that they have monopolies over various magical ingredients used to make potent spells, and they exert control on witches who are poor magic users. And yeah, that's the main distinction, is that witches just don't have access to these high level ingredients that are used in high caliber spells. So Melinda is used by her family to collect these frogs, these toads, for spells, because the sorcerers don't want to do it because it's dangerous. So there's a lot of instances like this that we'll go through. But yeah, that's Melinda's deal. Yeah, she was used to harvest toads. Then we have Helen. So Helen escaped from an orphanage, and she used to harvest rainbow silk. She lived at like an orphanage where they would all like collect silk from these spiders to make rainbow silk. Yeah, it's fancy sorcery ingredients. And because of this, she became infested with spiders. So the spiders are like highly magically contagious, and they feed on life force, I believe, to create their silk. And she escapes, but she's actually like in huge trouble if she ever goes back to the magical world, because she's infested with spiders and left. She is illegally stealing the spiders. So that is a horrible crime, and she would be imprisoned for it. So basically all of the orphans are stuck there forever, gathering the silk for the sorcerers to make their fancy like robes and stuff. So next we have Fiona. I don't really know Fiona's full deal, but she likes to be a cat. She's not a cat, but she takes the form of a cat most of the time. I believe that her familiar was killed, and that's why she is a cat. It has something to do with that. I don't know all the details. I didn't write them down. But I think that sorcerers might have killed her familiar, and now she's like a little crazy, and she's sneaky. That too. She's also sneaky. So yeah, I think that's Fiona's deal. And when they do like their magical ritual and all their glamour goes away, she's kind of like a cat girl, but she prefers to stay as a cat. Next we have Dorothy. So Dorothy escapes during the course of like them talking with the witches. Like they meet her later, and she's like a newly escaped little witch, and she has like teeth that are constantly falling out of her mouth. So she's constantly growing teeth and losing them, and she like spits them into a little cup or a bag. I think she spits them into a bag, because she was cursed when she was bit by a snarl-toothed salamander that she used to harvest teeth for in the basement. And she's sad about leaving because she liked her family, even though they kind of sucked. They were kind of like all she knew, which sucks for her. Moving on into the magical world, we have Anthea. So Anthea is an old witch who is living in the magical world. She is following all of the rules. She's doesn't do magic. She doesn't teach magic to the younger generation. She just is a witch, is poor, does her thing. And her granddaughter was actually taken away because they didn't want her teaching her magic. So her daughter is actually Melinda, the toad girl who ended up in foster care. I forgot some stuff about Melinda, but Melinda eventually, Willow, the old lady, passes away, and Melinda runs away for a while, and she needs to be tracked down by Nisa and Sybil, and they end up like taking care of her. I remember that. But yeah, back to Anthea. Anthea misses Melinda. She's very grumpy, and she ends up capturing Melody. So I forget why, but Anthea is like capturing familiars. I believe that she does it because, well, what happens is that Melody ends up trying to find a cure for what happened to her and her becoming like a familiar and whatnot. And so she goes into the magical world. Liv does not want her doing this. Olivia is very upset. But yeah, Melody goes and she sneaks into Anthea's garden, and Anthea puts her in a little cage and locks her away. And Sybil cannot figure out where she is. Like, it's a whole plot that I'm forgetting. But yeah, like, Anthea is not about other witches. She doesn't like community. She's like, we can't do that or we'll be killed. That's kind of her vibe. And we have Martin. So this is Anthea's grandson. So she lives with him, or he lives with her, and he takes care of her. He is not allowed to be a witch, even though he possesses the power of magic. He is not allowed because he is a boy, and boys aren't allowed to be sorcerers or witches in this. They're impressed. We said no magic for men. And so he's not allowed to be a witch, and his grandmother regrets teaching him to read because he ends up going through all of her books and trying to learn stuff. How dare he? He works really hard. He sells her wares at the market. He's just a little guy. And last but not least, we have Hazel Goldthorn. So Hazel is a vampire. She is also a sorceress, and she runs away from home one day, and she ends up at the market where she runs into Martin. And Martin is like, hello. She's in very fancy robes because, you know, like, she's a sorceress, and she collapses. She's like starving and in pain and doesn't know what to do. And he gives her an apple, and she thinks it's the best thing ever. And she like scarfs it down. And it turns out that she's never eaten before in her life. She's never eaten before in her life at all. Actually, no, that's not true. Not since she was a child. And she hasn't because when she was a child, she became a vampire. And it was a disgrace to her family. So they use a potion to keep her from fully turning into a vampire. So it stops her from consuming what vampires consume, and it sustains her and gives her life in its place. So she drinks like a potion every day, and because of this she's become incredibly weak. She gets sick of this life, and so she runs away, and that's when she meets Martin. And so Martin takes her home, and Anthea is like, no vampires in this house. We hate vampires. If you let a vampire live, it'll destroy the forest. You get rid of her, you kill her. Get rid of this vampire. Also, she misgenders Hazel because Hazel's like a trans girl. And so he leaves with Hazel, and he doesn't want to like let her die or kill her or whatever. He's like, I can't do that. I'm sorry my grandma came off so hard. Like, I'll take care of you. And so he does like his best to like take care of her. He goes back home. His grandma starts growing garlic and stuff, and is like, you can't have vampires around. They'll destroy the whole forest. He learns that as a vampire, she needs to eat blood oranges. They're like a rare magical fruit. And so he learns that the Goldthorn Orchard, owned by the Goldthorns, is the only place where you can acquire a blood orange. So he starts looking for work as someone who picks fruit, and he starts working on a sorcerer's farm, picking fruit for them, and eventually he spots where the blood oranges grow. And over the course of this time, like, Hazel is slowly starting to die because she can't live on just like regular fruit. She's a fruit bat vampire. I hope that's clear. But like, she, like, apples and stuff aren't doing it for her, and she's slowly starting to die. And he's like, oh god, okay, it's time. I have to steal this fruit. So he goes to the blood orange tree, and he goes and he grabs the blood orange. And when he grabs it, a tendril comes out from the orange tree, and it grabs him back, and he's stung by all of these thorns. And so he comes back with the blood orange, and he gives it to Hazel, and she starts like coming back to life, and he's like, oh, thank goodness. But when he goes home, he is overwhelmed by the smell of garlic, and he starts turning into a vampire, and his grandma kicks him out because basically the blood orange tree is what turns people into vampires. And it's like a magical tree, and it turns you into a vampire, and it makes you have to eat its fruit so that you can spread its seeds, basically. You become a little fruit bat. And it's a very dangerous tree. Like his grandma actually said, she was correct. It would have been nice if she explained this to him and they could have like harvested a blood orange properly. But as the seeds spread, they can like take over like the whole forest and turn everything into vampires and just wipe things out. So yeah, that's the story of them. We never continued from there, so that's kind of where we leave it. All right, so next we have Magical Allergies, which is an interesting RP that did not go on for very long, but I enjoyed my time with it. About the RP, it is a magical world where humans are, not humans specifically, magical people and non-magical people are somewhat separated. And the reason is that some people are very reactive to magic, hence the allergies thing. Some people have allergic reactions to magical properties in various things. So the worlds are sort of separated because of health reasons. Okay, so we have George, and George is a human. She's cool. She's all right. We like George. She runs an online pottery shop on like this world's equivalent of Etsy. We have a lot of Etsy shop owners in our RPs, I realize. You know, write with what you know, I guess, is the saying. But yeah, and she is planning to propose to her girlfriend. That's kind of all there is to her. And here we have Ellie, who is George's girlfriend. She is an elf and she loves to garden, and she is well aware that this is a huge stereotype. And like I was saying, not all elves are magical. She's not a magical creature. She's just an elf. She's just a girl with pointy ears. She's actually very, very allergic to magical flora. She's always been so. I don't know if you can tell, but she's got little thorns on her face, and she got those from getting a not so great perfume that had a little bit of magic in there. Yeah, so she breaks out in thorns like instead of hives. It's like a magical reaction, if that makes sense. So she gets proposed to by George, and it goes horribly wrong because George plans to propose to her by the magnolia tree where their first date was at. And when they get there, there's a whole bunch of magical flowers there, and there's like a whole banquet going on. And so Ellie has a horrible reaction, and she ends up basically cursed because of this. Let's be real, all of these are going to be about curses. So Ellie has a horrible reaction, and like she is covered in thorns, and the magical like exposure is so much that it just like keeps progressing, and she has to go to the hospital for this. And they're like talking with George, and they're like, we have to see how it progresses, because if it like starts to go down and like go away on its own, it should be fine. But it could be sort of like a point of no return level of magic. The way that they can tell that is that like her memory will start going, she'll be all foggy and stuff, because like an extreme amount of magical exposure can leave you as like a monster, right? And of course, Ellie's prognosis ends up being horrible, and she is in fact turning into a magical creature. And here we can have some images that were supposed to show throughout it, but Google ruined my slide presentation. So here's her after her magical exposure, and I'm gonna assume she was turning into some sort of deer. Ursula never told me, we never got that far in this RP, but based on everything I'm seeing here, Ursula was turning her into some sort of deer. And they have to like take care of her and she ends up in like a home for magical creatures. And this world kind of sucks hugely, where there's like not a huge social safety net, and there's lots of privatized like long-term care facilities that like exploit magical creatures. It's very different from some of our later RPs, but yeah, it's horrible for Ellie, and that's probably why we stopped RPing it, because it just was sad. So next we have Miss Caloris, and she is the daughter of a centaur and a harpy, and she is a singer, I believe. She's pretty popular. She's a posh lady, and because she's a harpy, in order to marry her, you must give her an extravagant proposal, you know, like a bird. I think it was in my Bowerbird era where I was super into Bowerbirds, those crazy little guys. Yeah, it must have been in that era, and I think it was around the same time I was working on the science RP, so I think I scrapped that idea and did it again for the harpy. So yes, she needs an extravagant proposal that she must accept. Meanwhile, her centaur father is super protective. I think that, yes, her centaur father is very protective of her, because that's what centaurs are like, and he has to approve of whoever proposes to her. So there's a bit of like some cultural clash between like her and her father, but either way, she's incredibly difficult to marry. And that brings us to Momo. And Momo is a baker. He's some sort of little fox dude. I don't really remember. This was a very quick RP we did. And he plans to propose to Miss Caloris. And it is all his fault that Ellie gets exposed to magic, because he ruins all of George's setup. He sees like her little setup and he moves it all aside, and he brings out all these like extravagant magical flowers and magical treats. And so when Ellie goes to like see like the bouquet that she thinks that like George has got her, no, it's actually Momo, who is in a park where he is not supposed to be in. Like, he is in like, it's a protected park that's not supposed to have magical stuff going on in it, but he doesn't care. He just tramples in because he's got to propose to Miss Caloris, and he thinks the tree looks good. Next we have Sherry. Sherry is Ellie's sister, so she ends up hearing about what's happening with Ellie from George. They have to tell her. I don't think George is very close with her own family. I think her family are like in the magical areas of the world. I think they might be sorcerers or something. But yeah, Cherry is Ellie's sister, and they both are adopted. And Cherry is a dwarf, and she is allergic to crystals and crystal magic, and she has horrible breakouts because of it as well. Their parents kind of have savior complexes where they keep adopting children from like orphanages who have difficulty with magic and stuff. And they aren't great parents, but they like to talk about how great they are all the time. I believe her one mother is named Melika, and she's like an elf, and then her other mother is named Infinity, and she's a draconic woman. I think that's why they adopted a dwarf. I don't really remember. This RP was a blur, and it's so much of a blur that like that's all that I have on it. It didn't go much further from here. So yeah, we can move on. Now it's time to move into all of my fairy RPs. There used to be tons more of them, but I've lost a lot of details on them. We're going to be going into the 4 Fairy Kingdoms, which is a classic of OC storytime videos for me. But we did end up doing a revised version of it after all of the ones we posted. So there's some differences, and that's why I have like a written version of this. I think we've done this RP like 4 times. We really liked it. It was like 10 out of 10, our favorite thing about this RP. It is a world of humans and fairies. They border one another, and you don't really go into the fairy world, because if you go into the fairy world, it's very unlikely that you come out. Curses in this story leave kind of residue. So if you are cursed like as a human to turn into like a dog or something, even if you're uncursed, you're gonna end up like a little bit doggy. if the curse is removed. It's just like there's curse residue. So titles matter. So if you are a king, it means something. I don't know what I mean by titles matter. What do I mean? It means a lot, and I'm sure we'll get into the royal titles with fairies, surely. So let's start with Cordelia. Cordelia is a lady. She's the daughter of the Bloodshore King. So the Bloodshore King is a king of a human kingdom. He's very awful. You can tell by the name. Bloodshore Kingdom, terrible. Worst guy, bad man. And she ran away and became a mercenary because she didn't want that life. She didn't want the smoke. And she is currently dating Evangeline. Evangeline is a half human, half unicorn. So her mother met a unicorn who was a very promiscuous unicorn. He's a bit devilish little unicorn dude. And her mom had her. She is very shy about her fairiness. She has pointed ears and she hides them with her hood because there's a lot of prejudice against fairies. And so she really doesn't want anyone to know that she's a fairy. And because she has her little sharp ears, she's really good at hearing. She looks sparkly in this picture, but she only sparkles when she enters the fairy realm. So she's a traveling bard, and she travels with Cordelia. They go around, go to taverns, it's very D&D, and she uses her little sharp ears to listen into the whatsits and, being a bard and all that fun stuff. So she and Cordelia end up going to the fairy realm together because while traveling, they hear some news. And Cordelia is like, oh, we could do this little task in the fairy world. And Evangeline's like, no, absolutely not. We shouldn't. But with pressure, Evangeline does go with her into the fairy realm. And eventually in the fairy realm, she is justified in her fear because she is turned into a statue and captured by a fairy. So, Evangeline was correct. Next, we have Eileen. She is a cleric living in the town of Blue Hollows, which is the place that Evangeline and Cordelia first show up in and learn what's going on. So she's a cleric, and she's been praying and making sure that the fairy realm doesn't spread into her town, because the fairy realm has been spreading lately and just going through towns, and now fairies are able to walk freely into human towns, and it's just been a really bad time. So yeah, Eileen is just a normal human woman. Ignore the picture. So she really doesn't want to be a cleric. She wants to leave the church and get married to Brom. But she can't because they don't have any other clerics. And like I was saying, she feels that her prayers and her dedication to the church are what is keeping her town from being overrun by fairies. So what happens is she's off collecting herbs, flirting with Brom, and they part. And then she walks a little too close to the fairy forest, and a whole bunch of goblins grab her and drag her into the fairy forest. And she's put in a little cage, and she's taken to the Goblin King, and she's in a cave. And then eventually, the goblins are attacked by imps, and the imps steal her from the goblins, and she's brought to their leader, because imps just kind of flock around like a leader. And in this case, their leader is the Chimera, who is like a big monster of made up of all sorts of other monsters and stuff. So yeah, she ends up married to the Chimera. And it's a big deal because you can't unmarry in this world. In the fairy world, marriage is like a bond between souls. It's kind of like the familiar bond in the other RP with all the tea and stuff. Yeah. So she's married to the monster, and she becomes a chimera herself. And the chimera uses chimera slime because chimeras are slimy creatures, and the slime is basically crazy glue. And so she gets stuck with a rabbit, with an imp, with like the chimera tentacle tongue. Like all of those things are added to her as she slowly becomes a chimera. So she's basically like a young chimera by the end of their marriage. Well, I guess the beginning of their marriage. It's a short engagement. But eventually another fairy shows up by the name of Emerald, and he takes her away from the chimera, rescuing her effectively. All right, so Braum, he is a blacksmith in Blue Hollow. We mentioned him. He is in love with Eileen, and when she's taken away, he goes into the fairy world to rescue her. She's kind of also like the impetus for Cordelia and Eve to enter the fairy world. Like they go on the same mission to rescue her. I think they go to rescue Braum because Braum's like the first one to leave, and he enters the fairy world and he fights the goblins, but he ends up bitten by them. And because he is bitten by a goblin, he starts turning into a troll. So he's following behind them, and there's like a goblin cloud above them that protects them all from the sun. And the sun is what can cleanse a goblin bite. So usually trolls are like people who go into the caves, are bitten by goblins, and then can't find their way to escape the goblin cave. And eventually he is saved from becoming a troll because he is found by Edwin, another character who gets him to stop being in the sun so much, or to get back into the sun. They go and like collect bottles of sunlight and help cleanse his wound, but you know, there's curse residue, so he remains kind of a troll guy for the rest of the story. Speaking of Edwin, though, we have Edwin, and he is a fairymancer who is traveling the fairy world. And fairymancy is the ability to remove magic completely. So you know how I said, like, magic is super glue and unremovable? A fairymancer could actually remove magic completely. Edwin isn't great at it because he's really bad at keeping his memories. He's been selling his memories to an owl in exchange for information on the fairy world. And when Braum first encounters Edwin just wandering by the edge of the forest, he thinks he is a fairy because Edwin's just kind of loopy and weird. So he's on a search for dryad tears, which is something that the owl told him to go find. He doesn't remember why. It makes him sad to think about it, but he is on an adventure to find dryad tears. He ends up befriending Cordelia and Eve. Him and Braum don't really get along. Braum is angry, and they ended up parting ways. In the original one, I think Braum and him became friends, but in the redo, he ended up being way more close with Cordelia and Eve. Cordelia is a lot more sympathetic to him, I think, because like Eve is a fairy, and Cordelia is a lot more open to fairies than Eve is. We'll get into more about Edwin later, I think. Next we have Becca. I don't really remember Becca all that much. She was a woman whose town was overtaken by ogres. So because like the magic has been spreading into the human world and towns have been taken over, like Becca's in one of the towns that was taken over by ogres, and everyone was done away with in various ways. And she ends up being captured by goblins in all of this. She also loses her daughter to like a witch creature, I believe. And Becca ends up meeting Eileen when they are both captured by the goblins. And she ends up being rescued by Braum and Edwin because Braum is going to find where Eileen ended up. So he follows the goblins. He gets to the Goblin King. They go and talk to the Goblin King. Edwin pretends to be a fairy lord, I believe. And he uses fairymancy to like be like, see how powerful I am by like removing magic or whatever. And like they eventually are able to get Becca and all the other people stolen by the goblins saved, but obviously Eileen has been taken away. I think the king goblin, like he's only a king because he found like a crown, so he wears the crown and he's able to not be a little dumb goblin, but like I think his crown gets knocked off in the fray and they start fighting over the crown, and that allows them to escape with everyone. I think that's what happens. I don't really remember entirely. But yeah, that's Becca. So now we have Wolf. He is a doggy. Ow wow. He marries a human prince. So he doesn't appear to be a doggy when he is seducing the human prince, but he starts having a little gay relationship with the prince. So yeah, like he convinces the prince to marry him, and because marriage is so powerful and titles are powerful, when Wolf marries the prince, he gets a little ring on his finger, he immediately becomes king of a fairy world. Yes. And so he takes over the entirety of Calem's kingdom by becoming the fairy king. So that's why all of the magic is spreading, because slowly all of Calem's kingdom is turning into a fairy kingdom, and what the shift of power was that caused everything. He's kind of really bad at being a king. He is kind of a puppy and a Dumbo, and he just wants to make friends and have a good time. He wants to play in the snow. He's trying his best. He's just a puppy. We love him. Now we have Calem. Calem is the gay prince that marries a wolf who is fooled into doing that. He gets turned into a stool for a bit. I think there's like a little bit of the magic. Like this is like something we used to have in this RP that I don't think is as prevalent. But if you believe in the magic, like you make it more effective on you. I don't think that stuck around, because in the original, like he was using him as a stool, so Calem started like turning into a stool more, but I don't know how much of that has stuck around. Calem kind of steps up to the plate over time and realizes that he does in fact like Wolf. Even though he kind of got tricked, he still kind of likes Wolf. Calem's parents kind of sucked. His life sucked. They weren't accepting of him being gay. And over time, he learns that Wolf is just a cool guy and kind of just a little dumb. And so he helps Wolf with all of like his governance stuff, because Wolf is really bad at it. Next, we have Azalea. So she is the first fairy lord / lady. So she's a lady. And each fairy king and queen, they have 4 seasonal lords and ladies in their land. And I think she is the spring lady of his courts, and so she is like a high-ranking member of their courts, and she is married to a troll. And much like the chimera marriage, like they share like their soul link thing, and she is like made ugly by the troll, and she also has like bouts of like anger caused by like her growing relationship with her troll husband. And she doesn't really hang out with her troll husband. Like, she doesn't bring him around anywhere. She was kind of forced into the marriage with him under duress, so she's not a big fan of it. Yeah, we feel bad for her. She shows up in the kingdom, and she's very happy that there's a bunch of like humans there, because what she does is she likes to steal all the beauty from all of the human girls and take it for herself to like hide the trolliness, because she cares so deeply about beauty. Speaking of beautiful maidens, we have my girl Sarah. She's Calem's sister. She's vain as all heck. She's got issues. She's insecure because like she always had like huge pressures on herself, and she is terrified because she's betrothed to marry the Bloodshore King. She's very young compared to the Bloodshore King too. There's a lot of terrible marriages that became a theme in this story. And yeah, she starts turning into a rat because Azalea starts turning her into a rat. Sarah refuses to do like any work around the castle. She refuses to like bow down to Azalea. So Azalea starts turning her into a rat because Sarah hates rats, and she's also like stealing Sarah's beauty. And eventually she becomes the rat princess because titles are important, and even though she's turned into a rat, she remains a princess. As a rat princess, she meets Prince Radimus. He is a rat. He's a regular rat. He captures Princess Sarah when she becomes a rat. And even though she's pretty and a princess, like, he ain't having it. All of the rats are like, we're going to have your head, Sarah, because they all hate Sarah because she used to chase them around and, like, you know, get rid of all the rats in the palace. The hero we need most is someone who can divorce anyone. Well, funny you say that. Yeah, so he hates her for hurting his people, and that's Prince Radamus. I forget what happens after that. Next we have Matilda. She's not a mouse, nor is she ever turned into a mouse, but she has mouse energy. She's Sarah's maid. She is eventually made to be Azalea's handmaid just to spite Sarah. Her beauty's taken away from her by Azalea, but she's also turned against Sarah and used to make her like feel bad and stuff. Next we have Ambrosia. She's my girly. I love Ambrosia. She's Wolf's summer lady. She is married to an eldritch being. Much like Azalea, it's not really something she wanted. An eldritch being awakened from its slumber and put a ring on that thing. When she shows up at the castle, she starts torturing all of the humans there, and then when they die, she turns them into dolls to serve her. She gets into like a fun little competition about who can have the most obedient pretty maids with Azalea, and she eventually, like, her rivalry with Azalea becomes friendship because the two of them bond over the fact that they were forcibly married to monsters, and they become best friend girlies, girl squad. Next we have Emerald, and he is the Autumn Lord of Wolf's Court. We've mentioned him before. He's a science boy. He studies things, and he rescues Eileen. The main reason he does that isn't because he really cares about Eileen at all, but he's fascinated by the Chimera slime and its potential for magic, because finding a young fledgling chimera is very rare because they very quickly gain a bunch of different chimera elements and become a full-fledged chimera, and the slime is less potent. He's like, I want that, so he takes her and he puts her in a little bubble so that nothing can fuse with her. Next we have Saffron. Saffron is the Winter Lady of Wolf's Court. She's Ambrosia's older sister, and she used to be the queen of the kingdom that what kingdom? I think the East Kingdom. She used to be the queen of the Eastern Kingdom, but something horrible happened and she lost her husband, the king, and she lost her crown and a large amount of her magic. But Wolf is like, sure, she can be a lady in my court. Why not? Oh, it says right there, she was actually overthrown by a fairymancer. So a fairymancer is what did that to her. Next we have my boy Lilac. So Lilac is the king of the West. He's a unicorn with a cracked horn. So he is amoral and super vain and like awful, and he is eventually attacked by Queen Umbra. So like there's this whole ball that occurs to celebrate Wolf's coronation, I guess. So all of the kingdom shows up, and when Lilac goes there, he is attacked by Queen Umbra, and I believe they try and take his horn, and he is turned to dust or something. I forget what happens to Lilac, I'll be real. He's captured or something. He's also Eve's father. Actually, I you know what? I don't think it happens at the ball. I think it happens after the ball. Yeah, because at the ball, he meets Eve, and Eve is like, oh god, realizing the similarities between them. And he's like, oh my god, this is a beautiful woman. I would like to take her back to my palace. So he does, much to Cordelia's dismay. And then he finds out that she is his daughter, and he decides to keep her as a statue in his garden. So he's the one that turns her into a statue, and he's a jerk, and he eventually gets done in by Queen Umbra. Yes. Okay. We have Plum. So Plum is a lady in Lilac's court. She's cute, and she is the only one to survive the attack on their kingdom, and she ends up traveling with Cordelia and Edwin, because Cordelia and Edwin show up looking for Eve, because Eve is captured. So they go and they find the wreckage of the Western Kingdom, and that's when Plum joins them on their travels. Next we have Amethyst. Amethyst is a lord of Lilac's court. He's handsome, and he has a huge crush on the king, and that's kind of his personality, I think. He does decorating for their kingdom. Yeah. Next we have Iris. She's the lady in Lilac's court. I don't really remember her at all, I'll be real. I think Nightshade had a crush on her. Is it true? Yeah, Nightshade here, he's a lord in Lilac's court. He's a bit of a bad boy, as you can tell. And yeah, he is crushing on Iris. So that's kind of their deal. In the remake, they kind of just got so fast that I don't really have notes on them, I'll be real. So as we were saying, Queen Umbra. Queen Umbra is the queen of the North Kingdom, and she hates women. I forget why she hates women. There's probably something there, probably something to do with like marriage or something. Either way, she is influenced by evil magic. She wasn't always like this. You know, she was always a bit of an edgy bee, but like she wasn't always like super freaking evil. And eventually she marries the Bloodshore King. Okay, yeah, so she has like the idea that she wants to take over even more land. And to do that, she's going to do what Calum did with Wolf, and she's going to marry the Bloodshore King. And then she is going to take over even more of the human lands. Like she wants to take over the human lands. And the Bloodshore Kingdom is very large because they are also a land of like brutal conquest and stuff. So she has this huge plan to marry the Bloodshore King and take over human lands. Yeah. So this is Hemlock, and Hemlock is a lord of Umbra's kingdom. But Hemlock is actually a lady. I don't think she remembers that she is a lady. She just like, what happened was like when Umbra took power, all of the fairy ladies were like turned into monsters. And then as like a form of like self-preservation, Hemlock hid as a man. And actually Hemlock is still a lady though. She had to do like a Mulan thing to prevent herself from being turned into a monster. She's eventually outed as a lady by Obsidian, who is a fairy lord in their court. He takes out her heart and proves that it is a maiden's heart, and then he marries her. Does he marry her? No, he doesn't marry her. He infuses her heart with ichor, and she turns into a monster, I think. Yes, she starts turning into a monster after like Obsidian does an experiment on her. This is Thistle. So Thistle is another lord in Umbra's court. And he has a rivals to lovers relationship with Hemlock. Like they hate on each other so much, and then he finds out she's a lady, and he's like, his brain is broken because they're all just a bunch of incels because they don't get to hang out with ladies. So yeah, and then he learns his rival is a lady, and he has to be nice to her because he has to be nice to ladies, but then he doesn't know what to do. And they go adventuring together as she's turning into a monster. He's snivelly, but like at his heart, he is not evil, I don't think. And yeah, he runs away with Hemlock. Next we have Blackthorn. So he's a lord of Umbra's kingdom, like all these other ones are, obviously. And he has been hiding in the Bloodshore court and working with the humans to try and bring the union to fruition. And he remembers a time before Umbra went feral, before she found the ichor, I believe, is the evil force in this world. And next we have Obsidian. So Obsidian is the final lord of Umbra's court, and he's like Emerald, but evil. So he does experimentations. So like I was saying, he takes out Hemlock's heart to see that it's a maiden's heart, and then does like experiments on it. And all of the characters, all of the different lords from Wolf's court also end up in Obsidian's grasp, because first they attack the Western court where Lilac is, and then they attack the Eastern court as well. Yeah, and he performs experiments on the captive fairies. And while performing, so he captures Ambrosia, and then he uses ichor to perform his most interesting experiment yet. Oh, he inverts a unicorn horn. Okay, yeah, I think he takes I think they take Eve's horn from her. No, I think they take Lilac's horn and they invert it to create some sort of evil magic. It's all very unclear to me, honestly. The actual thing I was talking about was he invents divorce, which we were saying that would probably be a good thing, but he invents evil divorce, where he forcibly rips Ambrosia's heart free of the eldritch horror creature, and I believe something bad happens. It's like, it's not good. It doesn't end well. There is a pathway towards good divorce in this world that we were working towards, but he does evil divorce. He just snips the bond between them and like decimates them physically and mentally in some way. I forget what happens, I'll be real. Moving away from the huge plot though, we have a side plot here, which was kind of where most of our focus was, honestly. So we have Allura, and Allura is Edwin's mother, and eventually they find the Dryad's tears and they reach Frostfell, which is where Edwin grew up. Apparently he doesn't really remember it, but like as they reach Frostfell, he starts having some memories of it, and they go into the village and there's just dead things everywhere. By things I mean people. So there's dead people everywhere, and they're like tangled up in like this tree, and they get to the trunk / root of the tree, and that is his mother. And his mother is like this parasitic tree creature thing, and the reason that is because she is like been created by a changeling. So when Edwin was little, he was swapped with a changeling, and the changeling used his mother, and she became like this tree thing that like saps all like the energy out of people and drains all of their life force for the changeling. And so they meet evil Edwin there as well, the changeling version of him, and they have to decide like who's the real Edwin. It was crazy. Eventually they do figure it out, and Edwin destroys the changeling with fairymancy. So next we have Ruddy. So that's Edwin's grandfather. So nearby Frostfell, there is a pathway where no fairy can touch it. And that's where Edwin ended up being captured. He's like our little Red Riding Hood character. I have a lot of Red Riding Hood characters. And he wanders off the path and is captured and like replaced with a changeling. So anyways, yeah, there's like this pathway that goes to his grandfather's house. And his grandfather is a fairymancer, and that's why the path can't be touched by fairies, as he clears it of magic. And he is the one who banished the Fairy King and destroyed Saffron's face. So as they're walking along the path away from Frostfell towards Ruddy's house, they notice like an evil entity in the shadows, and that is the Fairy King, the remains of him. And he ends up helping Edwin recover from fighting the changeling, because he uses a whole bunch of fairymancy, which like is physically draining. So then he goes and passes out at his grandpa's house. And then we have Wretch. I don't know what this picture is, I just love it. So she is Edwin's little sister, and she escaped from Frostfell because she started to realize that, oh my god, I think my brother's been replaced with a fairy, and no one believed her. So she had to run away because they were all drinking the fairy Kool-Aid, right? And she ended up being captured by a fairy when she escaped, and it's the same fairy that ends up eating Becca's children, I believe. It's like a witch creature, and Wretch ends up losing her name and doesn't remember like her original name. I think that the witch fairy stole it and uses like her humanity to like trick Becca into like giving up her baby. I think this is all a blur. This is such an old RP. Even like the most recent version of it is so old. And eventually she does escape the witch, and she returns to Old Man Ruddy. And she's like looks older than Evan. She's like a little old lady, but she's actually young. It's just she got like some of her life force sapped from the changeling. And when they're like fighting the changeling, Cordelia gets some of her life force zapped away. And like she's now older as well too. And that's all for that one. But the next one we need to talk about is the Fairy Tales RP. So this is the spiritual successor to our last RP. It was when we decided, you know what, heck it, all of our RPs are going to be about fairies from now on because we enjoy it and no one can stop us. In this RP, there's a fairy world there's a human world. And it's very similar to the Four Fairy Kingdom RP. And that's all there is to it, I guess, apparently. Yeah, there's still a lot about titles and stuff, and I think you'll see a lot of what is similar. So we have Alexei. He is our Calum, and he is a closeted gay, much like Calum, and he needs to marry in order to keep his throne. So he needs to find someone to marry in order to be king of the land. It's just kind of the rules of his kingdom or whatever. We didn't overthink this. And he rejects all ladies. He's just like, there's just no girl hot enough for me. Like, clearly it's the women's fault. He doesn't realize he gay, okay? That's his deal. Calum very much recognized that Calum was gay. Alexei does not. He exits his carriage eventually, so he's going home from like this big ball that they went to, and the lady there was just not good enough for him. And so they're heading home, and they're going through the ferry road. And his friend is terrified of this, and he's like, oh, this is stupid. And they get stopped by a whole bunch of cows that show up. Like, a whole bunch of cows just come out of like the forest, and like the carriage won't move. And like he's having a really bad time with like the girl that he's hanging out with in the carriage, so he leaves and he goes and tries to check out like what's going on with this cow, and hidden in the shadows is an imp, and the imp steals his face. So he takes his little face as if it was a mask and he swaps it with his face. And so this turns Alexei into a goat. At nighttime, which is when they're going, he is stuck as a little goat. During the daytime, he has a mask on his face that he can't remove. And he will end up being a goat forever if he is unable to remove the mask and get his own face back from the imp in a year. It has to do with like moon cycles or whatever. And each day, he ends up being more and more like a goat in his human form. He doesn't fully transform back every morning, and that is disconcerting to him because he is such a beautiful man. So that is Alexei. Next we have Eleanor. So Eleanor is friends with Alexei. Eleanor and him used to be thick as thieves, but eventually what happened was she was captured by the Horse Lord, and the Horse Lord turns her into a horse and gifts her to the Fairy Queen. And the Fairy Queen enjoys her for like a day, and then Eleanor is like, please, I don't want to be a horse. It sucks. I am in love and I want to go back to my old life and marry the man of my dreams, Prince Alexei. And the Fairy Queen is like, man, I am a hopeless romantic, so like totally, you can go back, and if Alexei proposes to you, you will be yourself completely again. The curse will be entirely lifted. And so she returns her, but she has hooves for feet. And she goes to Alexei and she's like, oh, thank God, I'm like safe. Are you like happy that I'm back? And Alexei's like, yeah, of course. Like, I'm happy my friend is back. And she's like, do you have like anything to say to me? And, you know, like really wanting him to propose, because part of the deal with the Fairy Queen is that she can't force him to propose to her or ask him or tell him anything to do with the curse and how to break it. It has to be that he is truly in love with her and wants to marry her no matter what. And see, he sees her hooves and is like, you are disgusting. I am never gonna date you ever. You garbage. I hate you, Eleanor. Like, we used to be haughty friends and we aren't anymore. And in doing so, her curse worsens and she becomes more like a horse again, as you can see. And she is terrified to fully turn into a horse completely. So she like tries to stay his friend all the time, and she wears a veil so that she doesn't disgust him. And she just really wants him to turn around and start liking her again. So they go to the ball together, and he is just completely disgusted by her the whole time. And she's terrified when they're in the carriage together, because she's like, oh my God, what if another fairy captures me? Like, Alexei, can like we like sit closer together? And he's like, ew, don't touch me, you're gross. And so like, yeah, they eventually get into this huge fight where he is like Eleanor, stop trying to date me. I think you're nasty. And she's like, you don't mean that? And he's like, no, I mean that. You're stanky gross. I'm never going to marry you. And her curse worsens even more. And he's so put off by that he leaves the carriage and checks on this whole like cow situation that's happening and gets his face stolen. And that's the deal with Eleanor. So a little bit about the Horse Lord. So he is a protector of wild horses. He frees horses from their riders, usually, is his deal. He lives in like a meadow with all these wild horses, and if you go riding through the meadow and he catches you, he will take your horse and set it free, and then return you to the human world wearing the saddle and bridle that you rode in on. And he's a horse. So let's talk about Nibirius. Nibirius is the imp. As you can tell, this is him wearing Alexei's face. He's a funny little guy, and he is in love with Eleanor. So after this whole like ordeal with Eleanor being captured by the Horse Lord, he met Eleanor as a horse when he was hanging out with the Fairy Queen, and he was like, damn, that's a really pretty horse. And then when she's set free and she has horse hooves, he's like, damn, I want a girl with horse hooves. Like that's so hot. And then when Alexei rejects her, she gets a little horsey in the face, and he's like, oh my god, this is the most beautiful woman in the world. And so he devises a plan to steal her from Alexei. And he gathers up all of the cattle and animals from the barns nearby when he's on his trip, and he stops Alexei's carriage. So yeah, he ends up taking the prince's face so that he can have Eleanor instead. So he puts on his face and he comes back to the carriage. He's like, Eleanor, my love. And she is like not having it because she just had the worst fight with Alexei ever. And he is so confused why she is not liking him. And he has to work really hard to like win her affections back. And he still needs to act like Alexei, because if he starts being suspected to be a fairy, the mask will come off. Like if someone can tell that he is not the actual Alexei, he will lose his face, and then Alexei can get his face back. But yeah, so he tries to work on his plan to marry her. And his idea is that I will just let her turn back into a horse, because it will be way easier to win over a horse. Because Alexei doesn't really Alexei also doesn't understand human women, but Nibirius doesn't understand human women. He understands horses, though. He's like, I'll just let her turn back into a horse. I'll feed her sugar cubes and carrots, and then she will totally marry me, and then I can get like the Fairy Queen to like turn her back, but not completely, because I don't want her to be a human woman, because that's like a turnoff for me. But like she can be like a horse girl, and we'll be in love, and it'll be like the best thing ever. He doesn't really think things through. And eventually she does in fact turn back into a horse. He isn't able to marry her, unfortunately for him, because on top of being turned into a horse, she is attacked by goblins. Not goblins again, guys. No. So there's a bunch of goblins that are sent by the Fairy King. He sends goblins to take his horse back, because it's not just that she's going to be turned back into a horse, it's that she is property of the Fairy King and Queen. She is their horse, right? It wasn't that she got released and turned human again. So she is owned by the Fairy King, and he comes back to collect her. Goblins attack. Nibirius tries to save her, and eventually she succumbs to her wounds and dies. And she melts into a swamp that is conjured by the Fairy King. And she becomes a swamp horse ghost. So like a Kelpie. The way that she turns back into a horse is that Nibirius proposes to her, which is what she always wanted, but because he's not actually Alexei, it doesn't work, and she ends up being turned back into a horse. Okay, so then we have Aubrey. Aubrey is my girl, okay? She is the stable hand working at the royal stable for Alexei. She grew up next to the Horse Lord's meadow, and she has always wanted to be captured and turned into a horse her entire life. She's kind of autistic, and she is living my dream. But obviously she's like way too nice to horses to ever draw the ire of the Horse Lord, so Aubrey remains not a horse. She is infested with imp lice, however, because she's a quirky little girl. She's just always been so quirky, and Nibirius and his little gang of imps thought she was hilarious, so they were always putting little imp lice on her. And we will get into kind of what imp lice do, but because there was no magic in the area, they have never been able to like activate. You gotta activate the imp lice. It's like the little eggs. They don't hatch. They can't do anything without magic. So as much as they were hoping to cause nonsense with their lice, like nothing happens for a good long time until Alexei becomes Prince. Like I was saying, this is so much like our other RP. When Nibirius becomes Alexei, he effectively becomes a fairy prince, and their lands start to allow magic in. And no one can figure out why this is happening, because no one realizes that Alexei has been replaced with a fairy prince. But as the magic seeps into their world, the lice start being activated, and she becomes incredibly itchy, and she slowly starts turning into a donkey. Because of the way that imp lice work is they're like an infestation, and they will make you turn into an animal kind of similar to the imp in question. What they're actually feasting on is your humanity. They slowly eat away at your humanity, and they can do that when you give in and behave like whatever animal you were being turned into. So Aubrey starts eating hay and sleeping in the fields, and yeah, she slowly starts turning into a donkey. And Nibirius thinks this is super funny. He's been waiting for this his entire life. And though his beloved has just died and turned into a kelpie, he sees Aubrey in the stable, and he can't help but have to hide his laughter, because this is hilarious. This is what he's always wanted. He thought she was so funny, always talking to the horses, and now she can understand what the horse is saying. Oh my god, so funny. And so Nibirius ends up taking Aubrey on an adventure with him and using her to carry all his stuff because she's a donkey, and he thinks that's funny. Nibirius is not perfect, okay? Nibirius is better than Alexei, but he's a bad boy, and he has a lot of growth that needs to happen within the RP. And yeah, that's kind of Aubrey's deal, is she's slowly turning into a donkey. We have Titan, and he is Aubrey's best friend, and she's so happy when she's able to talk to him, and he's so excited to be able to talk to her. He is Alexei's horse. Yeah, she just wants the best for him, and they're best friends. Next we have Liam, and Liam is a stable hand. He works with Aubrey. He has a huge crush on her, and he is not a fan of Nibirius or Alexei. Nab treats Aubrey so awful and teases her, and especially as the curse is going on. And since he doesn't recognize that Nibirius is a fairy, he's like, WTF? Like, why are you treating her like a donkey? She's not a donkey. She's a human being. And yeah, that's Liam's deal. He's just supportive of Aubrey. And you'd think that he has imp lice because he hangs out with Aubrey so much, but he doesn't, because Liam has a dog. And Liam's dog has always kept Aubrey away from her. Liam's dog is like, no, you guys will not touch. You stay away from Liam. And she attacks, flees, louses, everything. She is on it. She will not allow a single flea to hurt her master. And that is because she is actually a brownie. So she is a fairy that Liam inadvertently saved and adopted, and takes the form of a dog, but she's just a little sweetie and a protector of Liam. And that's why he has not succumbed to the imp lice like Aubrey has. Get yourself a good boy. Then we have Nadia. So on their adventure, as they are looking for Eleanor. As they're searching for Eleanor, they meet Nadia. And Nadia eventually captures Aubrey and Nab on their adventure. And she decides that she really likes Aubrey. She's never had a pet before, and she's like, this is an adorable donkey friend. I want her to turn into a donkey, but I want her to be my donkey. And we're just going to have like a great time. And so they start a farm together. They find an old abandoned human farm that was taken over by like fairies. There's been all sorts of manors that are slowly being taken over by the fairies as the magic spreads into the world. And they take over a farm together, and she's like, I'm going to start my Stardew Valley dream, and I'm going to raise donkeys and horses, and Aubrey's going to be so happy, and I'm going to be happy, and we're just going to have a good time. And she makes it a perpetual winter because that's kind of her thing. I think she's a ghost of some sort. Ursula never gave me all the details on this character. We just wanted to do a really weird Stardew Valley side adventure, and that's what happened with Nadia and starting her farm. And she eventually uncovers Nab's identity because Nab is like wanting to go and continue his adventure, and he wants to bring Aubrey with him. Nadia starts being like, okay, like, I think you might be an imp. Like, she doesn't say it outright because she doesn't want his mask to fall off, but she is so onto him, and he knows that, so they end up parting ways. And he has to leave Aubrey behind and continue his adventure alone. Next, we have Mary. So on the Stardew Valley farm life adventure, we have Mary, and she is an imp. She used to be friends with Nab, but Nab abandoned her and the imp buddies. They used to throw their louses at Aubrey together. They had good times, but then Nab met a woman and abandoned them. And she cannot stop crying. So imps cannot stop laughing. They find everything hilarious, you know, like it is all just vibes with them all the time. And so one day she was swapping faces with someone, and she put her mask back on upside down, and now instead of laughing all the time, she cries all the time. Everything makes her sad. Okay, so the thing with imp lice, side note, because I got a question. The thing with imp lice is that usually they're very easy to treat and overcome. Like an imp tries to turn you into a sheep, and you can usually like overcome it because you'll be stronger than like a few lice. But because she was so covered in lice, it happened like ridiculously quick, and it was like overwhelming to stop it. That was the case with Aubrey. Anyways, Mary just sad all the time. The other imp that used to be friends with Nibirius is Spud, and Spud is a goat, and he faints constantly. He's a fainting goat. He's kind of dumb, not the smartest potato, but he means well, and he ends up on the farm with Nadia and like helps them and stuff. And then there's Lazarus, and Lazarus is another brownie. Much to the dismay of Nibirius, he actually takes care of Spud and Mary. So after Nab abandoned his imp friends, they became friends with Lazarus, and he's been helping them. Brownies are kind of like, brownies and imps, they have like rivalries all the time because brownies want to help people and imps want to cause mischief. So it is a complete betrayal of imp kind that Spud and Mary are hanging out with Lazarus, and they enjoy him and they have fun with him. And yeah, Nab just hates this guy. Lazarus used to help on the farm that was taken over by all of the fairy magic and has just been kind of in the woods. So eventually he joins the Stardew Valley fun time with everyone else. Then we have Fenwick. I think he's the last member of our Stardew Valley farm, and he is the forest spirit for the nearby forest, and he was actually captured by humans a while back, and he's been living in captivity where he's slowly been dying because you can't hold a forest spirit in captivity. They just kept him. He's like a little deer centaur guy. Nadia doesn't actually end up releasing him. She tries to turn him into a little reindeer guy so that he can stay with them, but she really needs to let him go. She's just very bad at letting things go. Moving on away from the farm adventure, we have James. James is the second in line to the throne, so he is the one that will get the throne if Alexei doesn't marry, and he is also a jerk, so don't start standing James. He ends up tricked by a fairy into like a little challenge thing. I don't know how to make it make sense in the most recent draft of it, but basically all you need to know is he ends up tricked. He walks into a fairy ring and signs a contract that he shouldn't, and he is slowly turning into a griffin creature because of he thinks that the reason he is slowly being turned into a griffin creature is because of the contract, and it's meant to distract him from what the actual contract is. And the type of griffin creature he is he's like a vulture and a possum mixed together instead of like an eagle and a lion. He's a vulture possum. Next we have Olanna. Okay, so Olanna, she is a duchess and she is meant to go on a date with James. Her handmaid has a huge crush on her. Olanna doesn't really reciprocate that crush. And she is terrified of fairies because when she was a child, she was by the swan pond and a fairy tried to drown her. So she's really not into the whole fairy thing. And she is unable to make her date with James because she ends up being attacked by a skunk imp who steals her face and pushes her down a well. Here's her with her face switched with the little skunk face. And because she's unable to make her date with James, the fairy is able to trick James. Next we have Edmund. He's one of the royal guards. He's guarding Olanna, and he gets caught up in the imp nonsense, and he is turned into a rat. So he's got his little rat face. He's got his little rat mask. It's the same curse as Alexei and Nibirius have going on. Next we have Pebbles. So Pebbles is very dumb, not smart. She used to be a regular skunk until the mother of imps turned her into an imp. She was rescued from some dogs and turned into an imp. She doesn't realize she got turned into an imp. She thinks she's always been an imp. She's not quick with it, you know? So she ends up stealing Olanna's life and living as Olanna, and she starts getting a huge crush on Olanna's handmaid. But she is very easily sussed out because she's not very smart. And so you'd think that would mean that the mask would fall off, but no. What happens is that her handmaid is like, oh my god, you were cursed by a fairy. Because Pebbles is so bad at like hiding that she's a skunk that like her skunk tail starts showing up again, and she doesn't remember key details about her life. And so the handmaid is like, oh my god, Olanna, you were cursed by a fairy. And Pebbles is like, yeah, I was cursed by a fairy. That's crazy. We should solve this together. This is Socrates. He didn't do much. He is also an imp, but he is the smartest imp in existence. He is best friends with Pebbles. He's the brains of the operation, and he is the one who ends up taking Edmund's face, and he becomes a royal guard. So then we have the mother imp, and she is a creature, like a bird creature, who lives beneath the castle. It's beneath Alexei's castle, I believe. She lives in this cave full of masks, and she steals many faces from many nobles. And she has like all these like nobles that have like void faces in her. I don't remember her whole deal, I'll be honest, but she convinces Pebbles and Socrates to steal Olanna's face and push her down the well so that she can take Olanna. And she is the one that ends up tricking James by pretending to be Olanna and getting him trapped in a fairy ring and signing the contract with him. And then we have Lorelei, and Lorelei is a bookseller. She works at the market, and she is the one who ends up helping James research the Fae and try and figure out what is happening with this contract. And she's the one who starts to realize that like the spell that's cast upon him doesn't have anything to do with the contract, and that it might have to do with him breaking the fairy ring. And because she starts getting way too close to the answers, she also has like, her and James end up having like a relationship, but she ends up being turned into a magic book. She gets like trapped in a book because she starts getting too close to the answers. So the imp queen has her cursed, of course. And next we have Iona. So she is Alana's handmaid, as we were mentioning, and she is the one who realizes that there's something up with Alana because they're super close. She's super close with Alana, and she's like, oh my god, you've been like cursed by a fairy, so like let's solve this together. She's really into pigeons. She absolutely adores pigeons. She has a pet pigeon named Pebbles, and Pebbles finds that so funny. And she spent her childhood cursed because like she started turning into like a pigeon, and she was able to speak to pigeons, and like her hands and arms became wings, and it was a bad time for her. But like it eventually, the curse just went away, and she wasn't sure what that is. Eventually in the story, her and Pebbles get hunted down by a red hat. So that's like, he's like one of the fairy guards for the fairy king. He's very tough and strong, and he is in charge with killing all of the mages. And it turns out that she wasn't cursed at all. She's actually a pigeon mage. She has power over pigeons. And when she casts her magic, so the way that magic works in this world is that mages will cast their spells, and then their body will start like turning into like the similar material to their spells. So in her case, she has pigeon magic, and she starts becoming a pigeon when she uses her magic over pigeons. The way that it is undone is through celestial events. So for her, it had to do with seasonal changes. I forget specifically, but like celestial events occur within the sky, and then she is able to like return to human again. So yeah, so she started turning into like a pigeon lady because she was expelling magic from her hands, and as the magic empties, she becomes like pigeon-like. And she ends up being hunted down by the Red Hat because the Fairy King has been killing all the mages for centuries, and the understanding and like mages have just kind of been lost to time because of the Fairy King. So like Iona, of course, like doesn't know what's happening and doesn't realize she's a mage until she ends up being hunted down for being a mage. And then we have Rosalie. Speaking of, I actually talked about Rosalie before. She's like the only character I've talked about in recent memory for like an OC story time. So yeah, Rosalie's actually from this story. And she is a rare sun mage. So she is powered by the sun, which is extremely rare and very powerful. So like if the sun in the sky is how you regenerate your power, like that is like a very easy celestial event to draw from. And that's why sun mages and moon mages are like really rare and special. So she has the ability to create beauty. So as she uses like her magic, she becomes like decrepit and stinky. But because she draws from the sun, she's always being regenerated, and she's just a very pretty. And she is captured by a witch. When she was a child, like a witch stalked her because the witch knew that she was a powerful sun mage and wanted her for herself and wanted her magic. Rosalie eventually ends up being captured by that witch and kept in the witch's bog, where she is eventually rescued by Zara, who is a young knight. Yeah, after being rescued, she's brought back to the castle. She's kind of terrified, being captured by a witch again. And during this time, her mother passes away, and her evil stepmother ends up in the picture. Yeah, she is kept in a greenhouse and not allowed to go out and speak to people for her own, like, quote-unquote safety, until she is eventually brought to a ball where a curse befalls her. Oh no. She's given, like, a potion by her stepmother. Let's be real. Her stepmother gives her, like, a potion and is completing like a ritual spell to turn her into a worm, a lindworm even. Yeah, she's slowly turning into a worm. I think we'll get into some of the details on that. So that's like her transformation. So Granny Bog, as we were saying, there's like a witch. So this is Granny Bog, right? And when Rosalie was a toddler, she used to hide in the shadows and steal her hair and use it for spells and take the power from it. And as like the security went up and people started to believe Rosalie that like there was a witch chasing her, like they protected her, and she ends up being kidnapped by Granny Bog because Granny Bog wants to keep using her for potions and for power. And so she is eventually bested by Zara, like we were saying. Zara is able to get into the fairy world, which is a crazy feat on its own, and then bring Rosalie back. And what happens is that Granny Bog, not loving that she was bested by a freaking teenager, she makes a love potion, and then she uses that love potion on the king, and she disposes of the queen. She doesn't kill the queen. She turns her into a chicken, I believe, and sends her away. And the reason why she turns her into a chicken instead of killing her is that ghosts are real shit, okay? Ghosts are terrible in this world, and they will mess with you. So like, much like with like Eleanor, how she becomes a ghost horse, you do not want a ghost queen messing with you. So she turns her into a chicken and gets rid of her that way. And then she marries the queen. No, she doesn't marry the queen. She marries the king afterwards and uses that as her method to get to Rosalie. And that's when she puts Rosalie away in the greenhouse. And she plans to use Rosalie to create a sunstone, which is like a rare MacGuffin, basically. And in doing so, it will like take all of her magic and she will be left a worm, which is just kind of what happens when you strip all of the magic from a mage. They become like the potent opposite. Can you imagine the pigeon, a potent opposite pigeon? I don't know what that would be. A pigeon worm? We'll never know. Next we have Gardenia. So Gardenia was a poor child that ended up sold to the witch, but she forgets this entirely. Granny Bog raises her and uses her to like steal her youth. She does that with like all of like her little servants, and then she like gets Rosalie and doesn't pay attention to Gardenia as much. And then eventually when the witch takes over the castle, then Gardenia becomes like Rosalie's kind of like evil stepsister. She is super jealous of Rosalie. The witch is always kind of pitting them against each other. And she seems to think that Rosalie is treated well by the witch, but she's not really at all. And yeah, so when the ball is happening, she isn't able to go to the ball because she goes from being like a starving little orphan poor girl to being a princess, and she eats food as you would, and she gains weight and isn't able to wear her ball gown, and the witch is really mean to her and doesn't let her go to the ball, makes her feel bad, and so she goes crying to her room. And so the witch has like this huge plan to create a minotaur because she wants to create a palace where she can contain the lindworm that she plans to create, because the lindworm is kind of huge and powerful and she doesn't want it to escape. She wants to have control over it. She wants the power over a dragon, you know, as you would. And so she wants to create a minotaur because when you create a minotaur, it creates a labyrinth that is unnavigable by anyone but the minotaur. And if the witch has control over the minotaur, then she will be able to navigate the labyrinth created. So she plans to make a huge labyrinth in the dungeon. And when Rosalie is at the ball, she meets with Alexei, and then like the transformation begins, and the witch is like, "Oh no, the witch is back." you know, because she's pretending to be the stepmother, and she escorts Rosalie to the dungeon where she plans to keep her for forever because she no longer needs her in the greenhouse. Everything's going to plan for the witch, and then, oh my god, she goes to find her bull that she was going to turn into a minotaur, and there is no animals there. There's no animals in any of the barns, and she can't take any of the horses from the carriages because there's people around. And yeah, it's because Nibirius took all of the animals out of the barns, so she's not able to find any cow to turn into a minotaur. And then she's wandering through the halls and hears her daughter snoring, and she's like a cow, and turns her into the minotaur. So Gardenia has like this horrible dream where she's being chased through the hallways, and she wakes up and there is a golden ring in her nose that the witch has put in, and she's unable to take it out. It doesn't have a clip. It's magically in there, and she ends up being turned into the minotaur, and she is able to navigate the entire labyrinth that forms around them. And I think there's like a little chain on the end of the golden ring, and if you hold the chain, you have control over the minotaur. And she's usually just like a sweet cow, but like when she's angered, she becomes more like the minotaur. The granny eventually reveals to them, well, like it's less of a reveal and more that like Granny doesn't need to like put up a show anymore to pretend to be the queen at all. And Gardenia like realizes who she is, and in order to like be able to find Gardenia wherever she is in the maze, she puts on like a cowbell on her so that she can locate her at any time and then navigate through the maze. And yeah, that's her as the minotaur. Next we have Yuna. Yuna is a maid. She gets trapped in the maze. None of this, she's nice to Gardenia, and we ended up shipping them. In the original, she turns into like a mouse because she has like fleas, but it doesn't really make sense in this one. Socrates gave her the fleas. We never really got around to bringing Yuna back, but I don't know if she'd become a mouse anymore. She's just like a hardworking servant girl. Delilah, though, Delilah is one of the evil stepsisters of Rosalie, so she's Gardenia's sister. They were sold together, and the witch took them both. And when Gardenia turns into a minotaur, they all realize that they're all on each other's sides, all the sisters. And so Delilah is the one who is able to escape because Gardenia can't leave the maze, but she can lead Delilah to the exit. And obviously Rosalie is highly guarded, so Delilah is able to escape with the help of her sisters. And she goes on a little adventure to try and find Zara because Zara defeated the witch before, and she hopes that Zara can do it again, and Rosalie believes in her. On her adventure, she meets the silkworm. So she goes, and there is this part of the forest where there's all these dresses just hanging from the trees, and there's like these beautiful like lights, little jar lights, and she goes to this silkworm who is like hidden in all of like these robes of silk, and the silkworm like starts like unwinding silk from Delilah, and Delilah shrinks into the size of like a little pixie, and then she is put in a jar and she becomes a little moth pixie. There's a whole thing there. Yeah, she's unraveled, and she is put in a jar next to the pixie prince, who's not doing well. The silkworm eats pixies, and she uses like the pixie dust in like creating her dresses. I don't remember everything too much about this. We never got to it in our like rewrite of this story, but yeah, that is Delilah's thing. Next we have Zara. We've talked about Zara a bit. She was the one who rescued Rosalie when they were in their teens, and she became her guard. And then she was banished by the new queen, aka Granny Bog. Obviously, the witch didn't want her around. And obviously, you can't kill her because you do not want a ghost. And so she ends up being a dog guard for another princess, a fairy princess named Princess Papillon. Princess Papillon turns her into a dog guard. She's kind of like Undertale, you know, like a dog guard, you know? And eventually Zara learns about Rosalie's plight and escapes from Princess Papillon and begins an adventure. So Princess Papillon, she was once a wolf monster. So she was a human princess who was cursed and became a monstrous wolf. And because of this curse, she was put inside of a tower, as you do with monstrous princesses. You put them in towers, where she waited to be saved by her knight in shining armor. True love's kiss was all that she needed to break the spell and become herself again. And so a knight finally shows up, and they slayed her. She was slain because she was a monster. She thought she was finally going to be saved, and then she died. And then she became a fairy princess in death, because that's how ghosts, that's what ghosts do. They become fairies. And she became the fairy princess, Princess Papillon, and they guard her. And then as she bores of them, she turns them into dogs. And she just has a pack of dogs who hang out around her tower that she never leaves because she's waiting for her true love to save her. And that's her deal. Next we have Girl. Girl is a girl in a box with no memories. She's just trapped in a box with no door. She was found by the princess's dogs. Yeah, this is like a redo of the goblins with Eileen, I think. It's kind of similar to that, where the dogs, they find her, and she was being sold at a fairy market, and a bunch of goblins stole her from the market. So we don't know much about Girl. Not much is known about Girl. She doesn't even know her name. She's just a human girl. She doesn't know how she ended up in the crate. She just doesn't know. We don't know. And Zara plans to save her, and she brings her with her on her adventure to save Rosalie. Then we have Witch and Nightshade. I don't remember the witch's name, but this is a witch that Zara ends up meeting. Nightshade leads her to her. Nightshade is the cat, by the way. The witch's cat is named Nightshade. And when Zara escapes, she is a dog at the time because Princess Papillon kind of got upset with her for running away and not wanting to stay her guard. So she turned her fully into a dog so she'd be loyal. But then once they reach the witch turns Zara fully human and turns the girl. So like the witch's power, she's able to like move the curse between them, but she can't like fully get rid of it. So she's like, well, I think the girl would be happier as a tiny dog rather than a human all crammed in this little cage, and you would be better off as a human. So that's what the witch does to help out. And she warns Zara of Granny Bog. She knows about her, and how she once was human a long time ago. Also, the cat is Trouble. It's up to Trouble. It's a cat. We have Svana. So Svana is the huntress's wife. She was a fairy whose cape was stolen, and so she can't leave her post. So she's working at the fairy market, and she's selling all the things that the huntress has been capturing. And she herself was kind of captured by the huntress. So like, because the huntress has her cape, because she's some kind of fairy who needs her cape, and whoever has it has control over her. So she has to listen to everything the huntress tells her to do. So Zara's like meets her and is ready to like raise hell, but then realizes that, you know, she is also a victim of this huntress and can't yell at her. And Zara rescues her. So she's not able to convince Savannah to leave because Savannah's told to stay there, and she's very sickly and not doing well. And Zara doesn't want to leave her there. So Zara just picks Savannah up because Savannah can't even like move her feet because she's like told to stay in one place. And whoever owns her cape can tell her whatever to do. Like she loses free will because of it. So Zara picks her up and runs off with her. And now she has to carry both the girl in a cage and Savannah. So she's muscly. She's a muscly girlfriend. Rosalie has a muscly girlfriend. Next we have is Albin. Albin is a prince from an ancient kingdom. He is a sun mage like Rosalie is, and he is found sealed in crystal. So Alexei goes on his adventure. Remember Alexei? He goes on his little goat adventure, and he ends up in like a mountainous area within the fairy world that is like swampy and there's signs of like civilization, like there's old castles in the mountains and stuff. And so he goes up there and he eventually finds like the remnants of like some sort of war. There's like skeletons everywhere. And then he finds this prince who is sealed away in crystal, and he goes to him and he is released from the crystal, and they do not get along at first. They're very sassy to each other. Albin finds that Alexei is such a weak pushover guy. Albin's kind of like my Snow White character too, if that's not clear. But yeah, Albin is like not having it with Alexei. Albin's a mage as well, and whenever he uses magic, he can create any kind of stone, and so he starts turning to stone. He's trapped in crystal. He's slowly been turning into a worm. He was like the original sun mage that the queen captured and was trying to use for her power. But as he started turning into a worm, he saved himself by sealing himself away in crystal so that she couldn't get to him. So he's been sealed away for 600 years. And upon being released, she's able to start drawing from his magic again. So like she's getting even more powerful because now she has 2 sun mages under her spell. So yeah, she did the same spell that is being cast on Rosalie on Albin, and now that he is released by Alexei, it starts like unfolding again. I love Albin. Yeah, he sealed himself away. And Alexei has a huge crush on him and doesn't realize it because Alexei is dumb. Albin helps Alexei learn that he is gay, because Albin does not care about the gays. He's not from a culture who did. He's from the kingdom of Anura, and like Alexei cannot believe this because this is fairy tale shit. I love them. Also, long time no see. Here's the Fairy Queen. So we have you can tell by the tiny text, there's lots to be said about the Fairy Queen. So the Fairy Queen was once a human princess, okay? Like a lot of fairies, she was originally a human. And she was captured by a dragon. And eventually, after years living under the dragon's claws, she was rescued by a frog dude named Newt. And Newt saved her, and she was so thankful that she married Newt, and they became king and queen. And she spends her life terrified of the dragon. She's a lot like Rosalie. There's like huge parallels here. And she is terrified that the dragon will take her again one day. And so the king, hearing that she is like terrified of this dragon, he is like, I will protect you. And the king is like a powerful moon mage, actually. And he is able to like control water and stuff. So he goes to the dragon, and now that he's been able to be out of the cave and free, he is able to use his magic to drown the dragon in moon water. And like it completely kills the dragon. However, you shouldn't kill things. Don't kill things because they come back as ghosts. And then they have to deal with a ghost dragon that is harassing them constantly and trying to worm its way into their souls. So it was a bad decision to kill the dragon. So during all this, a prophecy is revealed to her that her son will one day slay the dragon and free humanity. And she's like, that's crazy. And her husband is like, we should train him so that he can defeat the dragon. And she does not want this to happen because she doesn't want her son to get hurt. She doesn't want her son dealing with dragons. She just wants to forget about dragons. So she protects her son by trying to kill him. She's like, if he dies, then he can't ever die. You know, like that would solve it. She's a little crazy by this point, okay? There's a dragon in her brain. Everything's going poorly. And so she starts poisoning him with these apples, giving him poisoned apples because he is Snow White. And so he is growing sickly, and they realize this, and so the queen is locked away. They're like, she's crazy, we're locking her away. And it's a big decision. And so eventually what happens is that she does break free of her imprisonment, and she tries to escape and kill him for good. So she tries to kill the prince, she tries to kill Albin, and it doesn't work. Instead, they kill her in order to save Albin. And then in death, she eventually comes back as a fairy, because spoilers, her husband does end up becoming the Fairy King, and when that happens, she becomes the Fairy Queen and is resurrected by that. And when Albin eventually stumbles upon her with Alexei, they're wandering through, she's like, oh my god, my son is back, and she starts trying to murder him again with magical apples this time. She's very apple coated. She's like based on like mangrove, kind of this like poison apples in the mangrove, I think. Yeah, she's up to trouble, that one. Next we have the Fairy King. He's not a salamander. The Fairy King is the big bad in the story. He's trying to steal the moon and take over the world or something like that. I don't remember entirely. I just wrote that down because that feels legit. So he was once the little mage that was turned into a frog who saved the queen and eventually saved his son, right? Well, actually, after slaying the dragon, a ghost takes over him, and he starts they start becoming one slowly, which will eventually lead to him becoming the Fairy King. And he locks Albin away to make Albin create the Moonstone. He's kind of like mixed, because like there's part of him that's still like Albin's father and wants Albin to like become strong, and then there's like the other part of him that doesn't want Albin to become strong, because like the part of him that's the dragon that knows he's going to like be his undoing wants him to like, you know, not happen. So they lock Albin away, and Albin has to create the Moonstone in order to escape his imprisonment, because you know, MacGuffin, right, basically. And with the Moonstone, he is able to become the Fairy King, and as the Fairy King, he's like this cool like amphibious dragon without eyes. He's like based on like a siren, the axolotl type creature. He's like a cave siren dragon. I think he's really cool. I like him. Then we have the Seer. Speaking of no eyes, this is a little witch. She's not actually a newt. I just thought this little guy was cute. And so a witch was actually gifted the dragon's eyes, and that's how the dragon lost its eyes. But the Seer was able to use like her witch magic to foresee prophecies. So you're wondering where all these prophecies are coming from. It's the Seer. So she was able to do that. So she gives the prophecy to Granny Bog and warns her that she will be defeated and that the Fairy King is coming to power, and she should create the Sunstone to appease him. And so instead of doing that, Granny Bog is like, no, I'll use the Sunstone and my giant lindworm to defeat the Fairy King. And the Seer's like, okay, but you are totally going to be defeated by your hubris, whatever. And she also is the one that warns the Fairy King that Albin will kill him eventually. Instead of getting to that point, we started an entire little side story. I thought we were done this PowerPoint, but I forgot there's an entire side story that has nothing to do with anything. There's so many side stories. There's like the farm side story, but then there's this side story about Lydia. So Lydia is a spin-off series girly, and she is a baker who wants to be beautiful, and she is invited to like this fancy party where she pisses off a fairy and ends up cursed. The fairy gives her cursed makeup, and she slowly turns into like some sort of Gorgon creature, I think was what Ursula was going for. Yeah, so there's Elsie, who's Lydia's rich friend. She has a huge crush on her. There's so many crushes because, you know, we're just shipping and doing curses. That's all we do with our RPs. And she has to rescue Lydia because Lydia gets into some trouble. There's Duke Bernard. He's a human duke. He hits it off with Lydia, and then he gets turned into crystal because Lydia's curse, I think. So Lydia starts turning into some sort of plant gorgon with like golden eyes, and when she looks Duke Bernard in the eyes, he turns to crystal. Then there's Lady Gwen, who's a fairy who's been hiding in the human court because she has a huge crush on Bernard. And she's so mad that Lydia gets his attention that she curses Lydia. And after cursing Lydia, she talks to like one of her fairy friends and is like, look at this cool gorgon that can turn people into crystal. Do you want her? And then that's when Elsie has to go save her because she is now in the fairy world and trapped. Are you ready for more curses? More people turning into animals? I just love fairy tales, okay? So welcome to the Less Evil Fairy RP. This is an RP based around less drama in the main RP. So we have like such dramatic stories going on in our main RP that we were like, let's make this less dramatic and less capitalistic and evil. There's like drama in the past and racism and stuff in the past, but we were like, let's make a modern world with robust, safe social safety nets, access to therapy, access to healthcare. Like, let's just make a great world instead of a bad one. And let's have decommodified housing, and let's just tell stories that are less about suffering and being poor. So, in this world, fairies aren't able to hurt people at all. And that was also a very key point of this, is we didn't want a bunch of evil fairies anymore, because we have a lot of that going on. So fairies are just incapable of hurting people. They're incapable of telling lies. They are just nice little sweeties who have desires in their life that must be fulfilled for their own like spiritual, mental, physical fulfillment that will sometimes be at odds with what humans want for their lives, but they have no malice in their hearts. Fairies are just incapable of malice. They're just doing what they're doing. And curses are incredibly common because fairies will like curse you because it's just their nature to do so, but they don't mean anything by it, and there's ways to undo it. It was all based around this idea that there's this app where people, because we were like, how do we make a story where we can just ship tons of people? So there's this app called the True Love's Kiss app, and people who are cursed are able to go on this app and date other cursed people. It's kind of based on this idea that like a lot of the times fairies will curse you for like True Love's Kiss will break the spell, like that kind of stuff, but you don't need that to be on it. All of these fairy curses tend to be fairies being like, oh, I can better your life by doing this. It's for character growth. So a lot of the times you get cursed and you go to the hospital to get help with it, and you have to get therapy. There is some drama that occurs, and especially as I summarize the characters, there's going to be intense drama, and things are not what they seem, but most of this RP was just fluff all the time. So let's start with Mordecai. Let's start with the most drama, okay? This one's hard, okay? I was feeling so bad for Mordecai a while ago on stream, but he's my boy. So he's a social worker. That's what we started with, our little social worker squad. And at the beginning of the story, he begins hiking and searching for this bunny fairy. I think it's called a Whisker Flitz. And it was changing all the paths on the hiking trails. And people were ending up lost and going places that they shouldn't go. And the bunny had just been following people because they had carrots, and as it was following them, it was erasing the path behind them. It's just kind of what this little rabbit does. They just cause a little bit of mischief, and all they wanted is a snack. So Mordecai goes, helps things out, and then sends the lost hikers on their way. He spends a little time going further into the woods, looking around, making sure everything's okay, and he kind of gets a bad vibe at some point in the woods, and then he gets distracted because there's like this whole other shenanigans that's going on, but you know, we'll talk about that later. So the next day he starts feeling sick, and he's like, oh god, I've been cursed. And you know, like as a social worker for fairies, you end up cursed a lot. It's just kind of like they have a little sign in their house that's like, oh, X days since I've been cursed. And so his husband is like, he, we're gonna have to say you've been cursed again, haha. And he's got like a sore throat, and he's got a bit of a fever, and he is coughing up like gray phlegm, so like maybe he's sick, so he stays home And yeah, so that's kind of his deal. I think we'll get into the curse when we talk about his husband a bit. So let's talk a little bit about Mordecai's backstory. It's a doozy. Okay, so Mordecai was 7 years old when his mom started to disappear. She was just kind of vanishing, slowly becoming invisible from like a curse. And he didn't know what to do because he was a child, and he just figured that she's got this, she's mom, she'll figure it out. And the reason that she's slowly disappearing is that she stole from a gallery goblin. So gallery goblins collect art, and if you steal their art, you will slowly be drawn into a painting. So his mom is slowly being drawn into a painting in the gallery goblin's collection until she is able to return the painting. But she is unable to return this painting because she lost it. And what actually happened is that it ended up being put on the curb and ended up being trashed. And Mordecai saw her throw at the painting and felt like maybe she shouldn't do this, but like didn't speak up, and he feels bad about this. So they haven't been able to return the painting. So what eventually happens is, because they are unable to return this painting, it is so deeply lost in the landfill. His mom can never be returned to her previous form. She remains in a painting. And she is like effectively gone. And so he gets adopted by his aunt and uncle, who raise him in their stead. And he has a cousin who's like his sister figure. So when he starts dating Paisley, they don't like that, and they don't like that he's gay, and they don't like that he is drifting away from them. So they decide to like hurt him as a kind of control tactic thing, and they tell him the truth that his mother, like on purpose, stole the painting, like didn't want to exist anymore, basically. And Mordecai feels horrible about this, and he feels a lot of like self-guilt about this, because he already feels bad because like his dad didn't stick around when he was a kid, and he feels guilty about it. And he's like, oh my god, like nobody likes me, and no one wants to be around me, and everyone disappears because of me. So he's got a lot of trauma. So he ends up going to therapy and working on all of that in therapy, and he gets to a good place, and he recovers from his depression, and we're all very proud of Mordecai. And he even befriends the gallery goblin, and he doesn't blame the gallery goblin at all, and he feels very bad for the gallery goblin because she wishes that she could return his mom, and she can't because it's just, she was kind of used for this purpose, and she got a lot of harassment from people, and he just feels really bad for it. And so he really wants to work on helping the perception of fairies in the public, and helping people, and becoming a social worker to help the fae. And he's like, this is great, like I am down for this. Eventually, so his sister / cousin, she dies because of a vanity curse. So she's kind of like his younger sister, and she has a lot of pressure put on her because his family kind of sucks. And she eventually gets a vanity curse because has a lot of very low self-esteem. And because she has low self-esteem, a fairy is like, oh, I'll help you by turning you into a pig monster. And then once you learn to love yourself for yourself, you'll be fine. But she's not fine. She is emotionally wrecked by this and ends up unaliving herself because of it. And the fairy feels horrible. Mordecai feels horrible. And he gets in this huge fight with his family at the funeral over the entire thing, and how everyone's blaming the fairy for this, but like Mordecai works with fairies or whatever, and like he doesn't blame the fairy for this. Fairies are just kind of doing what they're gonna do. He blames like his parents for being like awful to her and not supporting her, and they get into this huge fight, and they completely cut off contact with each other. And that is Mordecai's backstory. We feel bad for Mordecai. So Paisley is a nurse. This is Mordecai's husband. He's a nurse at an urgent care clinic for Fae and curses. So like any any urgent care situation, he deals with like magical stuff relating to it. Mordecai's social work also works around like the same kind of clinic as well. So he helps Mordecai as he's starting to get sick. He starts coughing up black smoke, and that's when they realize like, oh, this is a curse, and they're like, oh, it's probably like this soot sprite curse, you know, like, oh, it'll clear up, you'll be fine. But it gets worse, and it gets worse, and they can't figure out what it is. So like crystals start emerging from his skin, and it's all like horribly painful, which is very strange for a fairy curse, because like they're not supposed to be painful or anything. He like starts having like a burning heat within him, and he slowly turns into this like smoky crystal wolf monster thing, and he is fixated on trying to leave their house, and he's always like clawing at the doors, and like they put little booties on him so he stops like burning the floors, but he just like pulls them off, and he's just become like a feral monster creature, and he eventually attacks Paisley as like this wolf creature, which is just very incredibly strange because it's very unprovoked, and he just like really hates Paisley for no reason. And eventually Mordecai escapes, and he ends up in the woods. Like days later, they find him like chasing down joggers, and like no one's hurt, and so he is ended up in a like high security recovery facility for like dangerous fae, and that's where Dr. Bauer comes in. So he works with fairies that are unable to integrate, and people who have dangerous curses. So like this is usually like not super bad. So like what happened to Mordecai is really strange, and no one can figure it out. So like dangerous fae are things like we'll run into them, but like things that are like life-changing curses that like are a little bit too much. And like dangerous curses are things that like just can't integrate into society. Like if you are like turned into a tiger or something, like you can't really work out your curse in society, because like a cursed human can still hurt people usually. It's usually if you're like backed into a corner and scared, you're like just a normal ass tiger. Like you need to be in like a tiger enclosure to be kept safe as we try and figure out a cure for your curse, kind of thing. And then there's like fae that have like very far-reaching implications. I'll mention them when we get to them instead of spoiling them early. Sorry. So Dr. Bauer works there, and he starts researching Mordecai's curse and trying to figure out what it is. He's a birdman. I don't know why I'm hiding that up, but Dr. Bauer's a birdman. But he starts researching Mordecai's curse, and it's very confusing because for all intents and purposes, like Mordecai has turned into a fairy, which is not something that's possible. He is physically changed into a fairy, and he isn't nice like a fairy. So like they don't know what is going on. So that is like the huge big mystery of the story. I think we'll get into more of it as we go along, but yeah, that's the strangest one. Now let's go into like what most of this RP was about, right? So we got Dr. Brooke Voss. I think I spelled her name wrong. So she works in a clinic with Paisley, and she's nice, and she's kind of just there for exposition, honestly, because Paisley is a nurse, and sometimes we needed a doctor, and that's how Voss came to be. But there's Archie, and that's Brooke's husband, and he is a researcher of ancient artifacts. So there's like before times, you know, like there's ancient history to this world, things with like fairy lords and stuff that are more like our old RPs, right? And so he researches that. He's autistic, and he hyper focuses all the time. And at the beginning of the story, he finds this cursed amulet. He doesn't realize it's cursed, and he becomes fixated on it. And his wife is just like, oh my god, this is Archie. Because like when she first shows up, she comes home and he's ordered lunch from like DoorDash or whatever, and it's just still sitting on the deck because he never went and got it, because he just hyper focuses. He's just autistic. He just wants to rant about his artifacts. And yeah, he eventually finds a cursed amulet, and they don't realize that until later. It's kind of like this, it's a related curse to like what Mordecai goes through, but we never actually RP'd it all the way out, so I don't really know what the deal with it was, honestly. But he eventually helps them start figuring out this stuff with like this evil curse nonsense. Next we have Furlius, who is my boy. I love him. He appears in town one day, and he is threatening fairies with a sword. So when I is dealing with this bunny fairy, this is when Furlius shows up. Furlius just shows up in town. He's speaking in Middle English, yelling at fairies, and like just waving a sword around. So he's taken away by the police and brought to the clinic to be checked out because he's covered in curses. He's like a big bison man, and he's got like these ornate carvings in his antlers, in his horns, and he's got like a little humbug, and he's got all sorts of jewelry on, and he's also got like all these curses that are afflicting him. There's just a bunch of mild curses, like flowers growing on him and mushrooms and stuff, you know, like just the kind of stuff you would pick up from wandering in the woods. And so he's brought by the police in handcuffs to the clinic to be assessed by urgent care. And yeah, so he speaks in like this archaic form of English, and I love him so much. So what they kind of uncover with him is that he was sent to the future by a time sprite. So time sprites would be one of the ones that gets put in the high security place where you don't want people being sent back and forth through time. So Furlius got sent forward in time. He comes from like a time in the past where like fairies were like, where there's these fairy lords that were like evil and stuff, and he doesn't like fairies. He says a lot of very uncouth things about fairies, and Dr. Voss is like, if you're gonna keep talking like that, like, we can't deal with you. But then she starts to realize that like he, you know, it is from the past. He was enslaved by the fairy lord of his time. He was turned into a bison and forced to pull this carousel around all of his life. He's been this way ever since he was like a little boy. He was like a little baby bison, and he grew up into like a big bison man and walking in a circle, moving the carousel around. So they get him treated medically, and they put him into a government housing program for like integrating fairies into society and like cursed people. So he's not even able to eat. He doesn't understand how to do it because he's never eaten before. He was fed like a fairy meal before he started pulling the carousel, and he's never been able to like, he's never had to eat before or sleep before. So he starts having stress dreams about like what happened to his family and like what he came from. And he specifically has some stress dreams about his brother being upset with him, and he thinks that it's like a vision that's real because he's never dreamed before. And they have to like teach him how to like not only integrate into society, but like how to eat and drink. And they need to get him like vaccinated because he's from the past and obviously doesn't have any of his vaccinations. So he stays in medical supervision for a while before he's put into like a housing situation. And that's Furlius. I love him. So then there's Unleath, who is Furlius's brother, and Unleath was also sold to the Fairy Lord. So him and his brother were sold to the Fairy Lord as children because their father was trying to learn magic. Magic isn't really a thing in modern day. Magic and the Fairy Lords are kind of like done away with. Like this is like some of the side plot stuff with Mordecai is like uncovering all of the stuff with magic and whatever. But yeah, so he was sold off to pay his father's debts and given to the Fairy Lord along with his brother. And their mother wasn't sold, and Furlius is thankful for that. Furlius considers like Unleath like a son to him because Unleath didn't have a father. Furlius felt like he had to step up, even though they're like 2 years apart from each other. Furlius is just like incredibly parentified. So what happened to Unleath was he ended up being killed by the Fairy Lord for getting too close to the Fairy Lord's daughter. She was also killed for this. They were both punished for getting close to each other. And so she was like a dryad type thing, so she became like a wooden doll, and they put his corpse inside of her. And it's so horrific for the poor doctor to to hear about this from Furlius. So yes, Furlius feels incredibly guilty for going forward in time and leaving his brother behind, because his goal was to destroy the doll and save his brother from the eternal dance that he was forced to do in death. So then we have Katie, and Katie is Furlius's roommate. So they move in together in the housing situation because they're both cows, they'll get along clearly. And they both don't really understand how to be human. They're being taught how to like eat food and be chill, because she was turned into a cow when she was a girl, and she is rescued from this situation. She's no longer living in the field with the cattle crook, I believe is what it's called. Yeah. She was raised by a cattle crook, was a mother to her, this cow fairy, and now she has to like reintegrate into human society. So she is Furlius's roommate at the time, and she's comforted by having a cow man here. They're going to like undo the curse that turns him into a bison eventually, but they don't want to like shock him because he's been a bison all the time, and they don't want to just make that decision for him. But yeah, so she is his roommate, and they get along okay. The thing with Furlius is he's just very sad and overwhelmed, so he doesn't like to leave his room much. He's scared of a lot of things, and he likes to be tough. So she's learning how to be human. So they live in like this like housing area or whatever, and then there's like a cafeteria community rec center thing that they go to get like lessons, to get them out of their house and learn to be human, to interact with other people. And at this place, there are a bunch of other fairies and cursed people who are also like learning. So some of these are here. So this is Sprout. So Sprout is a centaur who is in a group housing situation with a few other herd animals. They all get along. And he used to be a hunter, and his thing was like he would challenge people to hunting contests. It was just like his thing as a fairy, that was like what he was drawn to do. And he would lose these hunting contests. Specifically, he lost a hunting contest and got stuck working on a farm for someone. He was being like exploited, which happens a lot with fairies because fairy law, fairies are very adherent to their little fae contracts, and they aren't good with humans being duplicitous and stuff. So he was stuck on a farm, and he was rescued from that situation and then ended up in the group housing thing. Apricot's also in the group housing thing. She's part of the herd. She's a unicorn. Her horn was poached, and yeah, so she's also being like integrated. I don't know tons about her. She's just kind of like a background character. Then we have Nettle. I just love this picture. I don't know what it is. Nettle's like a little alpaca. She's living with the herd. She used to live on a mountain. She's like a fairy that would guide people home who would get lost. And eventually that mountain was deforested, and now she doesn't really have a lot of purpose in life. Yeah, so she's working with her therapist, social worker, to like figure out a new life for herself. Next we have Bandit. So Bandit is a fluff guard, a good boy. And he was abandoned by his person, which is a huge deal for fluff guards. So fluff guards kind of disguise themselves as like a puppy in a group of puppies. And when they're chosen by a human, they become forever attached to them. And they're just like soul linked. And a fluff guard will live as long as their human will live. And they will pass away when their human does. Like they are that close to their human. And they're typically used to like guard sheep. They're typically like herding dogs, but as long as they have their human, they are fulfilled in their little fae life. He isn't like a little dog, he's like a dog guy. Anyways, so he got abandoned and put away and like not wanted. And that was like a huge mental thing for him. So he started rounding up people and turning them into sheep because that's what fluff guards can do. And they start turning into sheep and he guards his herd. But you're not supposed to do that. Obviously, all these humans needed to be returned. So that was like another very traumatic thing where they took his entire flock of sheep away from him. Now he has no sheep, no people. And so he's been working with his therapist to find fulfillment in his life. And they've been working to try and find like a new person for him because he does need a person and he needs a job. They've been working really hard at his herding behavior. He's very fixated on all of like the herd animals and the herd animal fairies. So he really harasses Katie when she first appears. And he's always trying to keep all of the like alpaca, sheep, horse together. And he's just like does too much herding and he needs a job. And they really need to find a forever home for him. And then there's Lucas. Lucas is a little brownie who is also in the housing program. He really wants to live in someone's house and just clean it. And he keeps getting into like these horrible situations and horrible contracts where he is being exploited. And they're trying to find like a good place for Lucas. Yeah, so right now he's working at the cafeteria because he really likes to clean, and they like to encourage that because like obviously he should be cleaning, but like they want him to have like some amount of independence. And yeah, so they're working with Lucas. Next we have Violet. Violet is a Glimmerkin who was summoned to be poached. So Glimmerkin are like these sables that have like a whole bunch of like gemstones and like starlight in their fur. So they're like really rare and they hide deep in the forests and like within nature, and summoning them is like very illegal because like they don't meld well in the human society and they shouldn't be brought into human society. They're just vibing. They're just little guys. And so she starts turning to dust after this because like all of her gems were stolen from her. And so she ends up living in the, I don't know if she's particularly in this housing situation. I think she is. She just never leaves her room. And her therapist comes to see her every day, and they've made a lot of progress. She never comes out from underneath her blankets. She always is hiding, because that's what, like, Glimmerkin are supposed to do. I don't know why I wrote Glimkin. And yeah, so she just hides whenever her therapist comes. But, like, they've made, like, incredible progress. They're able to see her nose sometime. They feed her rock candy. And then she asks Sage, her therapist, a riddle, which is incredibly important because in order to properly take a gem from a Glimmerkin, you need to like befriend them and answer their riddles to receive a gem from them. So she's made incredible strides, and Sage is working really hard to solve the riddle for the next morning because it's Violet, and Violet's doing great. We love her. So we have Sage. So Sage is a social worker that works with the housing program. So all of those people, not all of them, a lot of those guys, those are Sage's clients. So like the Glimmerkin, Furlius, Katie, they're all clients of Sage's. Sage is their therapist. Sage is also the therapist of Bandit now. Yeah, like Sage works hard. They go by they, them as well. So they were in foster care when they were a child. They ended up in foster care because like their father wasn't in the picture and their mother was just like unfit. So they ended up being adopted by their grandmother, who ended up having dementia. And then Sage became a therapist wanting to help other people like them. So they end up taking on the caseload of Ruby. So Ruby was like another therapist that was working, and she gets cursed and is unable to handle her caseload. So Sage starts taking on a caseload for them. So Sage takes on Bandit specifically. And Bandit, has huge abandonment issues, and when Ruby is unable to be Bandit's therapist anymore, Bandit has just been lashing out, like, so much. Like, Ruby's been making so much progress with Bandit, and then, like, has to very suddenly leave, and Bandit is just, like, lashing out, hates Sage, growls at him constantly. Bandit always has to be muzzled because he's a fluff guard, and if a fluff guard bites you, you turn into a were-coyote. And so Sage really messes up one day with Bandit and gets bit by him. So he is able to snag their finger through the muzzle, and Sage then becomes a were-yote. Yes, so were-yotes is a type of werewolf or were-curse. So it is a curse that happens at nighttime under specific circumstances. And the specific circumstances is if Sage feels very lonely at night, he will turn into a were-yote. So I think he's they, but I always mix it up. But they get assigned like a nurse so that they won't be alone at night. But they're really encouraged to like go to therapy and find another living situation, because they can't just rely on the nurse, because like, even having a nurse, you still will feel lonely, because it's like you need like more personal familial connections, and that's how you can like overcome the were curse, the were-yote curse specifically. So that's Sage's issue, and Sage is doing well, but eventually things don't go well for Sage. So that's where Ranger Devil comes in, and Ranger Devil is a park ranger, and they find Sage one day in a stream. They're a little ranger. They're like a little raccoon. She's a little raccoon woman. She's got horns, and she's like 3 feet tall, and she's very strong. I love Ranger Devil so much. So they see Sage in the river, and they're like, do you have a license to be in that river? Because like some fae are allowed to be in the river because they have like specific needs, but you can't just have random guys showing up in the river. But they've quickly realized that Sage is in fact in trouble, that they had turned into a were-yote because they fell asleep because they were like doing work at the office, and then they ran into the woods, and they woke up in a stream, and their leg is broken in 3 places, and it turns out they were attacked by some sort of giant cat. They have no recollection of this. It's related to like more of the stuff with like Mordecai and stuff. I don't think I'll get hugely into it, but yeah, they end up having to go to like the hospital and be looked after there, because like they need surgery to like, set the leg, and then they need them to stay because they don't want them to turn into a were-yote while they're healing. And that's when they learn they have so many friends, because like all of the clients send them like letters, and they get like their work friends are always visiting, and they realize that they aren't as alone as they think. But anyways, back to Ranger Devil. Ranger Devil's a little trash imp, always crawling through the garbage. Used to steal from people and rummage through their trash, got called a tricksy little devil, and then she was like, well, that's my name, I'm Trixie Devil. So that's how she got her name. And yeah, she has a hoard that she keeps. As park ranger, she collects everything that people drop, and she puts it in her hoard, and she just really likes her job. She's happy, and she becomes friends with Sage. Now we have Ruby. So Ruby is a therapist / dog trainer who used to work with people with were curses. So I was mentioning Ruby. She used to be Bandit's therapist until she encountered a Frightwing imp. So the Frightwing imp attended one of her art therapy groups. Frightwings, they usually hang out in theaters, and they make people afraid of what they're most competent at. So usually they cause stage fright. So in her case, it made her incredibly afraid of dogs. And in order to undo the spell, she needs to become strong again and face her fear and face a wolf. in like a therapeutic sense. So whenever she's scared, she starts turning into a deer, and like it spirals out of control. The more deer-like she becomes. Yeah, and she's terribly afraid of dogs, and she's been working really hard. When she was first cursed, she couldn't spend like a minute human before turning into a deer. Now she's like pretty consistently human, and she finally has the courage to go back to work, but she cannot be around Bandit, which is very terrible for Bandit. Yeah, and because of her curse, her ex breaks up with her. Her ex is a wereweasel, and Ruby has this huge problem where she feels like she can fix people, and she dates people with were curses when she probably shouldn't. And yeah, she was in like a pretty shitty relationship with her ex, and because she can't take care of her ex anymore, her ex breaks up with her, and she moves in with like her friend, and now she's started dating again. And while she's at her date, she has a panic attack and runs into a park. So she jumps through the window, crashes through the window, ends up in a park. She's a deer this whole time, obviously, and they need to call the authorities to help catch her, and so she gets tranquilized, and it's a terrible date, but yeah. Bad dates. We have Rowan. Rowan is Ruby's roommate. She helps her get to her dates. She takes care of her. She really like encourages her, and she's the one who helps bring Ruby home. Alongside her dates, they have to like first catch her, and then they put her in the back of the car. She's like a little deer, and they have to like blindfold her because that's what you do with deer, just so they don't spook. And you put like the little cotton balls in their ear, and yeah, so Ruby's brought back home. Ruby has like a room that she gets locked in to calm down, her calm down room without windows to jump out of, and a little mattress to sleep on. And she eventually comes back, and she feels so embarrassed, but she needs to try again because you can't be afraid. So Kingsley is Ruby's date. Kingsley works at a cafe. Kingsley is our they them of the cat cafe. We have a cat NB, a cat boy, and a cat girl in this RP. We figured we need one of each. So yeah, so Kingsley works at the cat cafe, and they also do volunteering at the Humane Society. And they were doing a TNR routine, so trap, neuter, release, and they get bit by a bramble claw. So they were dealing with like a cat colony, and they got bit by a bramble claw for taking the cats. And they are now slowly being turned into a cat. That is the curse of the bramble claw. And they need to make an offering to the bramble claw in order to stop the curse. And they need to figure out what the bramble claw wants. The answer is apparently more cats, because they were taking cats from the bramble claw. And the bramble claw is very upset about this. So that's what's happening with Kingsley. And yeah, Kingsley starts dating Ruby, and they're cute, I guess. We got Valeria. I love this girl. She's my favorite. She's a Grimalkin who works at the cat cafe. So Grimalkins will turn people into cats for various reasons. She's like a cat girl, basically. And she used to live with her granny in a little house. And Granny found her when she was feeding stray cats. She was just feeding regular stray cats, and then this cat girl showed up and was eating cat food with them. And Granny was like, "Okay, you can't live on the street. I'm going to take you in." So she took her in and raised her. And then she eventually dies. Granny does, and Valerie doesn't know what to do. Val goes away and is living in a cardboard box, and that's when she is found by Mordecai, and Mordecai gets her stable housing because he's a social worker. And yeah, he helps her. I don't know if he specifically found her, but like she is found, and Mordecai helps her find stable housing and a job that she can enjoy. She is being helped to learn the ropes, you know, the ropes of being human. She really doesn't like leaving her house because she's an indoor kitty. Her gran tried to like get her into school when she was little, but she was just like, she got into the vents and hid. So they were like, okay, she can't do that. She gets really scared walking to work, but she's gotten a lot more brave about it. And she's like, okay, that's part of my territory. That's fine. They're very much like cats She's very cat-like. She gets the zoomies. She works at the cat cafe and keeps having to tell herself to not jump onto the counter, because you're not supposed to do that. Because she was allowed to jump on the counters, like, at Granny's house, but apparently you're not supposed to do that. And she works really hard. And sometimes she forgets how to open doors, and she'll just be, like, scratching at them, and yeah, that's Valerie. She also starts attracting anime fans to... She starts attracting fanboys because she's a cute anime cat girl. I guess she's not anime, but she's a cat girl, so she starts attracting fanboys to the cafe. And she starts turning them into cats by accident. She thinks they're so adorable, and she like pinches their little cheeks, and she takes their names. By giving them a nickname, they turn into little cats, and she just puts them into the cat cafe. So guys have just been going missing, and Mordecai has been trying to figure out what is going on. In this world, like, people just disappear and it's fine. You know, like in our world, if someone disappears for 24 hours, you're like, oh god, something horrible's happened. But in this world, it's more likely that like a fairy has run off with your friend and they're perfectly fine. People just go missing. Like kids go missing, guys go missing. So they're like, okay, tons of guys are missing. It's probably a fairy up to some sort of nonsense. And it turns out to be Val. So eventually she has to go to the clinic because they realize what's probably happening, because there's all these cats showing up. How does she get caught? There's like a whole bunch of like new cats being brought to the Humane Society because other workers at the cat cafe are like, oh my god, Val keeps bringing in these new cats, and like we can't just have random strays brought in. So they're brought to the Humane Society to be, unlike our world, people don't get turned into cats in our world, right? So at the Humane Society, you need to be really certain that the cats that you're grabbing aren't people. So they realize there's like this influx of cats from the cat cafe, and they bring them to the clinic. And yes, it turns out that Val had been turning them all into cats, and they get their IDs matched to the cats, and they turn back into human. And Valerie hides under the table because she's like, oh god, I'm so bad, they're all gonna be mad at me. But they're not mad at her because, you know, that's just what you do. You're a Grimalkin. You sometimes turn people into cats. You know, that's fine. An example of like a dangerous fae is like a Grimalkin that is turning people into tigers. She probably can't be loose and running around doing that. So that brings us to Graham. We're in the cat fae. We're in the cat section. So Graham is a software developer who works on the True Love's Kiss dating app, and he has a huge crush on Val, and he finally gets the courage to go talk to her, and he gets turned into a cat. She immediately starts calling him Ginger Snaps, and he turns into a cat, and he's brought back with all the other cats, and she puts on some anime for him because they like the animes. And she knows how to work the remote control, and she's so proud of herself for being able to do the human thing. So yeah, she puts on some anime for him, and he is a cat until they are able to get all of their IDs back. And eventually he starts dating Val. He keeps going back to the cafe. He doesn't mind. They put some like safety measures in check so that if she turns anyone to a cat, they can be turned back. Her coworkers are now aware of this, and yeah, so everything's good. They start dating, and he helps her learn how to use her phone and do other tech things. She wants her wallpaper to be alternating pictures of cats, and he shows her how to do that, and he thinks it's just so magical. And yeah, she keeps turning him into a cat because she thinks he's cute and gives him pet names, and every time she does that, he turns into a cat. Oh, I remember when she's at the clinic talking to Paisley, she starts calling him Mr. Pursley, and that's when he starts turning into a cat, and that's when they realize, like, oh, she's taken all their names and turned them into cats. Like, that's how she's done it, and that's how we'll undo it. And I just thought that's cute. Next we have James. So James is our cat boy. He was turned into a cat boy because he did not want to pet a cat. So a Grimalkin came up to him with a cat and was like, pet this cat. And then he didn't want to do it. And the Grimalkin was like, oh, so you hate cats. And now he is stuck as a cat until he learns to like cats. He is very snooty and he's very sleepy. He's a cat boy in like a very real sense where like he has to like eat meat. He's an obligate carnivore now, and he has to sleep as much as a cat does. And he's too proud to go on disability, even though he totally could get disability for being such a sleepy cat. And he's really upset about being a cat because he had to rehome his bird. And he loves his bird because when he was in high school, he was made fun of for being a flute player. And like the school bullies tricked the one fairy girl into turning him into a canary. So he missed his high school like graduation and prom and stuff because he was stuck as a canary. And his mom got him a canary friend, which was a bad idea because canaries will not be friends. But they did keep each other company because their cages were kind of beside each other. But yeah, he had to give up his canary and his finches because he's a cat now and he would hurt them. And he's very sad about that. And it has not endeared him to cats at all. He's working at the cat cafe to try and like them, and he just hates them more. And he has mommy issues. So that's his thing. So then we have Danny, and Danny starts dating James. They meet on the True Love Kiss app, and she's only human during dawn and dusk, which works out great for him because he also is like awake at dawn and dusk. He's such a sleepy guy. When she's not, she is a little morning dove. She loves Millet, and he loves Millet too. Well, he used to before he got turned into a cat because he got turned into a bird. He's like a huge Millet fan. They bonded over their love of millet, and he introduces her to the concept of mealworms, because cats, humans, and birds can eat mealworms. Yeah, and she's looking for true love because that's what will break her curse, is finding someone who will love her for her. I forget why she got cursed, I'll be real. Then we have Paula. Paula isn't a pigeon. Paula is Danny's big sister, and she drives her to her dates, makes sure she's safe, and she's really sus on James. Like, she doesn't know what James is up to. She gets bad vibes from him for some reason. That's because James exists. So James was swapped with a rabbit as a child. So James is a changeling. James, quote unquote, is the changeling James. We can call him Arcanus. That's his actual name, I think. It's confusing. Anyways, so he was a rabbit who was swapped with James as a child, and then became a changeling fairy. James's mom didn't notice because at the time James's father had died, so James was like acting weird anyways, so like the strangeness of him being swapped with a rabbit was kind of brushed aside. Usually, like, changelings, like, you very quickly realize your child has been swapped with a rabbit, but that was not the case for James, and unfortunately, like, it wasn't discovered for a long time. So the real James ended up growing up with his fairy mother for a long time, and eventually they got swapped back, but they ended up staying in contact. Like, his mom and his auntie ended up staying in contact because, like, you know, they both knew the boys so well, and eventually his moms started dating. So his auntie started dating his mom, and his cousin, who is the changeling version of him, became his stepbrother. Yeah, so like James has been dealing with like his brother constantly trying to like impersonate him all the time, because Fairy James is a fairy and he's a changeling, and he feels like an intense urge to copy James's life and replace him. And human James is so frustrated with this because he can't have like his own life, and eventually human James like ran away and broke contact with his family entirely, to get away from James. And largely this was because of a huge fight that they got in when they were like teens, because Fairy James wanted to figure out what happened to their dad. And in doing so, he looked through all of James's like personal notes and like defaced them, cutting out the pictures for himself and stuff. And like Fairy James like was feeling like the impulse to do this because Fairy James feels like he is James. It's very complicated. But either way, they got into a huge fight, and human James punched Fairy James, and yeah, they just haven't been in contact since. And then eventually, Fairy James has been like in therapy and has been working on this, and working on his identity, his own personal identity, which is very hard. He finally found a therapist that works with him well. The therapist is also a fairy and really gets him, and he wants to get back in contact with his brother, and he meets him, but then he starts impersonating him on like the True Love's Kiss app. He eventually, when he is locating James, he runs into Paula, Danny's sister, and starts talking about like how they're gonna like break up. Oh right, because like their mom is sick. That's why Fairy James starts looking for human James. It's complicated. The point is that Fairy James starts catfishing as human James and really doesn't want to. He wants to meet people who know him for him, but will also let him do his thing as a changeling. So he eventually meets Mona. Mona is not a chameleon at all. She's just a human. And Mona had her image trapped in a cursed mirror. So Mona is just not perceptible to anyone. And the reason that this happened was like she went to a mirror as a teenager and she was like, I wish I could just disappear. And the mirror granted her wish, stole her image. And now people just kind of forget about her. She's kind of invisible to people, and she's just very hard to perceive and easily forgotten. And her dating profile is just a bunch of blurry pictures, like no one can take a picture of her, and like doodles and stuff. And Changeling James is just very endeared to this and starts dating Mona, and because he has the same issue on dating apps where he just like can't show his true self, because he's like, he tries to write his profile like saying that he is a changeling, and then like he deletes it and just changes it. And yeah, so that's his deal. It's so hard to explain. I probably should have written it down better. Next we have Aspen. So Aspen is a dryad. She likes to go jogging. She's a jogging enthusiast. She can't stop running or she'll take root. And she trips over a little shadow creature one day while she's running. And the shadow creature speaks like archaic English and bites her and turns her arm to shadow. It's a vile little monster. It's a little mongoose thing. That's it. Then we have Damsel. Damsel is a makeup influencer. She has OCD. Specifically, she has obsessive thoughts that she is going to become cursed because she's too beautiful, and she's going to be punished for her vanity. She's not actually vain, she just has like obsessive thoughts about vanity and being cursed. She's in therapy for that. She's been making good progress. She does like exposure therapy where she has like gotten herself cursed and been like, you know what, being cursed isn't that bad. I'm fine. And yeah, so that's her thing. She has a huge phobia of bugs that she's also working on. Then we have Chloe. She's a Shimbo photographer. She has a huge crush on Damsel. They live in the same like apartment complex, and she helps her catch bugs. So a bug got caught, flew into her thing, and Damsel texts her like a little damsel in distress and is like, I am terrified, there's a bug, please help me. And Chloe shows up and she like catches the bug, and then Damsel like teaches her to do makeup and stuff, and they're very cute. We didn't really do tons with them. The last OC, guys, the final OC. So we have Samantha, and she is a lawyer who fights for fairy rights. She's a civil rights attorney. We love Samantha. And she was sent back in time. So when she's a teenager, she got sent back in time. So she got sent back in time by a time sprite because when she was 2 years old, I believe, her entire family dies in a car crash. So she gets sent back in time by the time sprite to take care of herself in the past, because fairies are helpful. So the fairy is like, you don't have anyone to raise you, you don't have any family. So she, as a teenager, gets sent back in time to be the teenage parent of herself. And right now in the story, she is reaching the age where her younger self is about to be sent back in time. And they've been dealing with that in therapy because she knows that it's about to happen, and she knows like all the stuff that is about to occur, and there's lots of stuff that needs to be mentally dealt with as this is about to happen. And she's about to lose her daughter, and she's also about to reach a time in her life where she doesn't know what's going to happen anymore, because she's always known what's going to happen in her life because she got sent back in time, right? And like, she's not always believed her mom who is her, about stuff, you know. She's like a teenager, she's like, you don't understand me, you don't remember what it's like to be like me, like all that kind of stuff. She still does that even though she is her from the past. But yeah, that's her deal. Oh my god, we did it. Oh my god, that's all of them, guys. That's all my OCs. Okay, you may be wondering, what about Crow Story? I don't have enough characters done for Crow Story, guys. You're just gonna have to wait and see the Crow Story characters, okay? Crow Story is going to be a fun little adventure where we learn all the characters together, okay? That's the secret about Crow Story. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think about that, guys? All right, I'm gonna head off because I cannot talk anymore.